There we go. All right. We are live yet again. It is May 19th. We are looking at the Thomas Massie primary. Sadly, he's lost. Thomas Massie has lost his GOP primary. The latest casualty of Trump's wrath. We're calling it. Everyone seems to be calling it at this point. Hello, Obi-Wan. Yes, there was no volume for just a second, but we fixed it. There's a whole checklist of things I have to do before I stream it. Sometimes I forget one or two. But we're back, baby. So, yeah, I think this demonstrates to us all the power of the Zionist lobby. I'm thinking about how material power begets associational power. That's something we'll be talking about shortly. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, right? Thank you, Cheese Cracker. And I think that's what the takeaway is from this, because Thomas Massie was very popular, you know. He basically, followed through on Trump's policies, probably the only senator that did, who didn't balk and, toe Trump's loyalist line, I guess. And he's been ousted by the Zionist lobby, by Miriam Adelson. And let's just get into it. We'll read a little bit of this article. This is from the Washington Post. It says Representative Thomas Massie on Tuesday lost his primary to a challenger backed by President Donald Trump. The latest casualty in Trump's efforts to exile his critics from the GOP. Here, he's actually speaking right now. Let's take a look.
50-year history of this country. It's not just the most expensive. This thing went on longer than Vietnam. It started 9 months ago, and they didn't even have a candidate, and they decided they want to take me out. I want to start by thanking the volunteers who have put so much effort into this. Some of you came from all across the country. Some of you are homegrown. Well, I love all of you. I see how this is going to work. I'm going to have to not quit talking or you'll start doing it. I want to thank my staff, too. Some of my staff have been with me from the very first race in 2012, and they have done so much. We've never had, contrary to all the BS you've heard, we've never had a single ethics complaint filed against me or my staff in 14 years. I want to thank the donors. Now listen, I'd name them all, but there's 50,000 donors, okay? We didn't lose this race because we didn't have enough money. You know, it is the most expensive race ever. I think when they add it up, right now they can count 35 million. I think when they add it up, it's going to be a lot more than that, because on our side, we know we spent more than 15 million. And we were able to go toe-to-toe. There was never a week that we got outspent more than 2-to-1 in this entire race once it got underway. And that's also, it wasn't just the grassroots donors. We had a long time, one of my longest friends, he went through a rough spell, and I never left him. I always supported him. And he actually started the Super PAC, the one that nobody knows who runs it, Cliff Maloney. If you're around, would you come up here? Maybe I can get him out here to take some credit. Or if he's in the crowd, just pick him up and surf him over here. Cliff. I see, by the way, I see one of my online influencer heroes, Bobby Sauce, over here. There were a lot of surreal moments in this race, and frankly, in being in Congress. But being in a side-by-side racing through the woods with Bobby Sauce was definitely on my, it wasn't even on my bucket list. It was amazing. So, and getting to that point, I want to thank the influencers who came all this way and produced all the videos and got out the young vote. I want to thank my family. That's who we have arrayed back here. My grandbabies, all three of them. She's clapping too. It's a little bit overwhelming for them, but they are what recharges my batteries when I come back from Washington, D.C., these grandbabies. And that's what we're fighting for, really, is the next generation and the next generation after that. But I have to especially thank my wife, Carolyn. Her parents knew what they were doing when they named her. Her middle name is Grace. And but she's a fighter. I mean, she's been tweeted at twice by the chief executive of the most powerful country in the world. She blames me for that because I didn't invite him to the wedding. But also, she voted this morning, and she came out and she said, well, that was a wild experience. That was great. I never imagined that would happen. And I said, what happened? She said, I got to vote for my husband and my favorite congressman. I said, that's practically a throuple.
A throuple? You think he won?
In all seriousness, walking out here and seeing all of you has really energized me. And it has all along. But why am I hopeful right now? Because if you looked at the crosstab in the polling, and I'm sure if we had exit polling, it would show the same thing. We have the younger demographic. USA PAC. You are patriots, and you will inherit this country, and you will make it better, and I am hopeful because of that. Thank you. We accidentally, I think, I accidentally, didn't mean to do this. It started out as an election, and it turned into a movement.
I noticed that too. Hebron, Kentucky.
I mean, I think people, if you're not tired of politics, if you're not jaded, if you're not cynical, and so many people are, you know, the people that want somebody that'll go along to get along. I've never heard of that strategy, but that seems to be what the voters want. That's what's been promised to them, but not the young voters. I mean, we stirred up something. There is a yearning in this country for somebody who will vote for principles over party.
People over profits, principle over party. Lots of P words.
You all don't like bullies, and you don't tolerate them, and I love you for it. You also, yeah.
Look, me and the guy at the top were just staring off in the distance. Maybe we're looking at each other. Or maybe I should be looking over here. Yeah, that makes sense. He's looking down at me. I'm looking up at him. You see that? All right, I'm sorry.
Hey. If I'd known this speech was going to be this fun to give, I would have come out 15 minutes sooner. Look, for 14 years, those SOBs in Washington tried to buy my vote. They couldn't buy it. Why did the race get so expensive? Because they decided to buy the seat. And it got real expensive for them. Look, they used a lot of dirty tricks, but we stayed the course. We didn't bend a knee. We didn't throw a foul ball. We didn't do any of those things. We didn't kneecap anybody. We had lots of opportunities to try a lot of stuff like that, and we never did it. We ran a clean race.
That's why you lost. Because they're doing all that shit. You got to play that game.
And by the way, after 18 months of a blackout, of not letting me on Fox, they finally let me on Fox today, 4 hours into the election. Hey, their slop is selling, so they'll keep selling it. But listen, I got to watch Fox also for the first time in 18 months. And there was the president talking about, by the way, while gas is almost $5 and diesel's almost $6, they're talking about this big ballroom they're going to build, and it looks like the Roman Empire, architecture from the Roman Empire. I see a few analogies there, and people are just trying to make ends meet. But we were promised that Miriam Adelson would pay for that ballroom, but she spent so much money in this race, they're going to have to reduce the footprint of that thing.
No.
But here's one thing I saw on Fox. They were saying, oh my goodness, you know, we're ready for war. We're about to restart this war. We were supposed to restart this war today, but we can't restart this war today. The war can't start today. They said we got to wait a day. And then it occurred to me, where was the Secretary of War yesterday? He was here. Listen. Wait. No. Look on the bright side. No more wars. No more wars. No more wars. No more wars. No more wars.
Okay. All right. Let's skip the fanfare. We get it.
Knock that off. You're going to make me feel good about losing. What I wanted to do was give you all credit. When they saw the influencers here, they panicked. They sent the Secretary of War here, and you stopped the war for a day. All right. We know we don't want a war, and we know why young people and middle-aged people are against the next war. Because we'd be the ones fighting it. They're trying to bring back the draft. Screw that. We're not going to fight. We're not going to fight some other country's wars, are we? No. What else do we stand for? We don't want to send our money overseas. Okay, I'll go for that. I've got a bill to do that. I've also got a bill to end the Department of Education. Rand Paul says he wants to pass a law that you need one day to read 10 pages of every bill. I asked Rand, what are you going to do about my bill that's one sentence long to end the Department of Education? That'd be like 5 minutes to read that bill. By the way, Do you know how many pages the Epstein Files Transparency Act was? 2 pages. We don't want, we're tired of meddling overseas. We can't afford it. Our empire will collapse if we keep sending our money to other countries. I never picked a fight with the country that's tried to take me out here because I've never voted for foreign aid to any country. We got to take care of America first. America first. America first. America first. America first. America first.
Oh my God. Hoorah. Hoorah.
By the way, you remember that organization that Klaus Schwab started called the World Economic Forum?
How could we forget?
They said you should eat bugs. Do you want to eat bugs? They said you'll own nothing and be happy about it.
I want to eat billionaires, so I want to eat some bugs.
You want to do that? Well, guess what happened?
Oh, hell no.
Guess what happened to Klaus, the CEO? He was in the Epstein files. He had to resign. We took out the CEO of the World Economic Forum with a 2-page bill. What else are we for? Look, for years I've been standing up for the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 10th Amendment. I just realized the Seventh Amendment is under attack. It's because I serve on the Judiciary Committee. The Seventh Amendment is your right to a jury trial. They've taken it away for vaccines. If you get hurt, you can't sue for vaccines. They're trying to take it away for pesticides. They're trying to take it away for these data centers. No. We've been fighting that back. So that's an amendment that, frankly, I didn't think I was going to have to fight for, but I've been fighting for it in D.C., and we need to keep fighting for the Seventh Amendment, too. These corporations want get-out-of-court free cards. We're not going to give them one. What else is part of our coalition? Cutting spending. They ran Doge out of town. Elon Musk found out it was easier to land a rocket backwards. It was easier to get a car to drive itself. It was easier to put internet on Antarctica than it was to cut $100 of spending in Washington, D.C. It's a tough problem, but we're not going to give up on that either. Maha. Is anybody here for Maha? Does anybody want to eat poison? No. Do you want the government telling you what to eat? No. Do you want the government telling you to put a needle in your arm? No. I don't either. And that's why I've been fighting all of that stuff. We need food freedom. We need medical freedom. We need all of those freedoms.
Shit, we got to ban some people? Who we got to ban? Who is it? Where they at, though? I'm getting reports that there are Ziobots in the chat. I don't see it.
CEOs, an ambassador, a prince, a prime minister, a minister of culture. And that was just 6 months. I got 7 months left in Congress. Hey,
burn it down, baby.
When did bipartisanship become a dirty word in this country? It never should be. By the way, I'm not even sure that I'm bipartisan. Bi means you like both. I might be transpartisan because I can't identify with either some days. That's the great thing about the polls being closed. I can't run an ad where I claim to be trans. Transpartisan, thank you very much. I don't know which cloakroom to go in. So, but look, if you know, I bet you've been through, some of you studied political science. By the way, that's not a real science. I'm a political science denier. If you're already halfway through that degree, double major in theater and call it political theater. Then you could serve on the Oversight Committee, the Judiciary Committee. You can be on the whip team. What's the difference between a used car salesman and a member of the whip team?
Guy's a stand-up comedian.
The used car salesman knows when he's lying. They go around telling everybody, oh, that good stuff's in the bill. Oh, that bad stuff's not in the bill. I don't blame them. They haven't read the bill. They're not lying. They don't know they're lying. Anyways, bipartisanship, we need to bring this country together. It is not, there's too much of the uniparty in Washington, D.C. What we need is a unity party.
Third party. We need a new party. I drive a Dodge Stratus.
Look, we ran a race that you can be proud of. You have to apologize to nobody tomorrow for anything you did. And we kept smiling the whole time. When I was called a moron at the prayer breakfast, I said, I'm glad I'm in his prayers. That would be my advice to you all. Don't dig in. Don't get mad. Don't even try to get even. Just stay on your course. Get our stuff done. Get the things you care about done. We weren't really running against Ed Galrine. We weren't running against Donald Trump. We were running for what we believe in.
Okay, but you lost to Ed Galrine and lost to Donald Trump.
If you always vote with the president, if the legislative branch always votes with the president, we do have a king. If the legislative branch always votes whichever way the wind is blowing, then we have mob rule. But if the legislative branch and the representatives and the senators that serve with it always follow the Constitution, we have a republic. USA.
Oh, good. Barf.
Why are all the loud ones in the front? I could have heard you in the back. Listen, I want to leave you with this. Wait. I want to have a toast. Does anybody have their glasses? If you don't, I saw a few glasses. Okay. This is the one scandal. This is the one scandal they never figured out on me. I get my milk from the Amish cartel.
Grandpa's got his glass of milk.
And I don't pay for it with Federal Reserve notes. I trade peaches for dairy. And what I want to do is this is a toast in honor of my late wife.
Oh.
I introduced the raw milk bill, and the milk lobby came after me viciously.
The milk lobby.
They said there wouldn't be enough hospitals for all the kids that would be sick and dying if we had raw milk.
Language.
The problem with that is it's already legal in a bunch of states, and I've been drinking it for years. So my late wife's Google alerts were going off. she was getting all this bad press about me up there in Washington, D.C., and she was worried for me. And I've got a pretty thick skin, but she texted me one of those stories, and she said, OMG, I didn't realize the lactose lobby was so intolerant.
Oh, bada bing,
let's have
bada
a
bang,
drink.
bada bing, bang, boom. He likes it raw. Massie lost, Andrew.
I decided before today
He's a loser.
that we were going to win or lose today, and we would win either way, whether
Cope.
because not again.
Not again. Come on, soak it up. It's your 15 minutes.
You know, when I try to tell my grandson to be quiet tonight, he is not going to listen. He'd probably be saying, Massie, Massie. Here's what I want to leave you with.
No, we're not
won
Massie
because we
haters, ice
started a
cream
movement.
emperor.
We showed people
We're just butthurt, okay?
that if you're under 50, you want to save this country.
I like Thomas Massie, all right? I'm just butthurt about him losing, that's all. So let me cope about it, please.
But what happened today was God's will. It couldn't happen if God didn't want it to. So our job, and I'm not going to make any announcements tonight.
The genocide was just God's will. The Lord works in mysterious ways.
You know I don't drink recreationally. I have medical margaritas. I even have a medical margarita card.
God, this guy's killing it.
But what happened today,
I sense a new career in
what
stand-up
happened
comedy.
tonight was God's will. And we have to figure out what was the purpose of having the biggest fight ever. Biggest fight ever. Why did it converge on one of 435 congressional seats right here in Kentucky? What was God's purpose? What is he showing us tonight? We're just getting started. I like that. What happens in 2028?
I remember when they were screaming 2016, 2020, 2024, 2028, 2032, 2036.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't tell what they're saying.
All right, well, you made a compelling argument.
Grass-fed milk.
You spoke your piece, but I need a medical margarita right now. And we'll talk about it later. Thank you and God bless.
Well, I think if this proves anything, it's that the Zionist lobby is alive and well, and that material power begets associational power. They control the economy, so therefore they control the political establishment. And we don't control that very crucial node. And we're seeing, you know, just how the lobby works, just how the ruling class is able to engineer public policy. They're able to buy off Senate seats and House of Representative seats. They lobby the government to write legislation that enables them to, you know, give preferential treatment to corporate interests, to Zionist interests. Think about Citizens United, the very fact that there are political action committees and political action groups that can lobby the government. There's no limit to how much funding that they can do. All this shadow money. They spent, you know, they say it's on record as being $35 million they spent just to unseat him, but like he was saying, it's probably more than that. It's the most expensive race in U.S. politics, I think. You know, at that level, I guess. Maybe the presidency would be more money, obviously, but you know, material power begets associational power. There's this. It made me think of this book, Labor, Power, and Strategy by John Womack. What a wonderful book. I resort to it from time to time, but he talks about all this and how really it's the economy that's primal, and workers need to exact control over the economy first and foremost in order to press their demands on the government, and that's how it works. Like Mao said, political power grows out the barrel of a gun. And the barrel of a gun is a metaphor for material power. Let me see if I can. I had this page marked. I was just going to read this, see if I can jog my memory. But he talks about, you know, associational power, structural power, and the difference between the two. He says, as for associational power, it seems to me by definition not an industrial or technical power. It may well result from industrially or technically strategic power, this special material power in action, the force of leverage over production, moving great weight against profit, just showing you have control of the best fulcrum. That's a good word. That's a vocab word. Can lead workers in hope and courage to associate and go forward, appealing to popular morality or indignation for mass support. And associations as such can certainly have legally or commercially or culturally strategic power. But associational power is a result of strategic power. It's a consequence of strategic power, a derivative power. And I think, you know, in this context, strategic power is power over the economy, working class power, and associational power is political power. It's part of the superstructure of the economy, of the economic base. It's a consequence of strategic power. Even so, let's see, he's talking about, he's distinguishing another person's argument. He says, again, about associational power, however derivative it is, I certainly admit it would, of course, matter in a crisis. You can't just announce... There's a lot of stuff that I'd have to set up because you probably wouldn't understand what he's talking about here, because he was primarily concerned with like studying the Mexican Revolution in the early 1900s and just how they exacted power over just even small strategic nodes, these choke points, these bottlenecks where it would take a relatively small amount of workers to strike and have the government be forced to change its policies. But I think that's the major takeaway from this election is that, like I said, the Zionist lobby is alive and well, and they win. Despite everything, they still win. So that is the main thing. Now, I do have a lot of reposts that I want to share with you. Some of this is not recent, so some of this I'll skip over. Let's just go through some of these. This is from James Lee. He says, a reminder, Erica Kirk on the death of Charlie. She says, even if God gave him the option, I wouldn't want to bring him back. Thomas Massie on the death of his wife, I cry every day. I would do anything to see her again. Only one of these is a human reaction. The other is demonic.
He's in heaven. And he sees everything, full picture. And I truly believe that if the Lord, which this does not happen, but if the Lord gave him an option
this is so
to return
weird.
back to earth, and if the Lord said, this is what your death is going to be the catalyst for.
Oh my God.
Do you want to go back and exchange it? He'd say no.
He's like, no, I wanted to get murked and it be revealed that my wife was a Mossad honeypot and the entire world is laughing at my marriage.
And
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to say that.
I cry every day. And it's, you know, you can be totally normal 99.9% of the time. And then the 0.1%, you just lose it. Okay. But I am more spiritual, and I would do anything to get to see her again. I lost my wife, and
there you go. There's the difference for you. Silly Goyim, elections are for the chosen. That's right. This is what we notice. We noticed this on the stream here. The Zionist Jews, they're very clever, man. They've got all kinds of little mechanisms pulling the strings this way and that. They've got the gerrymandering they can do. They've got the Zionist lobby. They've got AIPAC. They've got these backdoor dealings. They control the entire mechanism. All the machinations of our government, they control every apparatus, every lever. So, what are we doing here, folks? Why are we still playing into this charade? That's what I don't understand. It's absolute insanity to me that we're still trying to get out there and rock the vote in 2026. I mean, it just don't work like that. They, you know, the people in charge are not going to provide for you the avenues by which to take their power away. That just doesn't happen. That's never happened. They have to be forced to take, to relinquish power. This is weird. This is a weird development over that shooting in San Diego at that Islamic center, that mosque. Apparently, the two teen shooters have been identified, and their manifesto, which I'm not going to read because I'll get primaried here on YouTube. The lobby will come down on me. But they, weirdly enough, they're like, it's the Jays, it's the Jays. But why would they go to a mosque? I don't know, it's very strange. I don't even know what to believe at this point. But this is Twitter. These are the things that we're seeing. These are the main posts of the day. But yeah, there's apparently the manifesto has been released, and it's very harsh on the Jays, oddly enough. So Thomas Massie just laid out the tragedy of Trump 2.0. This is, I guess, from yesterday. He says Trump formed a coalition of blue-collar workers, moms who want healthier food, conspiracy theorists, and people skeptical of endless wars. Now I'm literally the only person upholding about a third of that coalition in Congress on wars, on privacy, on First and Second Amendment. If I lose, it's a big middle finger to everyone who joined that coalition. That's pretty true. It's a big middle finger to the Trump MAGA base. And Trump is now, Trump campaigned against Thomas Massie personally, saying he's the worst congressman ever in the history of the United States. And that's kind of funny because this is the guy that Trump got into office. I mean, he publicly endorsed Thomas Massie. So it was his fault. How could he have made that mistake? Of course, he'll never admit that he made a mistake there, but Trump built a coalition and sold it out to Miriam Adelson, AIPAC, and the neocons. Massie is the last man standing, voting against endless wars, foreign lobbies, and the surveillance state. And the establishment is spending millions to destroy him for it.
I would think so. And as you mentioned, those younger voters were energized by things like the Epstein Transparency Act. I've been covering you for a long time. We mentioned this before we started. I actually interviewed you when you first became a congressman back in 2012, and I was working here in Cincinnati. One thing I love about you, Congressman, and I know we're supposed to have opinions about it. I have a very strong opinion about you, which is that you've been exactly the same as you were then. Your positions are the same. You stand for the same things. You have not changed along the way. In 2024, Trump echoed a lot of those same positions when he was running for office, and was able to galvanize an incredible number of voters to turn out and support him, and a coalition that was unprecedented. And yet, 18 months later, it feels like he's the one who has changed positions, and in part of that was turning on you.
Look, I want to give him all the credit for forming that coalition. He got blue-collar workers to show up. He got moms that want healthier food to show up. He got some of us conspiracy theorists to show up. By the way, a lot of those things you were talking about 10, 12 years ago, they turned out to be true, right? And so he formed this coalition of these groups, people who are more skeptical of wars after 20 wars and after 20 years of war in the Middle East. He formed that coalition of people. And now I'm literally the only person upholding about a third of that coalition, whether it's Maha, whether it's people who value their privacy and their Second Amendment and all of their, their First Amendment, the people who are skeptical of the war. I'm that guy taking that vote in Congress. And if I win, we can keep that coalition together. And in November, we can keep the majority. But if I were to lose somehow, I think it's a big middle finger to a bunch of those people that joined this coalition that put us in the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives.
Yeah, I would think so.
In other news, Bolivia is ousting their CIA-backed dictator, Rodrigo Paz, as we speak. Resistance to imperialism is not dead in South America. Bolivian miners are protesting against the far-right government of Rodrigo Paz, the puppet of the United States. Look at this.
14 de mayo de 2026, La Paz, Bolivia.
All right, we stand in solidarity with the Bolivian people. This is, speaking of the Bolivian, I guess he's not the, what is going on in Bolivia? Like, is Evo Morales, isn't he who is in charge in Bolivia? Isn't it Evo Morales technically? Oh no, it's Rodrigo Paz is the president and leader in charge of Bolivia. He assumed office on November 8th. So Evo Morales, I guess, is, what is the status of Evo Morales? He's currently a legal fugitive facing an active arrest warrant. On May 11th, 2026, a Bolivian judge officially held Morales in contempt and reissued a warrant for his arrest. This occurred after he failed to appear in court for the start of his trial. Morales faces serious charges of human trafficking and statutory rape. The state accuses him of having an inappropriate relationship with a 15-year-old girl, fathering a child, blah, blah, blah. Sounds pretty Jewish to me. I mean, we have a president that's guilty of these things, and that doesn't seem to matter. All right, let's go back to Twitter. So Max Blumenthal says, this is a post from the Gray Zone. It says, it was confirmed to me the CIA piloted a helicopter as part of the operation to detain me. So kind of like a la Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. Evo Morales tells the Gray Zone about the plot to abduct him as the national, indigenous, and peasant uprising threatens the rule of neoliberal president Rodrigo Paz. This is a 30-minute interview, which I didn't realize when I reposted it, but we're not going to watch that because my ADD will start hurting my brain. Let's see. This is J.D. Vance says Iran is a country he just does not understand. He says, Iran is a very complicated country. It's a country that I wouldn't pretend that I understand. Imagine going to war with a country you don't understand.
The White House...
I mean, at least he's honest, as opposed to... Maybe he's trying to distance himself from Donald Trump.
...is negotiating with Iran in good faith. I think Americans tend to believe that. But what is it about the Iranian side that you personally have seen where you believe that they are negotiating with us in good faith?
Well, first of all, I'd say it's a very complicated country, and it's a country that I wouldn't pretend that I understand, even after as deep as I've been involved in this process from the very beginning. It's a great and proud civilization, amazing people. We obviously have a great Iranian American community here in the United States of America, smart people, very hardworking, and you see some of that in the negotiating team on the other side. You also see some very hardline positions in the negotiating team on the other side, and so I think you see that conflict, the fact that maybe the Iranians aren't themselves quite clear in what direction they want to go to. They also are just a fractured country, so you have
Okay, yeah, you're dumb. That was a dumb statement. All projection. All of those things that he was crying about Iran could be leveled at his own government, obviously, who has been anything but clear, whereas the Iranians on the other side have been nothing but clear. Their stated objectives, their stated prerequisites for a peace plan has never changed. Here's Donald Trump saying, I paused a U.S. strike on Iran because Gulf leaders asked for more time to negotiate. However, Gulf officials today said we didn't know about any imminent U.S. attack. So is that really the reason? Once more in the theme of being confusing and unclear, here's another exhibit. Trump says one thing, the Middle East says something entirely different.
Ready to do a very major attack tomorrow. I've put it off for a little while, hopefully maybe forever, but possibly for a little while, because we've had very big discussions with Iran, and we'll see what they amount to. I was asked by Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
Every time we hear from it, it's always the same. It never moves. Remember, they appreciate, they facilitate a frozen conflict. They prefer a frozen conflict. That's something that Henry Kissinger admitted when it came to Israel and Palestine, that whatever happens, if Israel can't continue taking more land, he prefers a frozen situation, a frozen geopolitical situation where everything stays the same. So the occupation continues. Palestine doesn't make any strides. As long as it stays in place how it is, that means that later on there can be more land grabbing in the future. And this is sort of the same. Every time we listen to the president, it's always like, oh, we're in big discussions with Iran. It's all theater.
UAE and some others, if we could put it off for 2 or 3 days, a short period of time, because they think that they are getting very close to making a deal. And if we can do that where there's no nuclear weapon going into the hands of Iran, I think, and if they're satisfied, we will be probably satisfied also. Ready to do a very major attack tomorrow. I've put it off for a little while, hopefully maybe forever, but possibly for a little while.
Hopefully maybe forever, but probably not maybe for just like 2 days. Somewhat. Allegedly. Here's China and Russia saving the world from evil. In a video statement today, Russian President Vladimir Putin declared that Russia and China are pursuing peace and universal prosperity and are not forming any alliance directed against other nations. What Putin appears to mean by peace is a global order in which Russia and China's economic and military objectives are fulfilled. Objectives advanced through initiatives like BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. In practice, these serve as explicit counterweights to structures such as NATO and the EU. Such statements underscore the stark divide between diplomatic rhetoric and geopolitical reality. One need only look at Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine or China's gray zone tactics across the Indo-Pacific to see the gap. Such pronouncements are best not to taken at face value. They function more as lofty savior of the world slogans than as genuine policy prescriptions. Okay, whatever. I'm not sure if I completely agree with all that. More of these speeches happening at universities where the keynote speaker addressing the college graduates, gloating about AI, and the entire crowd just boos them. However, there's a couple clips of this, but I think this one might be different. Thank you, Baloney, for the super. Imagine taking all those tests and paying all that tuition only for your name not to be called at graduation because your college used an AI system that glitched and skipped hundreds of names. That is what happened at Glendale College in Arizona. We don't need or want this AI dystopia our rulers are trying to push on us. Machines glitch and will never be more valuable than the life or experience of a human being.
Everyone who is standing here's what's happening. We're using a new AI system as our reader.
Boo! Yeah, it's really funny. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
We didn't want to actually do the work or pay for it.
That is a lesson learned for us.
And what did you learn?
What we were able to do, though, is each of you were able to walk the stage and get a picture, which is what I would hope would be the most meaningful.
Yeah. What? What? Meaningful
So
what?
I'm going to have to disappoint many of you. We will not be able to walk the stage a second time in order to have the name on the screen. You've handed over your cards, so we won't be able to do that. I am so sorry. There's plenty of opportunities, I hope, to take some really good pictures and to celebrate you with your loved ones as well.
Another AIW?
Are we going to do the rest?
Are we going to do the rest, or like what?
So I'll go let you do that.
Should we call it an airstrike?
One more round of applause for our graduates.
AI failed my
Alrighty,
graduation. All I
everybody.
got was this lousy shirt. What is going to happen next? She's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. What do I do? What do I say to them? Should I talk about how awesome AI is, really? That'll go over well. She's shitting a brick right now. Somebody get this.
I have the part of the ceremony that doesn't require AI, so as soon as we figure this out, we're going to be working next.
We're here at
GCC's botched AI graduation. They missed hundreds of names, including my cousins who worked hard to complete her degree.
Graduation, and they just list all these people who are standing in line and black against the wall.
Why aren't you thankful?
I mean, there's the whole section.
You're lucky that it's not AI bots in the stadium, in the arena right now, graduating.
That is not in their seats. It's all the ones that they missed.
Soon it's just going to be robots graduating from college. All right, let's take a look at this next clip from Tucker Carlson. He says, I don't believe Donald Trump, and I also think as an Israeli you should pause before using the phrase terror regime since you live in a country that just murdered thousands of children in Gaza. Tucker goes gloves off with this Israeli reporter. Come on, Tucker, let's do it.
Iran terror regime that controls now also the Hormuz passway and
the passway.
terror ring that it created in the Middle East.
He's so used to just hissing with his forked tongue. He has to speak English now. It's tough.
Maybe it would be even worse for any citizens in the world, not only in Israel, but also in the United States. And this is exactly what Donald Trump said. He said that the United States would have been in danger. So you don't believe Donald Trump?
I don't believe Donald Trump, and I also think as an Israeli, you should pause before using the phrase terror regime, since you live in a country that just murdered thousands of children in Gaza. We should all pull back a little bit.
Iran.
He's like, true. I would have loved to have seen his answer to that. I'm sure it was riveting. Here's Putin arriving in Beijing to the red carpet. All of the world's leaders are taking turns coming to meet in Beijing, one after the other. What does that tell you about the emerging multipolar world order? I told you guys. We've been talking about it for years. It's been happening precipitously. It's been accelerating. And I never thought it'd be so fast to happen. I thought this was decades more in the making, and certainly it will be even more so in decades from now. But then I remember I've been an American for 4 decades, or 3 full decades, and I've seen a lot of things, and I've seen how this has been brewing, over the years. And it's finally happening. Another clip of Thomas Massie on Fox News. Finally, like he said, he got on Fox News just today, 4 hours into his primary election.
But do you think the people of your district can understand the distinction you're trying to make? After 7 terms serving that district, will they
You know, I don't like to agree with slobbering morons too often, but you're absolutely right, slobbering moron. I couldn't have said it better.
decide to keep you in Washington now, sir?
I think they will. Like I said, we've got the endorsement of the pro-life groups, the pro-gun groups, the local elected officials, the congressmen in Kentucky who've come down and campaigned with me. And my people are smart enough to understand that this is Israel trying to buy an election. Miriam Adelson has spent so much money on my election, they're going to have to scale down that ballroom that she was paying for.
Man, he loves that joke.
She was born in Israel. The Republican Jewish Coalition and the American Israel Public Affairs Committee have spent millions of dollars in this race on a guy that's never showed up for.
You know what, Andrew? You let just one rip, and albeit it was a juicy, fat, wet rip, but you never live it down, do you? You're just always going to remind me of my moment of weakness.
Single debate. They think they can buy Kentuckians. They think they can buy this seat because they tried to buy my vote and I wouldn't sell it. And they're finding out it's real expensive. And what they're going to find out is they can't afford to buy this seat in Kentucky.
Okay.
This is the most expensive race.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he lost. If you're just joining us, he lost. Here's another one of those commencement speeches. Another out-of-touch CEO gets booed at a graduation ceremony after mentioning AI. Why do they do this to themselves? This time it's music executive Scott Borchetta, who is speaking at Middle Tennessee State. This generation has no fear because all they've ever known is capitalism and decay, and they've rightly don't trust AI to make it better. After getting booed, Borchetta mocks the audience and says, then do something about it. Jesus Christ. It's supposed to be a speech that's like honoring the younger generation, and their achievement of graduating college and embarking out on the world. And he's already setting a very antagonistic tone to the younger generation. I'm sure they're going to love that, right? Like they're just creating more and more enemies out of younger people. The younger generation has seen nothing but war, economic crisis, and corrupt leaders on all sides, so they have nothing to lose but their chains.
Streaming rewrote the economics. Social media rewrote the discovery model.
Oh, did he? Did they also dye your hair?
AI is rewriting production as we sit here.
That is so sexy. Oh my God, Scott.
I know it. Deal with it. Like I said, it's a tool.
Deal with that.
Hey, like I said, you can hear me now or you can pay me later.
Wow, what a fucking arrogant prick.
Hey, then do something about it, okay? It's a tool. Make it work for you.
Hey, you know what? We won't make excuses for the terror, will we? I'm sure the feudal lords observed with irony when the peasants used the pitchforks that the lords gave them against them. Right? Yeah, we'll use those tools. And we won't make any excuses when we do. Yeah, dye your hair harder. Trying to come off as like, what's up, my fellow college graduates? Glenn Greenwald says immediately after incidents like the murder of 2 Israeli staffers in D.C. and the WHCD shooting, it was widely asserted that such violence was caused by those who harshly and angrily criticize Israel or Trump. Are harsh criticisms of Islam/Muslims there for the cause of this? It says the 2 suspects in a Monday shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego are dead, according to a police source. The Islamic Center is the largest mosque in San Diego County. According to its website, aerial TV footage showed more than a dozen children holding hands and being escorted out of the building. So, yeah, I mean, Glenn's just speaking to that implicit double standard that we see everywhere and at all times. Russia's ruble has become the world's best performing currency against the U.S. dollar this quarter. I wonder why. Could it be that our president decided to start a war against Iran and is losing? Thomas Massie claps back at a Trump tweet. It's way TLDR. He says, I ain't reading all that. I'm happy for you, though, or sorry that happened. Either one. Either one that applies there, Donald Trump. Marjorie Taylor Greene, on the other hand, just fact-checked Donald Trump on behalf of Thomas Massie. Trump claims Massie votes for men and women's sports and trans and kids. There's a crazy clip. Let's see if I can find it. Trump, apparently he misspoke, because if this is, like, if he didn't mean this, or if he meant this how it sounds, then it sort of flies in the face of everything that Trump stands for. He says, Thomas Massie is a terrible congressman. He voted against men and women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilation of your children. So Donald Trump is saying he stands for transgender for everybody. He stands for men and women's sports. He stands for the mutilation of children, which is what he's, I mean, I don't believe that, but that's what he's proposing here.
And what are you seeing? Yeah, Thomas Massie's a terrible congressman. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had right now. Nobody's coming in. I mean, a report just came out. In the last 11 months, literally nobody has been allowed into our country illegally.
Well, I was really hoping that Laura Loomer would leave the country, because she said if Thomas Massie wins, that's what she would do. So it looks like we've got 4 more years of Laura Loomer. Or maybe 2 more years if we're lucky. So let's see what Marjorie Taylor Greene says in response to that clip we just watched of Donald Trump. It's way up here. Let's see.
So I just saw a video where President Trump is claiming
every chud that comments on my stream or on my posts that has like a disparaging remark for me, a petty remark, they all have this profile picture, by the way. It's just a white face with aviator sunglasses.
that Thomas Massie votes for men and women's sports and votes for transing kids and all of this insane garbage. That the president is unfortunately lying about Thomas Massie. And here's a quick story for you guys. I thought this was worth sharing. President Trump is going this week, actually, to Mike Lawler's district in New York in support of Mike Lawler. Well, here's some facts. Mike Lawler hated Donald Trump, hated him when he was running for president. Used to make fun of him all the time, mocked him, would come up and make fun of me for...
Oh, I'm stupid, am I? Oh, wow, you really got me in my feelings. I know who you are, man with long last name. You're a vagina bush, that's what you are.
President. Well, I thought you guys should know, if you really want to know about voting records, it was Mike Lawler and 3 other Republicans that voted no to my bill, Protect Children's Innocence Act, that actually makes it a felony to perform gender-affirming care on children, anybody under the age of 18, which, by the way, is one of the president's executive orders. It's a big deal to President Trump. Well, Mike Lawler voted no to my bill, which is taking a hard stance against President Trump and his executive order. And Thomas Massie voted yes for my bill, which is in support of President Trump's executive order and in support of stopping gender-affirming care, transing of children. So the more you know, the more truth you hear, the better you are able to see exactly what's going on. Get out and vote for Thomas Massie.
Well, we all know how that ended up. Here's Giga Chad Putin arriving in China. We all wondered, was President Xi gonna greet Putin at the tarmac? It appears he did not, but apparently the foreign minister did, and that's supposed to be an extremely high honor, and it wasn't the same for Donald Trump. I don't know. That's just what people are saying. But the vibes are definitely different, you can tell. Putin's got that swagger. He's always got the left arm kind of rock swaying back and forth, looking like a KGB agent. I think he learned how to walk when he was in the KGB. Let's take this clip in. It says Donald Trump made 3,642 securities trades during the first quarter of 2026, averaging nearly 58 stock trades every trading day. I mean, the fact that he can do insider trading as the president is insane to me. They're laughing at us. They hate us so very much. And they're telling us, and we're still lapping it all up like good goyim. This criminal is using the presidency to enrich himself. He is waging war against Iran to enrich himself. He is conning Americans to enrich himself. Here's a clip of Dan Bongina. He says he saw a very different side of Thomas Massie when he was in the FBI. I could not believe what a fraud this guy was. He is an epic level fraud. Whatever you think about this guy, I'm telling you, he's an absolute fraud. Okay, you said it 3 or 4 times. Evidence?
It's a difficult conversation for me because I really believed in this guy. I did. I supported him.
Well, he never changed his platforms. The only person that changed their policies and their platforms is Donald Trump.
For a while, even when, him and President Trump butted heads. Been good on some issues. But I'm going to tell you something. I have never been as disappointed in a human being in politics as I am in Tom Massie. I largely stayed out of that race.
As a pedophile protector. Cool. He can't go out in the public without being called a pedophile protector. Dan Bongina.
Didn't make too many comments on it. Because the people of Kentucky will choose who they want. If they want Tom Massie, I'm not a resident of that district. I live in Florida. You pick who you want. Got his opponent coming on in just a little bit, about an hour. We'll ask some questions about some issues that matter to you, constitutional carry, Iran, NATO. However, when I got up there in that position, I could not believe what a fraud this guy was. I mean, like an epic level.
Do you think he's going to give us some examples of Thomas Massie being a fraud? Let's see.
Fraud. Whatever you think of this guy, I'm telling you, I have no dog in the fight. I supported him. He is an absolute fraud. Fraud.
Well, it takes one to know one, doesn't it? Frauds supporting frauds. What's your point?
He decided to do some money bomb thing and just completely BSing people.
Okay, what's the money bomb thing?
About my record there. Just lying to your face. I tried multiple times to get this guy to come over to give him a briefing on a case he kept bloviating about on Twitter, causing a serious problem, by the way. And I thought he believed in due process. Supposedly a libertarian. He wants to try a case on X. And he didn't do it. I was there from March until January of this year. You know how many times he came over to visit and ask about these cases despite multiple offers, cases he kept bloviating about? Well, we could have actually told him. 0.
That's a weird 0. Looks like a triangle.
And there's nothing he's going to tell you. All of his BS responses, his fake community notes, it's all a distraction from the fact that he doesn't want to admit that he was offered a detailed briefing within certain parameters on these matters he's bloviating about on X.
Man, he loves that word, bloviating. If he says it a few more times, maybe it's going to really click in his viewers' minds.
In order to attack President Trump and others and due process, could have cleared it up for him right away, and he just didn't want to do it because he preferred to be stupid.
Oh, okay.
Nothing will change that.
I literally don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, Dan. Sounds like you should cry about it harder, maybe? I don't know.
Are you anti-Semitic?
They're trying to tell you that it's anti-Semitic for me to expose the fact that the Republican-Jewish coalition has spent millions of dollars in this race, that a dual citizen, Miriam Adelson, who even Trump says is more loyal to Israel than the United States, has spent millions of dollars in this race. Those are mere facts. And it's
Okay,
really...
but it's a yes or no. Are you anti-Semitic or not?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
I'm hell no anti-Semitic. But here's the danger that AIPAC runs. They've been too cute by a half. They've tried to get Mike Johnson, and he's willingly done this, conflate in resolutions on the House floor that anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism. Or even worse yet, that if you don't support Benjamin Netanyahu's war in Gaza, then you're anti-Semitic. That's absolutely false, and it does Jewish Americans a big disfavor to equate the two.
Are you?
See, here's Thomas Massie's endorsement, written by the President President Donald Trump on May 10th, 2022. It says, Congressman Thomas Massie is a conservative warrior for Kentucky's 4th Congressional District, an MIT graduate and a first-rate defender of the Constitution. Thomas fights hard to protect your liberties. Thomas Massie has my complete and total endorsement. In other news, Israel murdered this mother and her 3 children today in South Lebanon. Here's the guard at the Islamic Center in San Diego who was killed in that shooting. PNN says, you'll be missed, brother. Allah blessed me to have a chance to get to know a hero. May Allah reward you the highest place.
Okay, brother, where are you originally from?
Born and raised in San Diego, California.
And what is your favorite food?
Halal hamburgers.
Okay, brother, what is your favorite food?
Halal hamburgers, obviously.
Where's a good spot for a halal hamburger down here?
You can hit up Baba's Grill, which is over there in the corner there.
Yes. Over there in the corner there.
I saw them. I got a recorder of them.
Okay, brother.
Guy sounded like a rabbi in Brooklyn. It's over there in the corner there, over there. But no, that's tragic. May you rest in peace. This is shameful. The New York Post is, let's look at this headline. They say, San Diego mosque where mass shooting left 3 dead has controversial history, including ties to 9/11 hijackers. They're trying so hard to equate Islam and Muslims with the crimes of the Jewish state. But that's what they do. Today is the birthday of the great Malcolm X, if you didn't know. His message is still relevant today because we still live under the same capitalist system that has to change for things to get better. You're living at a time of revolution, says Malcolm X, a time where there's got to be a change. People in power have misused it. And now there has to be a change and a better world has to be built. I will join with anyone. I don't care what color you are.
Young generation of whites, blacks, browns, whatever else there is, you're living at a time of extremism, a time of revolution, a time when there's got to be a change. People in power have misused it, and I, for one, will join in with anyone, don't care what color you are, as long as you want to change this miserable condition that exists on this earth. Young generation of whites, blacks, browns.
Power is not self-justifying, folks. It bears the burden of proof. It is not is not the onus of the working class, the subordinate class, to delegitimize illegitimate power. It's the role, it's the onus is on those in power to demonstrate legitimacy, and if they can't, they should be dismantled. That's the principles by which we should strive for to live in a more democratic society. Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich threatens to declare war on the entire world and destroy everything if an arrest warrant is issued against him. This is a crazy speech he gave earlier today. He declares himself and Netanyahu's government above the law and says war crime accusations do not apply to them. And in the face of a declaration of war, we will respond with war. So the Israelis are doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down. We know what they're about. We know what they're going to do. They're always crying, of course.
Last night, I was informed that the criminal prosecutor of the anti-Semitic court in The Hague submitted a secret request for an international arrest warrant against me. This request joins the unprecedented arrest warrants issued against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. The clumsy attempt to force upon us a policy of security suicide through sanctions and arrest warrants.
This is raping my ears right now.
Will not succeed. On a personal level, they do not intimidate me. I am willing to pay personal prices in order to serve my people. If I am required to pay such a price, I do so proudly and with my head held high. But on the national level, they are not harming Benjamin Netanyahu or Bezalel Smotrich personally. They are trying to harm us as the Prime Minister and Finance.
You can tell the guy's 4'3". He's like an inbred hobbit.
Minister of the State of Israel. The issuance of arrest warrants against the Prime Minister is a declaration of war.
He's built like one of those portable refrigerators.
The issuance of arrest warrants against the Defense Minister and Finance Minister is a declaration of war. And in the face of a declaration of war, we will respond with war. The Palestinian Authority has started a war, and it will get a war. From today onward...
No, now it's the Palestinian Authority that started the war. I thought it was Hamas.
Every economic or other target within my power to harm, under my authority as Finance Minister and as a Minister in the Defense Ministry, will be targeted. Not talk and gimmicks.
Quiet, everyone. The demon has an opinion.
Actions. I hereby announce the first target that will be struck. Immediately after finishing my remarks here, I will sign an order to evacuate Khan al-Ahmar on my authority as a Minister in the Defense Ministry. I promise all our enemies, this is only the beginning.
So the first place they're going to strike after he gave this speech was Khan al-Ahmar? What is that? What's that about? He says this is only the beginning of the end. So here, I don't know what this is. We're just going to take a look at it. It says the engineers at Twitter fucking mogged and destroyed Elon Musk for being the total fraud that he is. This is happening on a Twitter space. I mean, anytime Elon Musk is being made a fool of, I'm here for it. Let's take a look.
Density of features as high as possible.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think, frankly, if you want to have a really high velocity of features, I think we'll just need to do a total rewrite of the whole thing.
Wait, seriously, a total rewrite? That's your prediction for velocity?
Yeah.
Well, when you say a total rewrite, do you mean starting with the skeleton, or a bunch of engineers sit down with a whiteboard and say, "What is Twitter"? Revolution or reform?
I mean, I just mean like literally, like there's
he doesn't know what he's
like you can either
about.
try to amend the crazy stack that exists, or rewrite it.
But when you say crazy stack, what do you mean? Like, break it down.
Have you seen George's like?
Wait, this is an old video.
No. I mean, like.
This is so old.
Are you?
Crazy? No. Seriously. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Who are you?
What do you mean? Who am I? I don't know. You gave me the fucking mic. I got no.
I didn't give you the mic.
Whoa! I'm doing the mic, and let's keep it civil in my space.
I mean, Yeah.
Like what? No, man, you're in charge of the servers and the programming.
He's
whatever.
completely
Like,
dumbfounded.
What's the stack?
Keep things technical in my space, please.
Take me from top to bottom. What does the stack look like right now? What's so crazy about it? What's so abnormal about this stack versus every other large-scale system on the planet, buddy? Come on.
Come on,
All right,
buddy.
so first off,
amazing. Wow, you're a jackass.
okay. All
right, no. I got no credibility here, buddy. I got no idea.
Let's first off, let's keep my space.
Yeah, I saw this. This was like years ago. I don't know why it's being reposted. Kevin O'Leary is on a legendary run of being universally hated. This guy's such a douche. He says, I can't stand it when I see people making $70,000 a year spending $28 on lunch. To that I say, $28 on lunch? That's cheap in this economy. You guys spend $28 on lunch? That's it? What does he want us eating? Oh, that's right. They want us eating bugs. Power to the People says, we can't stand it when scum like Kevin O'Leary come into our communities and build massive data centers that people don't want.
Can't stand it when I see kids that are making 70 grand a year spending $28 for lunch. I mean, that's just stupid. It's just, think about that in the context of that being put into an index.
Yeah, why would you want to have a good food and a good diet? Because, we obviously, if we want to have good nutrition, we have to pay top dollar for it. You should be eating hand sandwiches, of course. Starving, being food insecure because you're a lowly wage worker, okay? Know your place.
And making 8 to 10% a year for the next 50 years. Can't stand it when I see kids that are...
Today in Kentucky, and Congressman Thomas Massie is running for re-election. He joins us now. And, sir, thank you for your time. Good morning to you in the few minutes we have left here. President Trump wants you to lose. Have you met your match?
No, I'm not running against President Trump. Most of the people voting for me support President Trump like I do. And so the endorsements that I've got...
See, that's
and
where
then he went after Thomas Massie.
He
said, that's your match.
President Trump. Most of the people voting for me support President Trump like I do. And so the endorsements that I've gotten are from the pro-life groups, the pro-Second Amendment groups, because my opponent, he won't debate, he won't fill out the forms to say where he is on abortion, where he is on gun control. And so I've also got the local elected leaders and the state reps endorsing me. I've got U.S. reps from Congress coming to my district and campaigning with me because I'm the conservative and I'm running against an AI candidate without the I. He's created AI ads. He does his social media posts with AI, and he hasn't been to a single debate. He skipped all 8 of them. He's terrified of debating. And
we still lost.
People don't know who he is. There's no enthusiasm for him. I did 3 events yesterday. Each of them, every one of them, had more attendees than the Secretary of War's event. That tells you where the polling's at. They're panicked because the president's done 11 posts about this race in the last 72 hours, and they sent the Secretary of War. Their polling shows the same thing as mine. We're probably going to pull this off.
Sadly, that was not to be the case. Unfortunately, as we all know, he lost. Laura Loomer says, in light of the Islamic Center shooting today, I think it's time to make sure Muslims are safe. The best way to ensure their safety is for our DHS Secretary, Marquand Muslim Senator Mullen, to deport every Muslim in America back to the Middle East, where they can live in fully Islamic societies and blast their call to prayer without triggering Americans into psychosis as a side effect of having their non-Islamic habitats disrupted by invasive species. Their non-Islamic habitats disrupted by an invasive species. Wow. Let's make sure Muslims are safe. Send them back to the Middle East where there's the mosque on every corner. Duopoly Destroyer responds and says, how the fuck is Laura Loomer not banned, suspended from every single social media platform? Well, we all know the answer to that. It's the Jews. Excuse me, sneezed. Every other post from her breaks 90% of all community guidelines, and Elon just lets it slide because she's on their side. But don't worry, it's all just a conspiracy theory. Go back to sleep, sheep. Well, here are the two terroristas, the two teen gunmen that killed 3 adults, then took their own lives. That would be Kane Clark, 17 years old, and Caleb Vasquez, 18 years old. And there's their picture. Kind of not what I would envision. Thomas Massie must have known that he was going to lose, because he says this.
I cannot wait for May 19th. It's going to be so great. You know, just in case I lose, they gave me the number to call to concede. The area code is Tel Aviv, though.
He who controls the gold sets the rules. He who controls the economy controls politics. Sadly, you and I, we don't control the economy. Chabad Lubavitch rabbi heard that terrorists attacked Muslims and wasted no time to humanize them on Fox News. And didn't we call this yesterday? In fact, Saeed was the one that initially said this. He's like, I'm sure those shooters, they must have had some very bad mental health issues. Well, here we got a tiny hat man with a big beard saying, I will put money on it that there's some mental illness going on. Reality is beyond parody, says Sneeko.
My question is on these 2 kids. How did these kids, like a 17-year-old kid, what was going on? I will put money on it that there's some mental illness going on over there. I don't really think that these 2 kids, just regular American kids, are going to say, hey, let's go shoot up a mosque.
Yeah, just regular American kids, bright futures. Why would they do such a thing? Here's a picture of archaeologists opening Laura Loomer's grave in 300 years. She's still got a nice rack. There's another shot of these 2. Or maybe that's the same one. Laura Loomer says, shut down the mosque and jail all of its members. I thought tunnels were bad. You know, I thought tunnels were Hamas. That's what I've been told. That's what I was rocking with. I know if there's anything that the last 3 years have taught me, it's that tunnels bad. Unless Elon Musk is talking about tunnels, because then again, they're good again. He says, join tunneling, the underground movement. Here is Elon Musk on why tunnels became reality.
Build tunnels, and then everyone thought I was joking. And then I was like, fine, well, let's just create a company, the Boring Company, to build tunnels. Because this is an obvious way to reduce traffic to zero by going 3D with your transport system, just as we go 3D with...
Or, we could have a public transportation system like, trains, rail, streetcars, a robust transit system, if you will. No, let's build huge holes or dig huge holes and build these tunnels. Where are these tunnels? What has the Boring Company even accomplished? Do they even have a viable tunnel system? No.
Buildings. It's obviously illogical to expect that you won't have traffic if you have buildings that are 3D and a transport system that is 2D. And everyone tries to go in and out of the 3D buildings at the same time.
This is the same guy that takes a private jet from Santa Barbara to Glendale or some other part in LA just so he can escape the traffic.
But if you have a transport network that is three-dimensional with tunnels going all over the place, you can address any arbitrary level of traffic. Now, I encourage other people to start tunneling companies, because the Boring Company is the only one, as far as I can tell, that's taking this seriously.
It's boring to be the only boring company, right?
Yeah, honestly, there's like a lot of opportunity.
Guy with the hat says a funny joke. Moving on, Caitlin Johnstone says that the rising hatred of Muslims has been deliberately fomented by Israel and its supporters. Last year, Dropsite News published a leaked polling report commissioned by the Israeli government, which found that Israel's crumbling reputation can be salvaged by spreading fear of Islam. Dropsite reports the following, quote, Israel's best tactic to combat this, according to the study, is to foment fear of radical Islam and jihadism, which remain high, the research finds, by highlighting Israeli support for women's rights and gay rights, while elevating concerns that Hamas wants to destroy all the Jays and spread jihadism. Israeli support rebounded by an average of over 20 points in each country, especially once the situation in Gaza is resolved. The room for growth in all countries is very significant, the report concludes. And, you know, obviously when they say the situation in Gaza is resolved, that means that the entire population is destroyed. That's what they mean by resolution. That's why whenever you post something critical of Israel on a public platform, you'll get Hasbaristas in your reply going, what about the Muslims? Muslims are bad. There's no natural reason for this to be happening. Islam and Israel are not opposites. Well, I would say they're pretty antithetical and irreconcilable, mainly on the Israel's end. And the mention of one has no inherent bearing on the other. And it's an artificially manufactured false dichotomy that's been forcefully promoted by Israel apologists. Mostly that was good. Sneeko goes after Hassan. Let's take a look.
I think if Sneeko didn't become this like weird right-wing grifter, he could have had an incredible media career ahead of him. Because he used to, when he was like a little kid, he would do like all these thoughtful videos about American militarism, American imperialism, all this shit. And then his brain just got completely fucking...
Bro, the only reason that this dude is clamoring for mainstream attention all the time and is wearing a suit and he's trying to be the left-wing Nick... Bro, he's just never been censored. That's really the only separation. It's the perfect example of somebody who is allowed to speak this way because he makes the movement look silly. He's allowed because he makes it look stupid. He doesn't speak well. He's not funny. He's not entertaining. He's not engaging. He looks dumb when he goes on the news. So they allow him to be the face of Islam in America. Well done. He hurt the movement more than he helped it. People just see him, oh yeah, the good little puppet, he can be the Free Palestine guy. Because he brings transgenderism into it, feminism into it. He makes it look dumb. People talk about him shocking his dog more than they do his ideas. Most people don't even know what his ideas are. He doesn't have major clip farms. He doesn't get posted other places because he doesn't speak in a concise way. He's not fresh. He's not interesting. It's a nothing burger. Even sometimes when I realize that he has the correct perspective, like Iran war, I try to watch the stream and I'm falling asleep, bro. I'd rather watch Ethan Klein. This is bad. This is the example of somebody who's hurting the movement, but he's like, well, I'm here. Dude, no, it's not. It's not push the conversation forward. And if you were really a threat, you know what would happen, Hassan? You would get banned from Australia like me. You would get censored from YouTube, Instagram, Meta, everywhere, Snapchat. 3 years for some nonsense reason. Banned on Twitch. Are ideas really that different overall? I know you grift the Mao thing and the socialism thing. I'm banned on Twitch for extreme hateful conduct. You want to know why? Because I mentioned Jewish supremacy in Israel. Because it's not fascist billionaire. You subverted to make the conversation look goofy. Talking about the billionaire class, Israel exists because of Judaism. That's not anti-Semitic to point out like you're so afraid of. You misdirect the conversation and talk, that's a Holocaust.
Oh, yikes. I don't like any of that. I don't like either take. We're so cooked. We are so very cooked. Putin addresses the Chinese people ahead of his visit to Beijing. Russia-China relations have reached an unprecedented level based on mutual trust, win-win cooperation, and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Дорогие китайские друзья, приветствую вас.
Greetings, dear Chinese friends. I'm delighted to be visiting Beijing once again at the invitation of my longtime good friend, the President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping. Regular mutual visits and Russia-China top-level talks are an important and integral part of our joint efforts, he says, to promote the entire range of relations between our two countries and unlock their truly limitless potential. Russia and China 25 years ago signed the Treaty of Good Neighborliness and Friendly Cooperation, which laid a solid foundation for a genuinely strategic relationship and comprehensive partnership for the benefit of our countries and our peoples. I've never seen Putin talk eye level at the camera. They've reached an unprecedented level. Their special nature is reflected in the atmosphere of mutual understanding and trust. A commitment to something win-win and equitable cooperation, conducting respectful dialogue, and supporting each other on matters affecting the core interests of both countries, including protection of sovereignty and state unity. Looking confidently to the future, says Putin, Russia and China are actively expanding their contacts in politics, the economy, and defense, while broadening humanitarian exchanges and encouraging person-to-person interaction. It means that together we are doing everything that can further deepen bilateral collaboration and advance the comprehensive development of our countries. It is important that these are the issues that will shape the agenda of the upcoming talks in Beijing, so that partnership is solidifying. Let's see, he's convinced that our warm and friendly ties enable us to chart the boldest plans for the future and bring them to life. Trade between Russia and China continues to grow, having long surpassed the U.S. $200 billion mark. Mutual settlements are now conducted almost entirely in rubles and yuan. Major initiatives are underway in key areas of our cooperation. Following the successful cross years of culture, the cross years of Russian-Chinese cooperation in education were launched in January, making it the 10th edition of this kind of bilateral projects in the humanitarian area. I would like to point out that Russia holds China's centuries-old history and its achievements in culture, art, and science in high esteem. We are interested in bringing our peoples closer together, further promoting mutual understanding, and embracing all the positive things offered by the two countries, the rich traditions and heritage. This is why we welcome the introduction of a mutual visa-free regime between our countries, facilitating greater business and tourism exchanges, and harnessing new opportunities for communication and personal contacts between Russia and Chinese nationals. The close strategic relationship between Russia and China plays a major stabilizing role globally. I would agree with that. Without allying against anyone, we seek peace and universal prosperity. It is in this spirit that Moscow and Beijing act in a coordinated manner to defend international law and the provisions of the UN Charter in their entirety, completeness and interconnectedness. We support active cooperation through the UN, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, BRICS, and other multilateral entities, making a substantial contribution to resolving pressing global and regional challenges. I am confident that together we will continue to do everything possible to deepen Russia-China partnership and good neighborliness for our two countries' dynamic development and for the well-being of our peoples in the interests of maintaining global security and stability. See you soon in Beijing. All right, there you go. All right, I think that about does it for the reposts on Twitter Space. People are still posting about Thomas Massie conceding the Kentucky primary race, the most expensive congressional primary ever in the 250-year history of this country. Ed Galrein took $15 million from pro-Israel political action committees. Billionaires in the Israeli lobby just bought another U.S. election. They defeated Thomas Massie, the one Republican in Congress who took on the Epstein class and Israel. Billionaires buying elections is not a democracy, it's oligarchy. That's right, it's olive garlic. Rise up, America. A better world is possible. Like I say, you know, you can't have political democracy when you have economic fascism. That's it, you know. You've got the 1%, you've got the 99%, you've got the Zionist class, you've got the working class. Those are irreconcilable class contradictions. And this just proves that you can't control politics if you don't control the economy. We need to have democracy in the economy first and foremost. It's the only way that we'll ever have a government that is democratic. Because material power begets associational power. Material power in this case is economic power. Associational power is part of the political superstructure. If we can demonstrate control over the economy, then we can demonstrate control over the political establishment. Okay? Israel won in Kentucky, says Cenk Uygur. They will 100% control the Republican Party now. They will not serve America. They will only serve Israel. Like I say, I think this country is headed for civil war. I think the 2030s are going to be particularly dark. I think the living conditions are going to continue to deteriorate. Things are going to get worse. As long as that fucking state out there in the Middle East is allowed to persist, as long as they control our government, it's going to be hell. And that's where we're headed, you know. It's going to get worse. That's just how it is. But I think it's going to get worse in order for it to get better. They're going to come for us all. Like I said on stream last night, the Palestinians were first up. Gaza was the laboratory. They've been tinkering, experimenting on how to surveil, how to control large quantities of people. They've been doing it for centuries. And they're perfecting it, and it's going to come back to bite us in the ass, okay? Ro Khanna has released a statement regarding Thomas Massie's Big L.
My good friend Thomas Massie lost tonight. I'm angered by the smears on his character.
We can totally tell how angered you are. You sound so angry.
He lost because he had the guts to take on the Epstein class. He lost because he had the guts to stand up against the war in Iran. He worked with me to pass the most consequential and popular piece of bipartisan legislation in recent history in the Epstein Transparency Act. Many young voters under 50 voted for him. He was winning them by over 30 points. And today I say you may not have a home in the Trump coalition, but there is a new generation of populist Democrats, and we welcome you to help us change this country, change the rotten system, and have a politics that puts the working class ahead of the Epstein class.
That's right.
My good
Let's
friend
vote Democrats. That's the moral of the story. Put all of your weight behind the other half of the corporate duopoly. the other half of the Epstein class political wing. Eddie Liger says Trump's betrayal and Massie's defeat should teach Republicans what many former Democrats learned from AOC's betrayal and Bernie's defeat. There is no voting your way out of this system. The electoral system is entirely bought and paid for. Revolution is often portrayed as utopian, but electoralism is the real utopianism. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. So refreshing. Only the communists have understood this as a basic political fact from the beginning. And he urges you to join the American Communist Party. Democrat House primary candidate Maureen Galindo says she will convert ICE detention centers into internment camps for American Zionists and pedophiles. She goes on saying most pedophiles are Zionists. Wow, that's based. Why do they put an Israeli flag next to her? That ain't right. Gave me the wrong impression. Okay, we're not going to watch that, but that's videos of the shooters. Apparently they filmed themselves. Let's see. A massive win for pedophiles. The U.S. government is officially occupied by Israel. Well, we already knew that. It will just continue.
Massie, thank you. He's a bad guy. He deserves to lose. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump is keeping his promise to the people of East Palestine. I was like, wait, hang on. Palestine? No. East Palestine. Remember East Palestine, Ohio? That had that ecological disaster under Joe Biden. It's like anything named Palestine, forget it. Even if the place that's called Palestine is inside of the United States contiguous border. Sorry, we can't help you. The Trump administration will never forget you, says J.D. Vance. Our message to Congress is clear. Pass the Railway Safety Act. Donald Trump tweets out, I have long said that the horrific tragedy that beset East Palestine in 2023, along with sleepy Joe Biden's utterly incompetent response, must never happen again. I mean, true. I would agree with that on the face of it. I quickly and strongly stood up for and visited the incredible patriots of East Palestine. That's true, you did, because you understood the political moment at the time as you were running for President again. An action that forced Biden and FEMA, who had said, remember also that Joe Biden, after that happened, he went like to Israel. I don't know if he went to Israel, but he definitely went to the Middle East. He like left the country and was going to go shill for Israel while his own people in East Palestine were suffering from this railroad incident. This train like completely derailed and spewed out a bunch of chemicals, cancerous chemicals. He says, let's see, I said that we'd not be sending federal aid to East Palestine to move on, sending a team. This was a major catastrophe during Biden's presidency, which had many disasters from letting the rest of the world empty out their prisons, blah, 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 whatever. He says, I'm therefore strongly urging Congress to include the Railway Safety Act, which I strongly endorsed in 23, and the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. I'm asking all Republicans to vote yes when this bill comes up as an amendment in the Transportation Committee this week. We must not delay. Okay. Look at this. Hey, Grok, why does the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu cover the camera lens on his phone? I mean, if he's doing that, what does that tell you what we should be doing? I needed to get that. Shit. I should be... Do y'all cover the cameras on your phones? I don't, but I probably should. You hear that, Mossad? You won't be able to get me in the future. You sons of bitches. All right, let's see. What are you guys posting on the Discord?
Thank you so much, and I would like to give the podium to Nieves. Luz Nieves, Aires Moreno.
Oh, that's kinky. You like being watched, huh?
Who lives in New York, but she was tortured under the dictatorship of Pinochet in Chile.
Pinochet. Pinochet, or also, as I like to call him, piece of shit.
Gracias a todos y a todas. Yo voy a hablar en castellano.
Yes, the results are in, folks. Thomas Massie lost his race, okay? Zionism wins. Back to the goy slop. Get back in the box. It's time to die for Israel.
Idioma. Mi nombre es Luz de las Nieves Aires Moreno.
No, it says it has subs with this English translation. We're not going to watch it, okay, Jaleel Stapler? I do not understand Mexican. I speak American. Thank you.
For a long time, my camera roll has been full of moments I never shared. On some days, they felt too small, too ordinary.
This is too long. It's over 15 minutes. We're passing, okay, Gato Surfer? This is the first time I posted something 15 minutes long, but it's to give an idea of what daily life... Okay, all right, fine. We'll watch a couple minutes of it, okay?
On others, they felt too precious to let go of. Like little pieces of a home I was trying to hold together in my hands. The world sees God...
Yeah, it's Kentucky, but it's Republicans. They're all Republicans. But the lobby was working overtime.
Through a lens of headlines and
the
chaos.
Sheep had to be herded into
but
the
in
right
between
pen.
the noise, there is a little life that refuses to be defined by it. I realized that these random clips are actually the most honest part of my story. They are the moments of sanctuary we build for ourselves whenever...
I don't even think Ed Gallurine is real. Have we even seen him give a victory speech? I mean, I haven't seen him give one speech. To me, he doesn't even exist.
Everything else is uncertain. This isn't a news report. It's just the Gaza I see when the cameras aren't looking. Random moments of resilience, joy, and the life we choose to live every single day. Enjoy.
I didn't enjoy that at all. I don't like to see people suffering from crimes that I paid for. Israel is attacking a flotilla. Israel forces fire rubber bullets at activists on Gaza aid flotilla. But don't forget, Al Jazeera is funded in whole or in part by Qatar. These people are the fucking worst, dude. Why are you shooting at these people, you lowly, cowardly turds? Gosh, you're so big and bad. It's amazing how awesome and successful they are when they're not going up against another army. Defenseless humanitarian activists. Yeah, that's great, dude. Dude, push this guy off into the sea. What the fuck? Mike Johnson says members of Congress need to insider trade. What?
Remember how Congress voted for the big beautiful bill that took away health care from millions of Americans. The same Congress that voted against raising the minimum wage and also cut funding to education. Keep all of that in mind when you listen to this from the Speaker of the House.
The salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009.
I did not block you, okay? And I don't appreciate the slander. You think I know who you are? Why would I block you? If I block you, there's a good reason for it, all right? And it was your fault. But clearly you're not blocked. So I don't know why you're crying.
You know, when you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year. And over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. I mean, it's just people just make a reasonable decision as a family on whether or not they can come and move to Washington, have a residence here, residence at home, and do all the things that are required. So the counter argument is, and I have some sympathy, look, at least let them engage in some stock trading so that they can continue to, take care of their family.
Please keep in mind that salary is $174,000 a year. While the average salary in America is around $67,000, for a teacher around $75,000, while 43% of members of Congress have an average net worth of at least $1 million. And yet Mike Johnson is arguing that they should continue to be able to use insider.
Wow, Congress made over $635 million in stock trades, while Americans struggled.
Information to trade stocks. Yeah, fuck that.
Guillotine that, he says. I would agree. Absolutely insane that he said that with a straight face. It's okay. They're engineering public policy. They're engineering economic policies, and they have advanced knowledge and influence over the stock market that they're trading in. So it's obviously a conflict of interest. Shouldn't happen, but it persists. Hey! Dutch police arrest pro-Palestine protesters. Ridiculous.
Calm down.
Fuck you, motherfucker. So much for Western civilization. So much for the right to assemble peacefully. Representative Seth Moulton spent 5 minutes trying to corner CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper today. How many more Americans do we have to ask to die for this mistake? Let's see what he says.
Admiral Cooper, you keep using the term significantly degraded. Last summer, we were told that Iran's nuclear weapons program was obliterated. Can you clarify the distinction between obliterated and significantly degraded?
Congressman, again, I think appropriate to talk about anything regarding the Iranian nuclear program.
No, I'm not asking you to talk about the Iran nuclear program. I'm asking you to talk about English language. What's the difference between obliterated and significantly degraded? Are they the same?
Oh, no answer.
Congressman, anything regarding the nuclear program.
I'm not asking you to talk about the nuclear program, Admiral. I'm asking you to answer a question that applies to a lot of things beyond the nuclear program. You've also said that their ballistic missile program was significantly degraded. What does that mean?
The specific numbers are best, as you know from your own military
President Trump's own national security strategy, which he signed in December, 5 months ago, used the exact same phrase, significantly degraded. So if this was true back then, 5 months ago, then why did we start this war? Was he lying to us then?
Bradley?
Congressman,
Long
from a
pause.
military perspective, anything regarding...
Admiral, are you familiar with General... Are you familiar
it's a
with
big
General
middle
Westmoreland?
finger. It's like, no, fuck you. We control the information. We don't have to tell you shit. That's what he's saying.
I'm very familiar, Congressman.
He's well known for talking about body counts. Now, when I think about you in this war, I always think about how you always got up there and would say everything's going according to plan. So let me just ask, Admiral, where was closing the strait in the plan?
I'm happy to discuss the specific operational aspects.
So did you just not anticipate that? Did you not think that Iran could do that? Or was that part of the plan here?
Congressman,
for 250 years, the Navy has kept sea lanes open and free. Under every previous president, the Strait of Hormuz has been open. So why is it closed under your watch?
Free for who?
Congressman, I've traveled through the Strait of Hormuz probably 100 times.
Oh, you
I'm intimately
been?
familiar with it as a combatant
So
commander.
why is it closed? If you're so familiar with it, did you not
If I may
anticipate
ask-
that Iran
if I may
might...
answer the question, if I may ask with respect, with all due respect. My responsibility as a combatant commander is to lay out all the options, present those to the Secretary and the President. They
Oh,
make
you're
policy
kicking
level
off
decisions.
responsibility to the higher chain of command. I see.
The operational
I
aspect.
see
So,
what's
Admiral,
going on here.
you presented the reality that Iran might
This is
close the strait
what
to
they
the
all
President
do.
and the Secretary of Defense.
Anything that I discuss with respect to
Okay, well, let's
operational
go back to the plan. Where was begging China for help opening the strait part of the plan?
Pete the Feet, thank you for 2 years going strong. I appreciate that. Wow.
So from a military perspective,
There are multiple reports now public that Iran has already reconstituted many of its bombed-out missile sites. Was that part of the plan, too?
those reports are inaccurate.
Okay. I will actually give you credit for regime change. I know that was part of the plan. You've replaced an 86-year-old and
Pete,
failing
2 years is a long time, my friend. Well done. Cheers to us.
health with a fatwa against producing nuclear weapons, with a more hardline guy in his 50s who, in case he wasn't hardline enough, you killed his immediate family. Was that part of the plan? Is that the regime change you wanted?
Congressman, we were given very specific military objectives to degrade
wasn't my
Iran's power
fault.
projection capability. That's exactly what we did.
Okay, so in the course of doing that, you also lifted the oil sanctions on Iran, giving them about $14 to $16 billion. They can buy a lot of ballistic missiles for that. Was that part of the plan? Lifting oil sanctions on them in the course of the conflict? They kill 14 Americans, we lift oil sanctions on them?
Just following orders, exactly.
As you know, sir, the U.S. military does not lift sanctions. That's a policy decision.
You see?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where it was part of the plan.
Wouldn't be my jurisdiction.
On March 5th, you talked about how you built the most integrated air missile defense or air defense system in the Middle East, and yet well into the war you had to ask Ukraine for help with defenses against drones.
That's not accurate.
Okay. What about oil prices, gas prices? Was oil prices going up 56% part of the plan?
Congressman, as you know, from a military perspective, we don't deal in oil and gas prices. I defer to the appropriate authorities within the government.
Okay, so since none of this seems to be part of the plan, what's the plan now? What's the plan now to actually win this war? Because it feels like we're losing. We don't have a nuclear deal.
What?
We don't have the strait open. The president has called for unconditional surrender. Is that part of the plan?
Yeah, he didn't even
Congressman,
mention
we
the
achieved all our military
168
objectives.
schoolgirls.
We're presently in a ceasefire. We're executing a blockade, and we're prepared for a broad range of contingencies.
Well, it doesn't seem to be going well, and I would like to know how many more Americans we have to ask to die for this mistake.
Yeah.
Do you know?
I think it's an entirely inappropriate statement from you, sir.
Gentleman's time.
With all due respect.
With all due respect.
It's not a statement, it's a question.
Sure, not recognized gentleman from Tennessee.
Motherfucker. He says it's not a statement, it's a question, bitch. It's perfectly okay for Admiral Bradley Cooper to demand U.S. citizens to die for Israel. But if we ask him, how many more is it going to take? Oh, that's very inappropriate. Obviously not the crime itself. Here's another Senate hearing, it looks like.
You had an opportunity to go down and talk to...
Guy sounds like me from yesterday.
Ghislaine Maxwell. And then a few days later, she was transferred from a high-security prison.
He doesn't like to open his mouth. He just talks out of the side of his mouth. He's like, I can't be bothered to open my mouth when I talk.
To a very comfortable
I mean, that's
very comfortable.
It's just not true. She was not in a high security prison. She was transferred from a low security
She was 15 years and 10 months. She was basically an adult.
prison to a low security prison. I mean, you're looking at me like that's verifiable.
Well, I don't think at the other prison she had her own room. She had access to a private shower. She could have pet therapy. And
I don't know if any of that is true.
Well,
I'm not
you have to
disagreeing.
understand that's because, according to the Talmud, Ghislaine Maxwell was promised those things 3,000 years ago. It's above my pay grade. I couldn't interfere with God's plan, of course.
But you
it is true, and you should know it, Mr. Attorney
I should know that?
You should know.
Whether an inmate has access to her own shower?
No. This is a person of extra special interest to the President of the United States. He's known her.
President of the United
Why did he
States.
send you down to talk to her?
He didn't send me. I went. But what do you mean? You think President Trump called and asked me to go interview a witness in federal prison? Honestly?
Yes, I do, frankly.
Well,
because you know why?
He didn't.
Because the deal was in. He
I mean,
needed
you can say
somebody
that,
he
but
could
you
rely.
want the
He
truth?
needed somebody he
You
could
want the
rely
truth?
upon. To
You
talk-
want the truth? Oh my God, he's going Colonel Jessup on this motherfucker. You can't handle the truth.
her and say, what would she say if she was asked about Jeffrey Epstein? And
You goddamn right, I gave the code red and I'd do it again.
Perfect choice. And you went down there, and suddenly, Shazam, she's out of what is a more confining situation into a...
You gave her the old razzle-dazzle, didn't you, Todd Blanchberg?
A much more relaxed...
You can't handle the juice. The juice is loose.
Word that I asked her is recorded and available to you to review. If there's criticisms of the question that I asked her, go ahead and make them. But the president did not have anything to do with my choice to go interview Ms. Maxwell. If I wouldn't have went and a career would have went, you would have said, why didn't you go yourself? Just like you expect me to know whether she has access to her own shower.
You
so
should.
I did go.
Everyone in the United States who reads the newspapers knows.
Yeah, would read the newspapers. I had a senator, congressman.
I guess you don't, read things like that. This...
In the shower was Ghislaine washing her ass. Was the pussy clean?
The whole hearing, I think, is exposing something, which is, to me, very frightening. You're a very gifted lawyer. But from my perspective, you have very little faith to the Constitution and the people of America, and you're the president's consigliere.
What?
Your perspective is...
It's another day ending in Y. We're going after people in the Trump administration for being corrupt. I mean, come on.
Completely wrong, Senator.
Well,
respectfully.
I think the facts will prove me right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, well, let's see. We're gonna keep going down on these links here.
For the first time, we can release the top secret document that shows that the Biden administration pressured in 2022 for the Pakistani military to remove the country's democratically elected leader, Imran Khan. The classified document, known as a cipher, shows that State Department diplomats had threatened that Pakistan would suffer greatly if Khan remained in office, but that, quote, all would be forgiven if he was removed in a no-confidence vote. The Biden administration was infuriated over Khan's removal to grant rights for U.S. drone bases in Pakistan, as well as his neutral stance on the Russia-Ukraine war. Following Khan's removal, the Pakistani military has rapidly improved its ties with the U.S., especially with the Trump administration, which is engaged in deals over cryptocurrency and rare earths with Pakistan, while taking Islamabad as a mediator in its war with Iran. We held on to the cipher document for 3 years for security reasons, but we're now releasing it as it's become safe to do so. In addition to being a piece of Pakistani history, the top secret document sheds rare light on the nature of U.S. empire today, where State Department diplomats who champion democracy in public work behind the scenes to suppress democratic leaders who do not go along with their policies.
All right. Moving on. Plot to invade Bolivia. Oh no, we can't. I'm on a Kyle Kulinski embargo. I can't listen to him anymore. Ever since he turned Democrat sheepdog, he's persona non grata. That's it. I'd rather get the information from somebody else who is not so smug and arrogant and condescending to his audience. So fuck that, sir. Thank you. I don't care. It's my stream. I can say whatever I want. These are my opinions. You can disagree. You don't have to like everything I say. I understand that. I'm a big boy. Okay? The thing that really is most essential is that we all agree on the principal issue of the day. We stand on the right side of history. We reject liberalism and neoliberalism. We reject Zionism. We reject Jewish supremacy, the overrepresented aspect, the overrepresentation of Jewish supremacist organizations in our government. That's the heart of the matter. And, you know, how people deliver the message, what their angle is. We don't all have to agree on who's effective and who's not effective and who we like to listen to. It's like musicians, you know. It's people have different tastes, but I have my own, and I gotta rock with that. I gotta own that. So a lot of these hearings, I guess this is from earlier today. I mean, seems to be a lot of what is being posted.
I want to go on to the Epstein investigation. Is it closed or open?
When you say the Epstein investigation, what are you referring to, Senator?
Well, the FBI said
Tiny Hat in the chat, where's he at? Tiny Hat, where are you at? We want to pet your little tiny hat and tell you it's going to be okay. What are you talking about? Why can't we debate a guy who's defending what we consider a war crime? I do. I have. I've done many debates. You can find them on my YouTube page. You dingleberry. Should just because you don't see me debating someone right now, that means I just never do? Why can't you folks? Why can't you grow a spine? Why don't you go and debate people then? Be the change that you wish to see in the world, okay? Don't hate the media, be the media. What do you think I'm doing here? Why did I get all this equipment? Why am I here every day, covering the news, talking politics, sharing ideas, educating, agitating? Hello? What are you talking about? If you've got a tiny hat, drop it in the chat. Drop a tiny hat in the chat. Okay, so that is the Ziobot. Is he not being nice? Oh, God. You guys are so disingenuous, man. Every time. You're like, what? You know, you say something inflammatory or you say something that's supposed to incite and show that you're a petty person, and then you're met with that same pettiness, and then you're like, oh, well, you see, you guys are so disingenuous. Please, save it. We're not here for the gaslighting, okay? We clap back with the energy that we're met with. Those who deserve an argument will get one. But not every fucking one pump chump in the chat that's just sounding off like a keyboard warrior is worth our time, okay? So please. I've spent the bulk of the past 3 years, 4 years almost, debating people, making content that conflicts and contradicts and confronts other people with their own talking points, other influencers, other perspectives, okay?
Last year in July that it had closed the Epstein investigation. So I'm just using their words. Is it open or closed?
I don't believe the FBI said that.
I mean, if you're referring, you're head of the Department of Justice. Is the Epstein investigation open or closed?
But I guess I don't understand what Epstein investigation means.
Don't understand what Epstein investigation means. Wow, you're being really coy, aren't you? When you said Epstein investigation, what did you mean exactly? I don't know what you mean by Lebanese sovereignty. What does that mean? That's exactly what a Zionist said in a debate on some news show. They're like, when you said that she was a child, what does that mean exactly?
I want to go on to the Epstein.
How very Jewish of you. Okay, we saw that clip already. Another ex-Marine exposes Israeli killings. Another whistleblower at the Gaza aid sites, a la Anthony Aguilar. That's good.
You have that green light and you have the red light.
Green light. Green light.
And that's why people have compared it to the Squid Games.
Green light.
Yep, Squid Games. That's crazy, right? Squid Games is like a tame version of reality. This is far worse than anything that could be conjured up in fiction. That's crazy.
Really, it's sick how it's been done. I've been to numerous war zones all over. I've never seen anything in my life.
Epstein? You still talking about Epstein? The guy's been dead.
Like, never in my life have I ever seen anything like this. A young lad has been standing on the berm, messing around, 12 years old. It's insane what was done. It was straight up war crime. It's straight up murder. Everything that was done was by the IDF.
The massacres of Palestinians at aid sites across Gaza stands as one of the more gruesome and cruel episodes in the Gaza genocide. Today, we are joined by someone who witnessed some of these killings firsthand, Dave McIntosh, who was a site manager for a security firm contracted by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Makes Warsaw ghettos look chill. Yeah. It's like a 4-star resort.
Dave, thanks for joining us here at Declassified.
No, thank you.
Oh my goshowitz! Wait, Keir, is that you? I know that profile picture. That's Keir Brown. And you changed yourself. You rebranded as Yasser Acid Fat? Why would you defame Yasser Arafat like that? Come on. That's rude.
It's a pleasure, I say a pleasure, to be able to shed some light on what's happened over there and also give some clarity to maybe families affected.
Dave, you were in the British Army. You were Special Forces operative.
Royal Marines Commando for 7 years.
How did you find yourself in Gaza?
Good question. So after October 7th and the ongoing war crimes ensued, we all seen what happened. I won't beat around the bush, the genocide. So
So he's like, yeah, I'll go work for the IDF as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation foot soldier.
I felt compelled, not just as a former soldier, but as a human, to get out there and help. So since October the 7th, I wanted to get on the ground. I mean, about a year ago now, a friend came to me and said, McIntosh, you're still looking to go to...
Yeah, that's a good point. From Aguilar's descriptions of how the IDF directed them, I really want to hear why this guy hasn't spoken as of yet.
Gaza said, hell yeah, definitely. I didn't know what role. I wasn't sure what role. I said yes. And if there is malpractice going on, that's malpractice from GHF, I'll report it. Or the IDF, I'll expose it.
Okay, we're going to look at some of your footage.
So September, that would have been after Anthony Aguilar came back, and because he was there for the 12-day war during June of 2025, and this was footage from September.
Now, Dave,
so it's pretty close to when the GHF was dismantled ultimately.
This one taken from the site.
That would happen in
This is
October.
from Site 4, yeah.
So this is Site 4, Northern Gaza, the only GHF site for the whole of Northern Gaza, which is the most populated part of Gaza, just above the Nezarene corridor.
Yeah.
What are we seeing here? That's a bank of Israeli soldiers separated by barbed wire.
So
talk me through this scene.
This is a daily occurrence on distros. So every time there's a distribution, they sit there with unlimited amounts of ammunition because they'll pose up there from about 4 a.m. till the end of distro, which is about after 12. And they will just sit there and take pot shots and just keep shooting. You'll have sniper fire, you'll have machine gun, you'll have tank rounds. You'll also have drones going overhead if they see someone at risk. There's no threat. They've got no weapons. We can see this. You don't need optics to tell what's going on. I can only explain it as such as it's almost like a field day.
Dude, that's like that's exactly Squid Games, man.
For them.
Here's
These
July
are people
14th.
that have been starved for 2 years. Desperate, and they're getting shot at.
The key word there, Alex, the key word is desperate. And I'm thinking, first and foremost, why would you come out the rubble to lie up there when you know you're going to get shot at by the IDF? Why would you do it?
Because you're starving to death.
I'm not in their mindset. I'm not eating for days. I'm not witnessing starvation over there. It's unthinkable. I've been to war, but this is unthinkable. The desperation.
And then once they get the food, they're locked out of the north. They can't come back. I mean, I know that he's talking about the one in the north, but I think eventually that was like shut down or something. They forced everyone to go to the south if they wanted food. And then once they went through this like checkpoint, very narrow checkpoint, they could never re-enter the north, which is what the IDF wanted ultimately. They wanted to push them down to the south and be trapped there, so they couldn't return home.
Must have to want to get that aid is crazy. The IDF know this. The IDF know this. So when people say it's a death trap, I'm like, well, you know, I guess it is.
Guy who fucking went there, witnessed it firsthand. He's still like, I guess it might be.
Okay, let's move on to the aid and the aid distribution, how it worked out.
In the video there, I said you will always hear gunfire. Yep. Now, once again, if I repeat myself, I've been to Afghanistan, been Libya, been everywhere. I've been in active war zones. I've never heard as much gunfire and ordnance being dropped as I've seen over there. It's non-stop.
So this is you waiting ahead of the distribution.
Can you imagine?
So I'm setting all the...
Look at these two, it looks like two kids walking together, shoulder and shoulder. And you got these IDF soldiers crouched in the prone position. It's like, I'd be fearing for my life.
Just distro up, getting it all set up, making sure it's all there. And then we say, okay, when we're ready. And then it's the green light, the infamous green light.
Yeah.
Squid Games.
Green light.
So you hear on the radio, green light.
Lord of mercy.
People aren't just walking fast, they're sprinting.
Sprinting. The time, they know that you only got an hour. Thus why it's no dawdling to the site. It's you either get there and you get that aid and you get out. There's no time to wait around. You have that green light and you have the red light. And that's why people have compared it to the Squid Games, that thing, and it makes sense because literally
green light,
it's
red
a living
light,
reality of that.
They probably modeled it after Squid Games. They probably incorporated green light, red light. They're like, oh, these are good ideas. We should implement them in Gaza. Sick fucks.
They've curated that through the time limits, through how they set things up, through the green and red light. It really is sick, and how it's been done.
And you can hear the shots still going off in this one.
Yep.
Insane,
so what they do is, if anyone steps out of what they believe as a safe zone,
it's like if Auschwitz had iPhones. I mean, this is probably nothing like Auschwitz, you know? Who knows? But this seems far worse.
Where the people are running everywhere, they'll fire. Whether they'll fire at them, more time they'll fire over the head, fire at the feet. This is where a lot of the deaths happen.
I'm just saying, it's like a Holocaust, but with iPhones. It can be live streamed.
They're firing.
This is GHF. Yeah?
That'll be GHF. Yeah, that's the UG.
We've got a US flag on the back of his helmet.
So they're all US troops.
And now the people are going over the hill.
Getting there. That's it. And you can tell by the video there's going to be war there, because internal war, because there's not enough to feed even a fifth of that. Now, that's not alone going to get to these people. They're going to get back to the respective families.
It's literally like luring rats into a trap with bait.
Aid isn't given daily. It's meant to be. We try. We have enough facilities. We have enough logisticals. We'll have it ready to go daily.
So
They'll
depressing.
stop us. This is why you get the mass stampedes. They'll stop us. Okay, you're not doing it today. For why? What reason? Oh, just can't do it. This is how they play with us. But most importantly, they play and antagonize Palestinian people. They're sick.
And it's called a distribution site.
Yeah.
And when you think of the word distribution, you think, a friendly NGO worker handing out by, based on what people need, maybe
they're great with their euphemisms.
One per person.
Yeah.
This is not that at all.
No, this is a war crime.
They're leaving it out there. You were not actually doing any distributing. You were just standing back and watching.
This whole thing's a war crime.
There's a report you wrote on the 13th of September, and it has a breakdown of the timings.
Yeah.
Convoy arrived at Site 4 at 7:49 a.m. Convoy departure 8:57. 1 minute later, distribution start 8:58, and then the site cleared 9:39. So that's
bloody hell.
41 minutes.
41 minutes for them to get there. So
hundreds, maybe thousands of
to
people.
run from there to get in and get it out. And that's crazy because that's the window that the IDF kind of give us to distribute the aid. And let's be honest, that 1 hour time window is not because they have to move the troops elsewhere. It's because they want to just make a frenzy. You get in there, get out, and if you don't get out within that hour, then we'll open fire.
There's an organization called Forensic Architecture, and they looked at an average of all the amounts of time that GHF sites were open.
Yeah.
This was between May and July, so before you got there. And the average across all of them was 23 minutes was the average time that it was open.
It's insane, yeah.
So as little as 10 minutes, some of them.
And we're constantly battling with the IDF. No, we need to do it longer. We need to, no, that's it. So there'll be big queues of people that have come for miles. And what they'll do is, even when we've got loads of aid to keep handing, no, time's up now.
Hello, guys. Woo, yes. Hello, hello, hello.
And they have no idea. They're just kids. They have no idea
got
they're
these
being confronted with the enemy.
Kids waving up.
Yeah. There's people and women and children that have queued up. What's so sad, what is so sad, they'll still have smiles on their faces. They'll be a bit angry and they'll walk off and they'll come back next day. I'm like, how is that? You've gone for miles. You see we've still got food, but we can't give it to you. The IDF have said, no, time's up, we're leaving. You can't stay here anymore. It's mad. It's sickening to the core. But what stuck with me is the resilience and the love of the Palestinian kids and the women and the guys. They come here with smiles on their faces, not get aid, be shot at, all this stuff, and come back the next day. It's like, whoa, what must be going on out there that you could come here to this monstrosity and still have a smile on your face? How is that possible?
And there's videos and pictures that you posted of Palestinian kids 4, 5, 6 years old.
Oh my God.
And that's almost half their life.
A lot of them are orphans. The children that come, they come because they don't have a family. They have to come and brave it. And they don't come holding a parent's hand. No. They're coming on themselves. So more likely they are orphans and they hang around and they get the food and they're just thinking, how are you smiling? And you know what's sad actually? Because you know what's sad? The kids are going, oh, they're singing God Save America. I'm like, the hell, it's pretty sad. They were singing God Save America. Oh, cheering in America. I'm like, just because we're getting food and they're nice, they're so welcoming. Yeah, it's not right. Yeah, it's not.
Dude, he's crying about it. That's crazy. Whatever he saw, it really deeply had an effect on him. It's had an effect on us.
Okay, so I work at Site 4, which is near the Nusrat camp. Okay,
so
North
insane.
Gaza. It's heavy activity, heavy bombing from the IDF. And we drive in through all this. As you can see, it's like a Terminator 2 Judgment movie. It's apocalyptic. And what's crazy is, just from a bit of a military background, all this is rebar, heavy concrete. So these buildings aren't built from just a bit of concrete, this and that, a bit of brick. No, these buildings will stand up some heavy ordnance, some heavy bombing. So for them to look like that, they've been mulleted 3, 4, 5 times. It's just a pure act of, I want to demolish this area. And this is a small clip, but that goes on. The whole of Gaza is flattened.
Imagine
a few
breathing
stand-up
that
buildings, but
air.
those stand-up buildings have still been smashed.
So now you're filming.
Yep.
Probably on the way in or out.
This is on the way in.
It's on the way in, so this is early morning.
Early morning, yeah.
So what? Just try and take yourself back to that moment when you're filming this. What are you thinking when you're seeing that?
You're driving into an apocalypse. And the funny thing is, I used to say to the lads, I said, imagine if you was just given a vision of this in the future. You'd think the world had been destroyed by nuclear weapons. You'd think there'd been a nuclear apocalypse. It's literally, I've been to numerous war zones.
It's like the equivalent of 13 nuclear weapons.
All over. I've never seen anything in my life.
The amount of ordnance that's been dropped on the Gaza Strip, it's far surpasses Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Never in my life have I ever seen anything like this. Holy shit.
And so when you're here in Site 4...
Yeah, hellscape is the word to describe that.
Is this an active war zone? As in, this isn't one of the safe zones?
No, it's an active war zone. So this is a misconception as well.
A nuclear event in slow motion, right?
That the IDF work with us, we hate them. The amount of times they fired on us is insane.
The IDF are fucking crazy. Just literally had about fucking 40 rounds on a machine gun, hit that sand berm there. Fucking, I don't know if the dog fucking died. It was splattered up everywhere.
Whether they're firing mortar,
killing dogs
next to our camp, or hitting inside our camp. And this isn't a one-off incident. This isn't a one-off where they shot the dog there, got on comms to the IDF battalion commander of the area. And he goes, oh, it wasn't us. I'm like, are you joking? It wasn't us. You're behind us. Okay, we're trained soldiers. You know where the firing came from. You are the only people, because the area's cleared, who are behind us. Then it happens again. So they're having a laugh with us. They're joking. They're trying to antagonize us also.
The impression that I got from afar was that the IDF and the GHF were working hand in hand on this.
No, they didn't like us.
Yeah.
They are the biggest threat.
That's something that Anthony Aguilar said too. There was definitely like an antagonism between the American soldiers that were hired by the GHF and the IDF. They did not get along. In fact, Anthony, I think, had to like pull rank or at least like defy an IDF's order, and the IDF soldier or whoever, the commander, got really mad at him.
Was more than the supposed Hamas, the biggest threat.
It's just a shoot. That's what I'm videoing.
Let's just, let's go back to that site. And I think the day was the 25th of September.
Yep, 25th September.
And, I think from a distance, you probably witnessed quite a few deaths, but this was one that you witnessed up close. So can you just talk?
Yeah, okay. So it was actually, so I've took the witness statements from two of my UG personnel. Okay. So I'm doing, we'd finished distribution. I'm doing reports of what's happened. What happened was a young lad had been on the berm probably 20 meters outside of camp. Okay, young boy. So everyone's, I'll just paint the picture.
How old roughly?
12 years old. 12 years old. Okay, everyone's cleared off. This is Site 4. Everyone's cleared off apart from the people getting their medical aid. They go away. Then a young lad has been standing on the berm messing around, 12 years old. Now, rules of engagement once again. It's always, you have steps. The guys like, mate, come on. Not so many terms. Go away, go away, go away. You need to go away. Why are you going to clear them off? Because if you don't move, you're going to get shot by the IDF, okay? So he didn't move away. He's still joking around, 12 years old. He could have had any learning disabilities. We don't know. So they've thrown a smoke grenade next to him. Obviously, it's not lethal smoke grenade, just to say, hey, come on, let's go.
So that was the security guys?
That's security, UG guys, okay?
Yeah.
Tried to get him away. And the IDF have a base 100 meters back. Then moments later, they've shot him, sniper rifle 7.62, to his shoulder. Okay, you are not surviving. You're not surviving that, especially a 12-year-old boy. He drops to the floor. Okay, he manages to get up. He gets to the bridge that you see in gets to the bridge. He collapses on the bridge. Then it's 30 minutes before they get to the young lad who's now clearly dead. 30 minutes. I'm not a doctor, but you've got a gunshot wound to the shoulder, 7.62. You've collapsed, 30 minutes, you bled out, okay? So then that's obviously taking him away. I don't know, obviously don't know his name, don't know what happened.
Who took him away?
I don't, it would have been just some Palestinians, that's it.
So it wasn't an ambulance?
No, it wasn't an ambulance, no. It's just a standard, took a salvage vehicle that we got, took him away.
Just have an idea, is it this site you're talking about, and was he in this area here?
So he's around, so this is Site 4, okay? He'll just be standing around there. Just
around there.
That's it.
And then if you go back even further, you can see the bridge.
Yeah, exactly. So managed to get to the bridge. So you're talking 150 meters out.
He's gone from here to there.
Yeah, exactly.
There would have been other guys around that witnessed.
So you have these the most eyes on right here. You have other UG on the other side, but we have optics here so we can thoroughly see what's going on. The guys have reported it, thoroughly seeing what's going on through the optics.
Could the bullet have come from anywhere else?
No, it's only, listen, we're all well-trained, so all well-trained. Like I said, all UG Special Forces, everyone is well-trained. You know exactly where it's come from. You know, it's impossible. The only angle from the shot, the entry wound, the way he's fallen, it wasn't a UG guy, and it wasn't any Hamas who were behind that road, because it's all cleared out by IDF. The only people behind us are the IDF.
And you said it was a 7.62?
7.62 was a sniper round.
Yeah, just tell me what sort of round that is.
7.62,
what sort of damage that can do.
Okay, well, 7.62 will go to take your arm off. It's from that caliber of weapon. Okay, the size of weapon, you're not going to survive that. You're not going to survive it whatsoever. For him to be able to get up and get over there is
definitely got to be careful about showing guns like that.
The 25th, that a Palestinian had been shot at that aid site.
Oh, right. So there was something reported?
It was very brief details. No details of age or anything like that.
It's insane what was done. It was straight up war crime. And you'll see the report. It's straight up murder. So no one said take the witness statements, but I know take the witness statements. A murder has happened. Take a witness statement. So I do a report. I fired up the chain. Then I'm expecting to come back. Let's take the guys in for a full-on debrief and an interview. Nothing happened. Okay, I've reported a murder. Okay, the young boy on site, nothing happened. Now hear me out here. It's like, and I sat and thought about this. I thought, well, what could actually be done? They go to the IDF, you killed a boy, we've not. Okay, well, we've got a report here. You got a video? No. Okay, well, we're going to make it harder for you to even give aid if you carry this on. So it's all well and good saying, well, why didn't your hierarchy do something? Why didn't the ICC do something? Why hasn't Zippin Starmer done something? Why hasn't anyone else done anything? Because they're all, to a certain level, compromised. I'm not sticking up for GHF. No, they should have done something. They should have come back to me and said, get more reporting done on this.
Hey, John, I just want to know, have you tried crying about it? Did you come here to cry? Was that the entire point? What kind of life do you lead that forces you to go into an anonymous live streamer's audience and cry about it? Like, why? You want to come shave my head, John? John? Now, don't be rude, okay? Calling people names is not helpful, John. Do we need to put you in the corner so you can demonstrate that you are capable of behaving like an adult, John? John? Johnny? Come on, Johnny boy. Oh, Johnny. Johnny comes here to brood and seethe and cope about it as he hate watches. That's what's so funny to me. How uninspired are you in your life, Johnny boy? That this is what you find yourself doing? There's nothing in this life that brings you joy, so you have to come to my live stream and insult me? Do you think that I'm gonna feel hurt now? You think this is my first rodeo? Johnny boy? Johnny, I know that you have a hard time with interpersonal relationships. And I know it's tough because you obviously can't express yourself in the real world. That's why you have to compensate and overcompensate. And that's why you get to adopt this online persona where you can be the big man that you fail to be in real life as you hide behind your anonymous online profile and type real angrily on the keyboard. Because you have an opinion, John. What does that say about you, John? I feel like what it says is that you would never act like this in real life, you know? You would never behave like this face to face, would you? You're a completely different person when you're online and when you're offline. And that, my friend, is the definition of a coward. Your behavior changes depending on what room you're in, what convictions you have, what things you say. Come on, John. John, you don't like people and then call them idiots, all right? That's not how this works. I reject your friendship. You're trying to buddy up to me right now. It's not going to work. Okay? You already insulted me. I don't want to be your friend. Okay? Goodbye, John.
Like that, but it didn't happen. But there you go. You've got one young lad there, lost his life. His parents don't know what's happening. Maybe they've got the date, the 25th of September. That was the time. Site 4. Hopefully, you know, you can get back to them when it actually happens.
John, we're talking about important geopolitical matters, and all you can think about is my haircut? Really? It's like it's like talking to a 5-year-old. You don't understand what we're even saying. You're just goo-goo gaga-ing over the person saying it. You can't graduate past the level of sense perception and impressions that we talk about so much on this stream to really get to the crux of the matter. You just want to hurl ad hominem attacks at people that you don't even know, who don't even really know that you exist, John. You're just a name on the screen. Some words.
Happened.
So, I mean, you kind of alluded to this before, but why are you speaking up now?
Yeah, well, there are 2 reasons. There's 2 reasons. One, due to what I witnessed before and what I was able to document, if I can expose these people and see more, has very flirty with the word there, malpractice, see more crimes, then I'll report that 100%. I'd rather be in there, be able to do it rather than it go amiss. That, but most importantly, why I'm doing it now, I just thought because it was going out the window, Palestine was getting forgot about. No matter how horrible the massacre is, something else comes in the media, people forget about it. I'm like, that crime's still going on. There's still children being murdered, but if it's not being reported about, it gets forgot about. So it was just important, right within myself, to expose the crimes now. There's never a right time sometimes, but this was my right time.
You know, you've seen some of the comments on the videos that you put up. I mean, the fact stands that you were paid to be there.
Yeah. Yes.
And so people are saying, you know, you were profiting off the situation.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is that I'm not doing this for a medal. I put my head above the parapet. I'm not looking for a round of applause. I really could not care less. I'm happy that I'm exposing and doing the work I asked God to put me in. Exposing them. And what people don't know, I won't get employed after this. I will not get employed. I'll be blacklisted within certain communities because I've gone against my NDA. Okay? Should not be talking about this, but I don't care. What's an NDA without a moral compass?
And you said you were shocked by what the IDF had done in Gaza. You were a Royal Marine Commando in Iraq?
Yeah, no, I did private security for the Americans over in Iraq, but I've been in Afghanistan for the British military.
So you're in Afghanistan as a Royal Marines Commando. Yeah. You know, there were war crimes committed by our own forces in Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's been documented, yeah.
Why is what's happening in Gaza so much more shocking than what happened in Afghanistan?
Okay, well, from being Royal Marines Commando 7 years, okay, Afghanistan, the Gulf, East Africa, Northern
Dude, even the war criminals are saying Israel's war criming too hard. They've raised the war criminals are raising the red flags.
Ireland, we go off NATO standards of rules of engagement. It's embedded in me. You know, this is my life, going to different conflict zones, humanitarian aid, sometimes training military, okay? They don't even slightly go away from rules of engagement. They flaunt the rules. It is absolutely insane. And they class the Palestinians, they must class, well, I've heard it from the mouths, as animals, and certainly do to be able to do what they do.
And lastly, do you regret going there?
No, not at all. Not at all. You know, I witnessed what evil they did on television. I prayed to go over there and do help. I know I'm going to get chastised for this in the work region, in the military region. You know, the military region don't like this. You're exposing people for, keep it secret. Bullshit. You know, I'm doing what a soldier and any human being should do If you've seen crimes like this, not even close to this, you expose the bastards, you expose them. That is the duty of a soldier and the duty of a decent human being. So I don't care about money, I don't care about further employment, I care about what I've seen and showing the people what's happened over there. And it's beyond revolt, it's beyond disgusting, so I'm damn glad I was over there.
Well, Dave, thank you for coming here and telling us about what happened on those sites. It really is a harrowing.
That's the word I was thinking of too, harrowing. Thanks for that clip.
So now Netanyahu is giving the world the opportunity to protect its own Jewish citizens. Otherwise, we'll have to do it. And all the keyboard Jew haters, we're not going to waste our time on rednecks and hicks who have an average IQ of 70. We live rent-free in your heads anyway.
Oh, okay.
And no need to worry about committing suicide. You've all seen this trend, I assume, of the heroically anti-Israeli stating how...
Is there a genuine, sincere bone in these people's bodies? I think not. It's all cynicism. It's all sadism.
Wink, wink, they wouldn't be committing suicide, suggesting that Israel or the Jews may want to take them out. Yeah, right. Those who are talking about how 2%, or more correct...
Man, I bet this thing went hard last night on the toilet when you were practicing this speech. Keep reading from that teleprompter.
0.2% of the world population controls everything. Well, sorry to disappoint you idiots. We are a bit more sophisticated than that. Give us a little credit. First off, our abilities and technical skills, backdoors to chips and every piece of technology out
Tiny hat detected, opinion discarded.
there that you're using.
Oh yes, don't forget we control all of your little gadgets. We've got our listening devices in your phones. We'll get you. It always sounds like a threat to me.
We know everything about you already. If we did want to waste our time on you, it wouldn't be through suicide. It will be what you least expect, and by someone you would never consider a threat. Like the girl who hit on you last night, or the guys sitting next to you right now in the bar, or seated next to you at a football game. Maybe your doctor, maybe your neighbor. Heck, it could be even your best friend.
This is insane.
We work the long run, and we're everywhere, and we look just like any one of you.
Oh my
Here, you
God.
see?
He's like,
I have this book. I just found this book
it's
of my
just
friend.
confirming all of the stereotypes we have about Jewish people.
David here, who wrote this book. David.
We're everywhere. We look like you, but we're not. We're aliens.
Katz, who wrote this book a few years ago, and you see the pictures, how Jews look like...
Yeah, they don't look like they're indigenous from the Middle East. They look like they're indigenous to McDonald's.
Any one of you. And then you may be surprised about...
That's exactly right. They look like every one of us in the West, because they're not indigenous to the Middle East.
What we can or cannot do. Reminds me of a story a few years ago when I was director of the government press office.
This guy's name is Daniel Seaman. That says it all. Israel admits to having back doors to our electronics because of those chips. But don't worry, they'll send a Mossad honeypot to straighten you out.
There was a journalist from Luxembourg here who didn't really deal with journalism. What we saw was he was doing most of the time was participating in different demonstrations against Israel, in the streets of Israel, in the territories, and always acting against the state of Israel. So we checked to see if he's a political protester. Why are we considering him a journalist? So we looked into his activities and we found that he didn't meet any of the criteria. He was not sent from abroad. He was not paid by a media organization. He did not have more than one piece a week. He was doing nothing but participating in these demonstrations with the left wing in Israel. So we decided to not give him a press card and not have him continue having his visa.
Revoke your press card. The only card we accept is the victim card.
To be present in Israel. And when we did that, I suddenly get a call from my contact in the Israeli security service, the security agency, the Shabak. And they said to us, we want you to give him a press card. And I was surprised. So why do you want us to give him a press card?
I have Jewish fatigue right now. Please shut up, Steinberg. What's your name? Daniel Seaman?
He's a political activist. Give him a press card. He's working for us. I was shocked. So we give him a press card. The funny thing is that about 2 years later, when we had to renew his press card, I get a call from the same contact, and he says to me, If you decide that this year you don't want to give him a press card, it's fine by us. I found out he stopped working with them. Before he was working for the money, it was very exciting for him to work undercover, exposing all of his contacts and all of his relations and everything that those demonstrators against Israel was doing. So with that said, as you
change the name from straight up to shut up,
you can see when I say it could be anybody, it can be anybody.
Shut it down.
It can be Candace or Tucker or maybe even Fuentes. I wonder. What do you think? No.
God.
Speaking of which, my connections at Mossad tell me that
the hand rubbing intensifies.
There are Christmas bonuses ready for all you guys for a job well done.
What the fuck? That isn't that. I mean, that is insane. I've seen a lot of insane shit from Jewish supremacists. That might top it in terms of the messaging. That's just crazy.
Undercover, exposing all of his contacts and all of his relations and everything that those demonstrators against Israel was doing.
So we get it, Shlomo. You guys love blackmail, bribes, and bloodshed. That's your modus operandi. We understand. Through deception, thou art shalt wage war, or whatever the fuck y'all say.
That said, as you can see, when I say it could be anybody,
I just caught a bad case of anti-Semitism watching this guy. And that's Barry Seinfeld saying that, so you know it's real.
It can be anybody. It can be Candace or Tucker or maybe even Fuentes. I wonder.
Wow. You posted this. You thought that I thought that I deleted it. I don't want people getting paranoid and not protesting. I guess just be careful what information. Yeah, we don't get that. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. I'm not scared of him. I don't care what. I do not care what happens. I'm not going to die with any illusions about my world. I'm not going to stop. We are not going to cower before these goons and these ghouls. Mr. Seaman? Are you kidding me? I'm not going out because of Mr. Seaman, all right? Rabbi Seaman can stick a butt plug up his ass, for all I care. Go ahead, listen to my phone. Ooh, ah. Don't be scared of these people.
China's been able to...
That's what they want. They probably do that because they're just trying to foment and sow fear into the hearts and minds of people, make them paranoid, make them small. It's a psychological warfare. They can't take us all down. There's too many. We gotta level up. You know. 12-year-old Palestinian girls aren't scared of the IDF. Why are we?
offset some of the energy shock from the Iran war and the Strait of Hormuz being shut, in part because of its commitment, its shift to renewable energy in recent years, like here in northwestern Gansu province, where this major solar thermal power plant rises out of the desert. You can see streams of light there beaming from these 12,000 mirrors, which move with the sun, redirects that sunlight onto that central tower there, heating molten salt to extreme temperatures. Now, they say in just 1 hour altogether, they're able to generate enough energy.
Yeah, another funny thing is that his name was Seaman. I mean, we're saying Seaman because that's more funny. But his name is Seaman. I don't remember there being a lot of seas in the desert.
For a family's regular use in China for about 40 years. In fact, they say the tower generates enough energy by itself to power the equivalent of Aspen, Colorado for a year.
China maxing, China dubs. Do nothing and win. I can't play that music. It's a copyright strike. What is this? An Israeli drone factory burned to the ground. This is bad, folks. We do not condone damage to corporate property. Are you kidding me? That is terrorism. That is vandalism. This is bad. This is really bad.
You won't have kids growing up feeling there's no God, no one loves them.
Oh my Lord, it's like the people that are so loud, really, they take such license and they really shouldn't. What does she think she's doing here? Why is she speaking like that? Does she think that she's cooking?
The lie of evolution has done a lot of damage.
The lie of evolution.
I can smell her from here.
Evolution? What is that?
Yes. The atheist lie of evolution, saying there's no God, everything evolved. What a bunch of hogwash.
How old do you think the Earth is?
We need to get that microphone treated for hantavirus.
I believe the Earth is about 2,000 years old.
2,000? 2,000?
Let me say this.
She's like, stop talking about that evolution nonsense. The Earth is 2,000 years old. Excuse me? The Earth is younger than the Jews. Wow. So that's what happened.
Come date a 50-year-old tree and it'll date millions of years. It's not a valid
But
way.
2000s wasn't the Jesus.
Sun, all right, when our guys landed on the moon, they figured, they calculated how much moon dust
1,000 years ago when we landed on the moon
would be on the moon's surface if the moon was millions of years old.
Oh my
There
Lord.
was not piles 60 feet of moon dust. They even designed special shoes not to sink in the moon dust.
So she
when
doesn't.
they got up there was less than an inch of moon dust, indicating our moon as we know it is only about 2,000 years old.
Case closed, man. That's it. Wow. She's like, fuck all that evolution nonsense. The Earth is billions of years old. We went to the moon. And that's how we know the Earth is 2,000 years old. It's like, okay, you're going to forgo all of the mountain of historical and scientific evidence and then believe in a conspiracy that we landed on the moon. I mean, we might have. But it's just funny that, like, she's so skeptical of the Earth being more than 2,000 years old, but she's perfectly willing to accept the government narrative that we landed on the moon in 1969. Something doesn't add up.
I'm so tired of this war culture that reveres veterans. Here I am in the D.C. airport, and there is a tribute to the veterans. They're not talking about World War II anymore because that's a long time away, but they are going back to the Cold War veterans, to the Vietnam
Yeah, I
veterans.
mean, maybe the Jews created Earth. That's why it's only 2,000 years.
A country we should never have been in, to Afghanistan, enduring freedom, yeah, a country that we left in the hands
On the first day, the Jews said, let there be Earth.
of the Taliban after 20 years. Iraqi freedom, not a lot of freedom that we brought to the Iraqi people, or Desert
Basically,
Storm.
Kelly Marie, when our guys landed on the moon, they realized Neptune was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
Why is it that we revere this military culture? It is just
People don't talk about colonizing Neptune enough.
so disgusting that we spend $1 trillion of our money that is needed on so many other things. Why don't we have a tribute to the peacemakers? Why don't we have a tribute to the educators? Why don't we have a tribute to the health workers? Or maybe a tribute to those who are trying to get us a clean environment where we can all breathe clean air.
I'll tell you the answer to that. It's because we are a warlike people. A barbaric society. Here's the antiseptic
I
of
feel
the
like
year.
a lot of people don't speak out about things because they don't want to lose opportunities, fame, money, and they don't want to be criticized. But if more and more and more people say something, people won't lose those things. And it's okay to be criticized in life. So be brave because other people's lives are counting on your bravery. And being uncomfortable is nothing compared to what other people go through.
Wise words.
There is no way that chocolate cake is vegan. Have you been wondering what the hell is up with the Cars for Kids scandal? 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. This jingle comes from a radio ad for an organization that collects used cars as donations. Any reasonable person would assume that the proceeds would go back to underprivileged children equally in states where they advertise. But this organization has repeatedly got in trouble for not disclosing information. They have a sister Orthodox Jewish outreach org that operates in New Jersey. Lots of this money goes to this organization and only benefits children on the East.
Chocolate. Why did he have to make chocolate on that? I mean, I know why he did it, but now I just want chocolate. I'm not really paying attention to what he's saying.
Coast. In 2017, a Minnesota attorney put together a report revealing that likely only one child in Minnesota benefited from this program within 2 years. On top of that, a portion of the money does not even go to children. It goes to 17 and 18-year-olds in programs that fund gap year trips to Israel. The jingle has been banned in California as it was ruled to be misleading by omission. And I'm genuinely torn. On one hand, hey, less grating jingle and more reason to critique Israel. But on the other hand, yikes, people are getting anti-Semitic with this. Oh, hey, I cooked that and it was vegan.
Brownies. Let's see. Bioengineered ticks unleashed. All right, another...
So possibly we can use
another man-made catastrophe, completely preventable.
Human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's actually analogs of this in life. There's this thing called the Lone Star tick, where if it bites you, you'll become allergic to meat. I can sort of describe the mechanism. So that's something that we can do through human engineering. We can kind of possibly address really big world problems through human engineering.
The CIA is and Fauci.
Larry Johnson,
they were the head.
right.
Fauci was the head of the DARPA's bioweapons program, and the big thing is you create these viruses, and then you create a vaccine to counter them, and that's what COVID kind of turned out to be. But there was more to it than that, but that's definitely what it was. And so they've also invented, it's come to everybody's attention, and that Lyme disease was also invented in a lab and put in ticks. And as Dylan Radigan told us on this show, he was bitten by a tick that made him allergic to red meat. And that's another bioweapon. So it's so if you're in a war and the soldiers get bitten by a tick that makes them allergic to red meat, they get violently ill when they try to eat, and then they die. And then so that's how you win that war. So I just want to show you this because there's a lot of stuff happening right now with these ticks. And this is from Tucker Carlson's network.
The cases of Lyme disease are going up. The CDC estimates there are 500,000 cases a year. That's on average 1,300 people a day.
Where do we think this came from?
Lyme disease wasn't a problem till the peak of the biological weapons program in the U.S., the mid-70s. These three freaky diseases showed up: Lyme arthritis, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and then there was a parasite called Babesia.
So you have a cluster of these previously rare diseases right across from the U.S. government's biological weapons testing facility. Is that what you're saying?
This is the perfect stealth weapon. It's poor man's nuke.
It's hard to digest all of this. It's just so evil.
We can't control nature. And if we're going to play God and make these new germs inside ticks, there could be blowback, unintended consequences, and that's what I believe could happen.
So that's a definite. There's no, but what's people are reporting recently is that this has been ramped up and that they're being dropped in fields and farmland across America, millions of ticks in boxes. And here's a bit.
This just sounds so Jewish to me.
Bit of a video of one of them.
I'm out here mushroom hunting, and I found, there it is right there, the tick box. I'm not going to touch it because there's ticks all over that thing. I know there is. Look at them crawling out of it. Millions of them. You can see.
Nuke it.
So that's what people are reporting.
Nuke the
not
tick
just
box,
this one
rock the Casbah.
Report, but all over the place. People with horses who take care of horses saying we've never seen anything like these ticks. And here is someone saying that they think it's coming. They caught a helicopter dropping this stuff. Let's watch.
We have no clue who these people are, what they're doing, but they're on our fucking top field. Who the fuck?
What the fuck?
Look at all these
hell he's doing.
Literally in our top field. Oh, there they go.
What's up with the music?
So that was back
that?
two times they made that trip into that farm. And I just want to let people know, in case you think this is crazy, Robert Malone, who was the doctor we brought on this show.
Where the fuck is Larry Johnson? Is he going to talk?
At the beginning of COVID, and everything he said about the vaccine and COVID turned out to be 100% correct, which is why the establishment.
Robert Malone confirmed radioactive Lone Star ticks were released upon Americans, and over the last several years, there's been a surge in tick-borne meat allergies from, you guessed it, the Lone Star tick. This man in the video is a WEF bioethicist named Matthew Liao, who in 2016 talked about making humans allergic to meat through human engineering so they wouldn't eat as much. You will eat less meat and you will be happy.
Big Pharma bought media, had to discredit him, but he owned several vaccine patents, and he developed the mRNA platform, not the COVID vaccine, but the platform that was built on. And so he's confirmed that radioactive Lone Star ticks were released upon Americans, and over the last several years, there's been a surge in tick-borne meat allergies from, you guessed it, the Lone Star tick. This man in the video is a WEF bioethicist named Matthew Lau, who in 2016 talked about making...
Bro, I'm trying to get caught up on this, man. Come on now.
...humans allergic to red meat through human engineering so they wouldn't eat meat so much. So I just want to play this for you.
So one is that people eat too much meat, right? And if they were to cut down on their consumption on meat, then they would it would actually really help the planet. But people are not willing to give up meat. Yeah, some people will be willing to, but other people, they may be willing to, but they have a weakness of will. They say, wow, this steak is just too juicy. I can't do it. I'm one of those, by the way. So, but so here's the thought, right? So
steak is too juicy. Oh, I see what's going on here. You're making a Jewy steak.
Turns out that we know a lot about, we have these intolerance to, for example, I have milk intolerance.
We can't eat meat because of economics, sir.
And some people are intolerant to crayfish. So possibly we can use human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's actually analogs of this in life. There's this thing called the Lone Star tick, where if it bites you, you'll become allergic to meat. I can sort of describe the mechanism. So that's something that we can do through human engineering. We can kind of possibly address really big world problems through human engineering.
You hear that, kitty boy? Looks like kitty cat's gonna be on the menu from now on. Oh, it's okay. No, you've got 4 legs. You don't need all of them. Me, on the other hand, I need my protein.
So, you don't have to agree with this. Climate change is a scam, and it's used to do stuff like that to people.
Yeah,
and it's there it's a total scam. People have no idea, and so this seems to be our own government and being controlled by an international global billionaire class.
Peter, I heard you the first time. Thank you.
The WEF globalists.
If that's true, I don't like that Jimmy's glazing Joe Rogan. Okay. I don't agree with everything that Jimmy Dore has ever said, but we're just watching this video, okay? We're learning about the ticks. There are chicks with ticks.
The people who really run things, your congressmen don't run things. Your president has a boss, which is obvious through this Iran war. And some of the bosses are people like Bill Gates, right? So now Bill Gates funded research into genetically engineered cattle ticks. Now 450,000 Americans have red meat allergies from alpha-gal syndrome caused by tick bites. And I like this meme. How does a guide to get to block the sun, cover your organic fruit in film, insert fake meat into the supply chain, bioengineer mosquitoes to release vaccines without anyone's consent or approval, and not be called a supervillain? So what the hell is going on, Larry? Why is our own government and the billionaire class at war with people? What is the point of this, them doing this, besides bioweapons to be used in war? Why are they inflicting it on our own population?
Well, again, it gets to the heart. You always go back to the money. I always say follow the money.
Yeah.
And, the fact that this entire industry that's been built around, we can't figure out, is it global warming or is it global cooling or is it global climate change? And say, I grew up recognizing that, climate changes. It's a dynamic system. It's not a static system. But this attempt to engineer it, and let's add another dimension to this. Why did the CIA and the Department of Defense have over 20 biolabs in Ukraine? What were they doing? And again, this it goes along with this line. You want to, if you can genetically engineer things.
Dude, Dr. Evil only wanted $1 million. Of course, he's not this evil.
That it can damage a target a particular population. Now, again, the whole premise on this is that if we get people to stop eating meat, then there's less cows, less cow farts, less, supposedly, reducing cow flatulence will improve the climate. It's such nonsense.
That's actually, that's what they say.
This is where you get the people would have these enormous fortunes.
Look over there, guys. It's the cow farts that are really the troubling thing about this political economy.
Able to fund operations like
something that's been happening for millions of years, of course. Suddenly it's a problem.
That it sounds like something out of a Hollywood script, but the evidence supports it, and that's where you have to come back and say
producer Berg is the same person that's behind all this, so it that checks out that it sounds like a Hollywood script.
What the hell was the CIA doing in Ukraine with the Department of Defense? You don't need biolabs. That was never, that's only if you're conducting an operation that has an ultimate goal of turning those bioagents into something offensive.
Come see me on.
Okay, some of you are not convinced. Obi-Wan's not convinced about all this, so, I'm not either. Just an FYI, chickens and guinea fowl eat a fuck load of ticks. You can raise them and house them together also like I do. Okay, Kelly Marie, so you're the chicken coop lady, huh? You better not be swinging those chickens, Kelly. Kelly, if I find out that you're swinging chickens in your free time, I'm going to be very, very upset with you. Ball will not be pleased. That's a good clip of Anthony Blinken getting clapped in public. Freedom Flotilla, God
I'm war.
Surfer.
Help me kill. All you have to do is do nothing. Don't protest. Don't write your congressman. In fact, you can do me a favor. Don't even think about me. I'm war. Help me kill.
Wow, that got dark.
Thank you.
Fucking direct result of your leadership! Your leadership!
Oh, she's like, fuck. This is the San Diego mayor, Todd Gloria, who has spent the last years dehumanizing Palestinians, spewing Israeli propaganda, and gets called out by a resident in the wake of the terrorist attack at the Islamic Center of San Diego.
For how long? You have to fucking listen to them, Todd.
Come on, Todd.
It's golden science propaganda, and you'll keep doing it as long as it lines your fucking pocket.
Yeah, you fuckstick. What she said. I'm serious.
Worse approval rating than a fascist.
Look at that, getting dressed down in the public eye. I love that shit. What did she say? She shit his pants? What?
Than a fascist dictator with shit in his pants.
Shit in his pants. Nobody shits my pants. I do. I am. If anybody's gonna be shitting my pants, that's gonna be me, folks. Who shit my pants? He's still not talking. He's deeply upset.
Today our city was shaken.
He didn't say a goddamn word. It's like when a criminal, like when a person's guilty of a crime and they're sat down in the interrogation room, they're read their crime to them, and they say nothing. It's like, okay, that kind of means you're guilty, usually, psychologically speaking, because if you're caught, you're not going to protest. Whereas somebody that's innocent would be like, excuse me, you're saying some very crazy stuff about me, and that's not who I am. You know, people that are innocent start crying out and defending themselves. He didn't do any of that shit, did he?
Wrath, you skipped this way too soon. The first half is what you'd expect, and then she completely shatters Zionist narratives and vows revenge for the blood of the martyrs.
Okay. Okay, fine. You're saying that I did something wrong for this because I didn't watch enough of this? Now it says this video is unavailable. How you like them apples? Okay? You fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you, sir. We saw that already. Did we see this? Yeah, we saw that too. Okay, I think we're caught up. I done got caught up, y'all. Oh, let's see, we got more? Y'all been posting more shit?
Shabbat Shalom, Kentucky.
Shit.
Israel's
Fuck yeah.
bagged themselves another politician, but there's a couple silver linings here and some lessons to be learned. For one, Thomas Massie lives to fight another day. All they did was buy his seat, and we made them pay $30 million for it. So I'd call that a win, you know? Because if Massie had pulled that off, they probably would have fucking Charlie Kirked him. So then we wouldn't have a 2028 option. We need to learn a lesson from Iran on this one.
This is every chud that trolls my content. This is what they look like. They got the hat, they got the aviators, some white dude, but he's actually spitting facts, so I should be more lenient.
Right, their missile math. They were throwing $20,000 drones at us, making us shoot $40 million fucking missiles at them. We need to throw a whole fucking gambit of $20,000
language, please.
America First candidates at them and make them start paying for every single election like this.
Oh yeah, man, rock and roll, brother. We've seen this before. We've seen all these links. Why do you share stuff we've already watched? It's because you're not actually paying attention on stream, okay? It's because you're not a consistent viewer, okay? If you were, you wouldn't be redundantly sharing links of stuff that we've already watched. Shame on you. Okay, so
Ed Galrine.
I stand corrected. Ed Galrine. What was he sounds like Ed Gein. Ed Gein has won his his representative seat. This is the guy that beat Massie, his talk, that crowd. Just compare this to Massie's speech we watched earlier. I wasn't even sure if Ed Galrine existed. To me, I thought he was just a figment of the Epstein class's AI imagination. But apparently he does exist, and this is his acceptance speech.
His victory speech starting now in Kentucky. Let's listen.
And then the left will make its stand. It will bring its craziness to our borders.
Thank you, folks. I just have a few remarks. Can you hear me okay? They're good, and I speak fluent Kentuckian. But I start with God is good. Amen.
Why is there a noise gate on the
Now,
microphone?
some folks, I want you to bear with me. It might not make sense to all of you, but it's a long way from a family.
Well, we've got another fire alarm going off. Apparently Mossad has hacked into the mainframe. They're trying to disrupt the stream. Make sure you tap that like. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. By the way, while I'm thinking about it, because I see some people of you in the chat are posting about it, but I am close to 100,000 subscribers on the channel, and I want to say thank you so much to my community for sticking with me through the years. We're on our 3rd YouTube page, and it's taken a lot of work to get here, and I just want to say thank you for that. And also, I appreciate the support, trying to get people to subscribe so we cross that threshold.
Farm on the river bottoms here in Kentucky.
The
Standing
river
in front of you here tonight as the Republican nominee for Kentucky Congressional District 4.
Good boys.
The winner of the race tonight is not so much Ed Gowrine.
It's the Kentuckian
I'll come back
people.
to that. But it's the Republicans of Kentucky Congressional District 4 and their families who I will be a champion for in Washington. They're the winners. I want to thank a few folks, and bear with me, I'll keep this short.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Saeed, we've been streaming for hours, bro. Where have you been? I don't know if you're going to be able to pass today's quiz, honestly. It remains to be seen.
I want to thank President Trump for his support, his endorsement, and his counsel as I navigated this campaign, which is a journey.
Come on, you guys. Can y'all adjust the gain or the feedback on the microphone? Come on.
Good self.
Republicans are such awful sound engineers.
And for his courageous leadership of our nation at this
You're thinking of changing major anyway? Oh, changing your major. I see. A little college humor from our resident bathroom joke teller. Well, what would you change your major to? Goyim studies?
critical time. I want to emphasize that. This critical time and juncture in history. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I live to serve Israel.
I want to thank my family that have endured this campaign in many ways that have been so unfair to them.
He was confused.
I want to thank
about
my
his
team
shot.
back here, and this is some of them here. Round of applause. Now, we got a saying on the farm, the family farm.
My audio is fine, Peter Joshua, man with 2 first names. How's your audio, bucko? We got a saying on the farm in Kentucky. There's a saying in Kentucky. Probably in Kentucky. It goes like this. Jew me once, shame on me. Jew me twice, play ball.
It's a contact sport. I can tell you that campaigning is one as well, isn't it, folks? A lot of talent back here. I want another round of applause for my team. Not only the ones in here, but I see them out there as well. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for what you've done. And thank you for what you do. Can I take a minute and also
thank you for
thank
what
my
you
teachers
what you
all the way
do.
back to Miss Harden at St.
Oh my
St.
God.
Paul, Sister Mary Dorothea.
My 3rd grade teacher back in St. Paul.
Sister Mary Fulgence, Coach Walt Heath from Franklin Simpson just sent me a note, and I could go on, but the kind of people that shaped me into the young man I was and never realized till so many years later, you know, what they'd done, including my FFA teacher, Mr. Hammers, World War II veteran sniper. Wonderful man, humble as the day is long. I want to thank my teammates from FFA, that's Future Farmers of America, for you out-of-towner folks. That's a big deal in Kentucky, okay? FFA. To football, to SEAL team, and the Joint Special Operations team that I've served on all over the world. Thank them, for they made me the better person that I am. And the more I was promoted, the more awards I got, the more humble I came. Now my focus is on advancing the president's and the party's agenda to put America first and Kentucky always. I'm going to keep this simple because, again, I
All
speak
right,
fluent
Cotton Eye Joe.
Kentuckian. Because for the same reasons I joined in 1983 to serve our nation. Remember, I didn't join to be a Navy SEAL. I joined to make a difference. And being a Navy SEAL was the path to do that. Weren't no books or movies, never met one. I learned to swim in the Ohio River.
I
That's
never
still
met a
valid.
book. I'd never met a book in my life.
But that's what I did on the farm. Would have got a whooping had I found out at the house or I did that. But for the same reason, I
Would've
entered as
got
a
a
Navy
good
SEAL
old
officer in 1983 because I
classic
had the
whooping.
audacity to think I could make a difference. And I did. I will serve
Goddamn
this
it.
district, my party, and my nation with that
Oh,
same
goddamn.
audacity to make a difference.
Audacity,
for
I
them,
can barely
their
say it.
families, our district, our party, and our nation. God bless America. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for coming tonight. Thank y'all.
Cotton Eye Joe is Swedish?
USA.
I don't believe it.
USA. Thank
USA. Yeah. Sure. Say the thing.
Can we get some more of that Brooks and Dunn?
All
Remember in
right
Kentucky,
now,
we
yeah.
got both kinds of music, country and western.
Okay. We've
Sound
been
like he-
watching, what?
And he farted just as he left. Imagine that. Israeli detonations devastate rock hyrax habitats. Oh, what a cute little bugger. Is that the noise that he's making? Oh my god. The hell? What is that thing? What's that thing called? The hyrax. Somebody needs to tell that hyrax he's due for a dentist appointment. Might need some dental work. Definitely could use a toothbrush.
Palestine is a country that's currently being occupied by a bunch of Jewish people. That is literally a fact.
Who's the first Palestinian king?
Who cares?
Who's the first Palestinian king? Who's the first British president? There is no such thing. What's your point, little Jewish man with a tiny hat?
Who cares? Palestine factually.
You do not like my hospital? My hospital powers are supposed to work on you.
Who gives a fuck?
A king doesn't make.
Who cares? A king, like, dude, the people there have been there, like factually, they've been there, and then like a bunch of Jewish people left, right? Then a bunch of European Jews come back, and then remove the people that were already there to establish.
He's trying to explain ethnic cleansing to a Jewish man. Come on.
Am I looking from Europe? Like, who cares? Who cares? Why? So
He's like, but according to the Talmud,
why can't Palestinians just like also be a part of Israel? Like, why does it have to be specifically and only for Jewish people? Like, are Palestinians like subhuman?
because the Talmud, they told us. Because 3,000 years ago.
I mean, it actually is.
Because my puppy was turned into a lampshade in the holly.
It actually is. Why is the West Bank in Gaza? Like, why do those things exist? Like, do you think the Gaza Strip is always
Literally, his grandmother is a bar of soap, and you're laughing?
Why do you think so many Palestinians got moved to the Gaza Strip? Like, you're saying it's not an ethno state, but factually everyone there is either Jewish or is second-class citizens. This is really a fact.
So it's not true.
Yeah, he's like, factually. I like how he keeps going back to factually. This is just how it is.
You know that the Arabs in Israel get more rights than me.
They do not have any fuck. What are you talking about? You're just saying shit. You just fucking saying shit. But they physically, they have more Arab.
That is a fact.
Arabs and Palestinians.
Y'all are fucking idiots. Man, I wanted that to keep going. I was getting excited.
I think technology in and of itself you cannot say is good or bad. I think you have to look at technology neutrally. I think what we do with technology, you can jump in now.
What did I just say? What did I just say that was just so unhinged for your virgin ears? I need to know, Ice Cream Emperor. The Emperor of Ice Cream.
No, I disagree.
I'm so sorry. But technology is never neutral because it's not God-given.
Was that Mike Pence? What was that? Why did I just see Mike Pence?
Of itself, you cannot say is good or bad. I think you have to look at technology neutrally. I think what we do with technology, you can jump in now. I disagree.
That is Mike Pence.
I'm so sorry. But technology is never neutral.
Mike Sixpence, none the richer.
Because it's not God-given. We designed it. And we designed it to do something.
I agree.
So, for example, it would never occur to you to cook with a gun. It's not made for that.
Very good.
It's made to threaten or kill.
Yes.
And there might be a function in that, but it's not neutral. And when you design AI to extract all value without
Oh, it was the grandma's a bar of soap. That's what did it. That's the straw that broke the camel's back. For Mr. Ice Cream Emperor. Come on, if we can't say our little jokes, then what's this all about?
to surveil on a mass scale, that is not neutral. And every surveillance tool is not neutral. Surveillance is made to control. And we're social beings, so what do we control? We control other human beings.
I agree.
Okay, so you agree that technology is not neutral.
So I think we are 100% on the same page. Let me just maybe go into the nuance. Sure. That's fine. Let's see. I think at the end of the day, a knife is a knife. If you look at a knife, it could be a butter knife, it could be a knife that I'm using for decoration like a katana, or a knife that I'm going to use at war. The knife in and of itself cannot be good or bad. It's the telio of the human. It is what the humans decided to have as an intent when they designed the knife that led to it doing what it does, right? So
it's like Shakespeare, nothing is either good or bad, only thinking makes it so.
I think where I'm coming to is technology, whether it's AI or electricity or a knife, really is determined by the humans designing these technologies.
I mean, that I would agree with. That's not... Let's go back to her answer for a section. For a second. Sorry, not...
I'm so sorry. But technology is never neutral because it's not God-given. We designed it. And we designed it to do something.
I agree.
So, for example, it would never occur to you to cook with a gun. It's not made for that.
Very good.
It's made to threaten or kill.
Yes.
And there might be a function in that, but it's not neutral. And when you design AI to extract all value without consent, to surveil on a mass scale, that is not neutral. And every surveillance tool is not neutral. Surveillance is made to control.
I mean, I think they're both right, you know. I want to surveil and control the Epstein class. I want to use all this technology, all the stuff that was innovated by good people like yourself, like myself, the people that are in the same class, the same socioeconomic conditions that use labor to acquire things that they need to continue surviving in this world, in this economy. I want us to use this technology for our own interests, our own self-serving, yes, self-serving interests. And I want to undermine the class that has the power over these things right now, because they're using those things against us. Well, I want to use it against them. We have to, that's why it's called the dictatorship of the proletariat, not the friendship of the proletariat, not the showmanship of the proletariat. It's the dictatorship. We're here to exact control over the economy, over the political establishment, and we're here to undermine the privileged rights of the capitalist class, aka the Epstein class. However you want to think about it. There's obviously a separate class of people who are ideologically, economically, culturally opposed to your flourishing as a human being, to your own dignity. We want to undermine those people. We want to say that they can't do those things. The only thing that gives them that identity is the fact that they can do those things. That's their identity in this world. That's their function. That's their role. We want to undermine that function. We want to put a stop to that function. We want to abolish those roles. We want to abolish the class system. And the only way to do that is to literally deprive these people of their privileges. They've violated the social contract. Therefore, their humanity has been revoked. So just replace the capitalists with AI? No, that's not. We're abolishing the capitalist class, the class of private ownership. The Jewish supremacist class of private owners and managers and banksters and executives, the C-suite class, the ones that wield institutional leverage over our lives. We don't want to have robots as rulers. We want ourselves, our class, to rule. Why is it so hard to understand, you know? That's actually, if you think about it, dictatorship of the proletariat is just actually existing democracy. It's the authority of the public majority to implement government policies and have control over the economy. You mean in the meantime? I mean in the meantime, I want our class to be in control. I want to abolish class altogether ultimately. But in the interim, I want in the present conditions, the fact that we are embroiled in a class war, like it or not, you don't get a chance or a choice not to fight the war, or, you know, just your existence is political by nature. You have a very definite way of acquiring things that you need to survive, and that spells out what your political ideology should be.
I want to play a clip from one of the most bizarre interviews I did while filming my documentary, Everyone is Lying to You for Money.
How much have you donated to politicians?
So, guy's jerking off. What is he doing there? He's shaking.
I don't remember I can get back to you on that. I don't remember the latest figure off the top of my head.
Like a round number?
Ballpark.
That's right, Said. We only need 2 classes, and one of those classes is this class. The classroom that we're in right now, right? Because I'm your teacher, and you are my humble servants, my goy servants. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I would never. I would never. We're all equal here, okay? It's true. We're all on equal footing.
Son, you really need to... Okay, got it, yeah.
We have to remember that Said is a monarchist, okay? He's literally Arabian royalty.
Sam Bankman-Fried. When I talked to him in 2022, Sam was supposedly one of the 100 richest people in the world, and he was giving a lot of his money to politicians.
And he was the hottest, too. Look at him.
At the time, I couldn't figure out why Sam was hedging. After all, it was
hedging. He's edging now in a jail cell. We already watched that, so I'm not going to watch it again, okay? Thank you for your clip, but no thank you.
Yo, what's up? I'm the Jewish Hammer. This is my first time in Scrapper.
The Jewish Hammer? I thought the Jewish Hammer was Randy Fine. No, he's the Hebrew Hammer.
Yes, out.
Cannikin 170.
The Hebrew Heifer, more like. That's what Max Blumenthal calls him.
This is just a test.
I am the Jewish Hammer. No, Said is not Persian. Okay, we know that for sure. He's an Arabian king. Jewish Hammer. Oh, money shot. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, wait. Can we slow that down? I'm going to come. Oh, my goodness. That gave me joy. Thank you for breathing life back into me.
I'm here tonight to tell you there is a new breed of
the Jewish Hammer, more like the Jewish nail, am I right?
Christian that says, along with you,
what kind of hammer gets nailed?
For Zion's sake.
Zion, 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 Zion. Are you a Zionist? 1,000%.
They're so ugly. I knew when he said Zion, Zion, Zion like that, I knew that I was speaking to a Zionist. They're so loud, obtuse, arrogant, in your face, smug, cynical, contemptuous, condescending, sadistic, of course. There's not a fucking genuine bone in these people's bodies. They're just there to fucking rub it in our faces. Yeah. We're like, maybe you should stop murdering children. Zionism.
And Jesus is one too.
It is the mission of the church to come.
Money makes people do funny things, okay? When you see people gesticulating on stage like this, What is animating this person? You know, you gotta ask. It's part of that cognitive development that we're talking about. It's like crazy man acting crazy on stage. He's a pastor, whatever. He's a Christ cuck pastor. But what explains this kind of behavior? And then you find out, you know, they're funded by some Jewish supremacist organization. He's getting paid a lot of money to promote Zionism in his speeches, in his sermons.
And Zion!
And that's what's behind it. That there's no other thing that could explain it except that he's getting paid to act like this.
You a Zionist? 1,000%.
He's like Lindsey Graham singing for his supper, man. 1,000%. I'm a Zionist. Oh yeah. Woo! He's laughing all the way to the bank. He's thinking about his bank account when he says this shit.
And Jesus is one too.
It is the mission of the church to comfort and to bless the Jewish people.
I say as a Christian, it should be mandated to go to Israel before you get to heaven.
The day we stop blessing
Yeah, that's what the money tells you. You got to go where the money is.
Israel will be the day God stops blessing.
Everybody that's being paid to promote this, they have to couch it in religious language.
The United States of America.
The United States of America. Excuse me. Oh, man. Can we go back to that Jewish hammer getting pegged?
Yo, what's up? I'm the Jewish Hammer. This is my first time in the scrapyard. Hope I have fun, and I hope I don't gas out.
Canakin 170. This is just a test.
Oh, gotcha. It's like literally his first. Finish him. Oh, God, I could. And then he gets up and plays violin. Gets his head wrong. Damn, that was fun. It was like it's the first time he's all defensive. He's taking the leg kicks. And then he's like, all right, I'm going in, and it's over. As soon as he goes on the offensive, bam, baby. It's done. Out like a light. Justice was served. Justice was served, in fact. The justice was so justifying it became justice. All right. Let's see. Where are we at now? Should we take in a little podcast just as a treat? Let's see what Scott Ritter's on about 3 hours ago.
Former UN weapons inspector, U.S. Marine Corps.
I'm going to take a little trip to the boys' room. I'll be right back. I've got to drain my colostomy bag.
Intelligence officer and a prolific author. So thank you very much for coming on the program. We appear to be entering very dangerous times. That is, the attacks on Russia are now intensifying. We saw massive drone attacks on Moscow over the weekend, and before we logged on now, I saw that drones were also entering the space around St. Petersburg, very far away from Ukraine, I would add, to the extent they had to shut down many of the flights going out of Pulkovo. To what extent is the West involved in these attacks?
Let's make it absolutely clear, if it wasn't for Western involvement, these attacks would not be taking place. The technologies being used are developed by the West for Ukraine. The intelligence information is provided exclusively by the West for Ukraine. The manufacturing is done outside of Ukraine to avoid Russian interdiction. Again, this is not an example of Ukraine escalating against Russia. This is the collective West escalating against Russia. This is, a reflection of the reality that, NATO is actively engaged, or NATO nations are actively engaged in combat operations against Russia that is basically, achieving, an existential threat to the, survival of Russia.
Well, let's see. In Europe, there's a lot of talk about the need to bring the war to Russia. There's a lot of talk about mass producing long-range weapons to strike Russia. I guess, when did they cross the point when for Russia to do nothing is more dangerous than hitting back, I guess, because we seem to be crossing this, well, if we haven't already, we would cross it fairly soon, it seems.
No, it's been crossed a long time ago. We have major Western nations, Germany, France.
That is a big-time cheer from our resident patron, our resident greaser, the oil baron himself, Saeed. Thank you, my friend. Everybody clap for Saeed. Can we get a good crowd clap going for our resident greaser? Come on, let's clap it up. I said clap. Clap, damn it. Thank you. Nicely done. It's really nice. It's nice of you to be so nice to Saeed, because Saeed's a very humble man, you know. A lot of people don't know this, but Saeed actually had a really troubled past. He wasn't always this gracious. Early on in his adult life, sadly, I mean, he was convicted of murder. Falsely, wrongfully, in fact. They got him for the murder of his first wife, which, you know, that's not how it went down. He was actually he was innocent. And he spent 19 years in a federal penitentiary where he befriended another inmate by the name of Red. And they had a long-lasting friendship, so many memories. And in all that time, he was so intent of breaking out of the prison. And after 19 long years, digging through miles of tunnels underground, going through sewage and all this gross, disgusting, vile shit, literally, he finally came out the other side and he was a free man. And that's when he escaped to Mexico. And he got a boat. And he waited there for his friend, Red, by the beach when Red finally got out of prison. And they lived happily ever after that. It's a beautiful story. And not much is known, really, about Saeed's past, but that was a big part of it. Yeah, the name of the prison was Shakshuka. That's right. How did you... Oh, that was Saeed that said that. Yeah, of course, he would know. He did have Mozart in his mind. That's right. It's funny that you mentioned that, because at one point there was actually like this prison rebellion, and Saeed like actually led the rebellion, and they got control over like the guard tower, and he found like a record of one of Mozart's arias, and he played it over the loudspeaker to the rest of the prisoners. It's this beautiful moment. He could probably tell you about it, you know, if you sat him down. But anyway, that's just one of those things, you know. Nightly feature, the Rathbone backstory. There you go. Saeed's backstory. He really is. He's very amazing. And he's a free man now. And he didn't murder his wife. His first wife, I should say. I mean, obviously he's in a beautiful relationship with his now wife. And they've got beautiful children. Big, happy family. So he was able to turn it around, you know, despite going through literal hell. They're very canon. They're dare I say, canonical, if you will, maybe, even. That's right, Malagat. I see you're here too, lurking, as you do. Good to see you. All right, let's go back to this podcast, and thank you to Saeed for that big-time cheer.
Great Britain and others openly articulating the necessity to engage Russia and open armed conflict by the end of this decade, 2029, 2030. We now have Pistorius, the defense minister of Germany, openly saying that Russia is our enemy and we need to prepare to go to war. And now they're preparing the weapons of war specifically to conduct long-range strike missions inside Russia. So
maybe I'll make a movie one day called The Shakshuka Redemption.
I mean, again, I'm not a Russian leader, and there's a good reason why I'm not. A, I'm American, and B, you wouldn't want me to be your leader because we'd be at war with Europe right now. I'd be launching preemptive strikes. I'd be taking out production facilities. I'd be destroying decision-making centers, and I'd be implementing in full effect the Karaganov doctrine.
Well, it appears though that, it's very strange if you listen to the rhetoric 4 years ago, the caution and something that sounded like rational arguments and concern about being participants in the war. Where
I mean, should we have watched that? I'm not sure.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy.
Let's go back. Jeffrey Sachs? Maybe we could watch Jeffrey Sachs. This is earlier today.
Undeclared wars.
Israel on the Brink. That's the name of Ilan Pappé's new book about Israel. That's interesting. On the brink of what? Please let it be collapse, please.
I know you're traveling and am deeply appreciative of your time as always. What did President Trump achieve by his trip to China?
Well, he avoided any disasters. He didn't make a fool of himself. He didn't make threats that the United States couldn't.
Dude, you had a perfect opportunity to say ball, but you went with butt. Come on.
Carry out. He went and accomplished nothing, which under the circumstances is pretty good these days. Usually we're accomplishing negative things. I don't think he set back any cause during this trip. It was in one way inconsequential, but that by itself is actually big positive news these days because the United States has been digging itself deeper and deeper into a hole, and I don't see any damage that he created on this trip.
Did he really think, well, who knows what he thought? It seems that he thought he could use the power of his personality, such as it is, to persuade President Xi to persuade the Iranians to do something pleasing to the United States with respect to the Strait of Hormuz and enriched uranium, and Xi wouldn't have any of it.
Look, of course, China is not going to press Iran when Iran has been attacked by Israel and the United States. If this were a case that Iran was the aggressor, this would be quite different. This is a case in which Israel and the United States launched an unprovoked war against Iran. And China is an ally and a customer of Iranian oil and a supporter of Iran, and Iran has been attacked. So, no, China is not going to pressure Iran to give in to outrageous U.S. demands. Trump went to war thinking he could demand whatever he wants of Iran. He did not want to negotiate with Iran. If he thought that China was going to somehow save him from the disaster that he's created for himself and the world, that wasn't going to happen. But let me add one basic point.
The Canadian is a very dangerous species.
I do think is real. I don't know if it was discussed or not between Trump and Xi, but I would say the following. What is the solution for this mess right now? The solution is for the United States just to go home. We're not going to get, in my opinion, a comprehensive agreement because what the U.S. is demanding, major concessions by Iran make no sense when Iran has been attacked by the United States and Israel and has every reason to believe that if it made major concessions, it would be attacked again. So Iran is going to keep up its deterrence. It's not going to give up many things that the United States is demanding. But then we could turn it another direction. Suppose the United States just left, which it should do. In other words, the United States should just unwind a terrible blunder that Trump made. Also a crime, by the way. I don't want to minimize the criminality and the venality and the murderousness of it, because all of that is real. But I want to call it also a blunder because it was, from every point of view, strategic and tactical, a terrible mistake. He should order the U.S. Navy to end the blockade and come home. He should stop the military actions. Now, here is where China would be helpful. If the United States retreated, the Strait of Hormuz would open again. And China would help with that, because it would say to Iran, the military threat is over, the strait can open again. Iran would keep some measure of control because the United States and Israel are fundamentally not trustworthy. Let me say it again. The United States and Israel are fundamentally not trustworthy.
Are you kidding me?
They don't keep their word. They don't honor promises. They are not worthy in signing agreements right now. Israel is an assassination state. It believes that foreign policy should be run by killing the counterparts. Trump obviously is not a man of his word, and the U.S. government under Trump is not a country that abides by its commitments. But here's again my point. If the United States just goes home, China will say to Iran, quite credibly, open the straits, the U.S. is gone. If things revert, well, things will revert. You'll have your deterrence. But don't take more provocative actions with the U.S. retreating, for example, to take actions to domineer over your neighbors in the Gulf or to make new threats against Israel or against anyone else. Iran would not do that. It would not have an incentive to do that. China would be constructive in Iran not doing that. So there is an element
you read my
of truth
mind
in the idea that China can be
way
constructive.
too late for Captain Obvious.
Helpful, and I believe that it would be. The United States
Captain Obvious is playing cleanup crew right now.
Should just go home.
What happens? I have to ask you this because President Xi lectured President Trump on this before he even introduced him to the crowd. What happens if Trump authorizes the sale of $11 billion in military hardware to Taiwan?
Well, it would be a continuation of a great instability of U.S.
When inspiration strikes, Raven's tongue, I have to be presented with content that inspires that voice. You understand?
China relations, it would put us closer to some kind of disaster. I don't think by itself it would be a cause of war, but it would be a breakdown of any kind of normal relations. And again, Americans or people in Europe should understand. It would be like China saying, we're selling weapon systems to New York. They don't like Washington, so they want weapon systems. Of course, the whole idea is completely crazy. But the United States arrogates to itself the right to sell arms to a part of China. This is a big mistake. We should respect China the same way we expect China to respect us. This is the fundamental failing of American foreign policy, that we have no concept of the golden rule. But the golden rule, to do to others as you would have them do to you.
Okay,
hey everybody, welcome to Daniel Davis Deep Dive. We keep on rolling.
You liberal darling.
Even though Danny's on vacation, because President Trump called off.
I know that I could make sense out of it, but I'm going to try and understand it.
Well, the president has given us quite a bit more. Just this morning, just an hour ago or so, he was in front of the new Imperial Beautiful Ballroom that he's building. So I have to apologize for all the sounds in the background. It's a bit hard, but he's in front of a construction site. But he described basically what unfolded these last 24 hours. And here's how the president is describing what unfolded.
I was an hour away. We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday. Yes. We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now. Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim. And we were all set to start. They called me over the last 2 days to say they made a lot of progress in it, because we have them negotiating with us. And primarily Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait a little bit, and Bahrain, and some of the others. And we have them negotiating with them. We're all working together. It's like a team. And Israel, of course. And Israel's been a great partner. They knew I was getting ready to attack. I didn't tell them. I never tell anybody when.
You're in constant contact.
I never tell anybody when, but they knew that I would say I was an hour away from making the decision to go today. I had made the decision. So they called up. They had heard I made the decision. They said, sir, could you give us a couple more days, because we think they're being reasonable.
Mr. President, for Iran to come.
Well, I'm saying 2 or 3 days, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something, maybe early next week, a limited period of time.
He's literally, there's the ballroom being constructed. We're behind him. It's
self-imposed timeline, Doug. There's a lot there. What do you buy? What don't you buy out of all that, Doug?
Well, I mean, he and his billionaire friends have made lots of money by shorting stocks and turning over investments on the basis of his various decision points. I don't know what to make of any of it. Frankly speaking, I'm very skeptical. I think there are larger issues at stake here, and I'm not sure he's taking, advice or requests from anybody in the Arabian Peninsula. I just don't know. My own gut feeling is that he will strike, simply because I don't think he knows any other way to go. He's trapped himself, frankly, in a very difficult position that he can attribute to his own big mouth. He's the one that said they've got to give up their enriched uranium, can't have that. They've got to open the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the Iranians have been pretty clear on that point, that they're not going to open the strait because he wants them to, and they're not going to give up their sovereignty and independence by turning over enriched uranium to the United States or anybody else. So I have great difficulty taking the whole idea seriously that we're talking to them at all. I just don't buy it. We have an 8-letter word for it in Philadelphia, but I don't want to repeat it on the air.
No, FUBAR?
That's not 8 letters. Now, come on, Gary.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I just immediately went to that. The FUBAR would be another perfect substitute for that. Doug, back let me pull this up here. On May 4th, so the IRGC releases this map of what they call the area of control that they believe, they're right. Mm-hmm. And there it is laid out for them. So they specifically put this out just a week or two ago. Can you imagine them backing down on any inch of this, of what they're putting forth here?
Not really. And of course, keep in mind, if you're sitting in Tehran and you look at where we are at the moment, they really have the strategic high ground. Nothing can move in or out of there without it being liable to be struck by some weapon system, cruise missile, tactical ballistic missile, unmanned system, small boats, large boats, whatever. So I don't see any evidence that they're about to give this up. The other thing, Gary, that we don't know, and this is very depressing because we don't know it, is exactly what President Putin and ultimately President Xi said to President Trump in private. I mean, I think whatever they had to say, Putin obviously on the phone and then subsequently in face-to-face meetings with President Xi, they told him there would be, quote unquote, unspecified consequences if he took the decision to go ahead and restart the war with Iran. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know what Donald Trump's interpretation of that is. Trump is the sort of person that doesn't like to be told anything, least of all being told that he can't do something. That's sort of like waving a red flag in front of the bull called Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is preeminently emotional. He emotes much more than he thinks.
Very emotional.
He doesn't take the time to study anything, to understand what he's dealing with, which is one of the reasons we got into this conflict to begin with. He never really understood Iran. If he had even bothered to spend some time reviewing what the war between Iran and Iraq produced, and the fact that the Iranians sustained somewhere between 500,000 and 800,000 casualties, and roughly 50% of that dead, then he might have had an appreciation for the willingness and readiness of the Iranians.
What's funny is that J.D. Vance earlier today was like, "Yeah, I don't understand Iran. I don't claim to know anything about that country or claim that I understand it." And then he derided Iran for not being very clear. They've been very confusing. Well, think about that in the context of this. This is one of the most striking patterns of the entire conflict, a near constant cycle of premature declarations followed by contradiction from reality. Based on the documented record, here is a chronological accounting of the previous 10 Trump declarations, speaking of clarity. March 6th, Trump posted, "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender, all caps," framing the war as essentially decided in America's favor. 3 days later, March 9th, Trump said the war is very complete, pretty much, and falsely claimed that the Iranian military had been destroyed and the Strait of Hormuz had reopened. Neither was true. Fast forward to March 23rd. Trump claimed that the U.S. had been speaking to a top person in Iran and said, "They called and I didn't call. They want to make a deal, and we are very willing to make a deal," end quote. Iran's IRGC-affiliated Fars News immediately denied any negotiations had taken place. And the Iranian Foreign Ministry said it was merely reviewing proposals sent through mediators. A day later, March 24th, Trump again claimed that the U.S. and Israel had won the war even though Iran continued its missile strikes. April 1st, Trump claims that Iran had just asked the U.S. for a ceasefire and that the U.S. would consider it once the Strait of Hormuz was open, free, and clear. Iran's foreign ministry called the claim false and baseless. Everything that he says, in fact, the Iranians counter with, "Nope." And the IRGC said the strait will not be open to the enemies of this nation through the ridiculous spectacle by the President of the United States. 1 week later, on April 7th, Trump announced on Truth Social that he had agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, stating that Iran would immediately open the Strait of Hormuz and work on finalizing a peace agreement. He called Iran's 10-point proposal a workable basis on which to negotiate. Within 24 hours, the strait remained closed, and both sides accused the other of ceasefire violations. Fast forward to April 21st, Trump announced an extension of the Iran ceasefire, calling it open-ended, saying he directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able. But wait, I thought you just said the war is very complete pretty much. Then to late April, Trump said on multiple occasions that a deal was close and that Iran's leadership wanted an agreement, while simultaneously threatening to resume bombing if the terms weren't met within days. On May 10th, Trump called the ceasefire on life support and then escalated to massive life support after rejecting Iran's proposal as a piece of garbage. He didn't even finish reading. Wait, Donald Trump reads? That is quite a statement. Now, May 14th to 15th, the Beijing summit, that was earlier, I guess, last week. Trump told Fox News that Xi had agreed Iran could never have a nuclear weapon and claimed Xi offered to help resolve the conflict, framing a resolution as newly within reach, while Rubio simultaneously told NBC News that the U.S. was not asking for China's help with Iran. Many contradictory statements, as you can see. Larry says the only thing Trump is accomplishing with this constant reversal of his position on attacking Iran is giving friends and family who are clued into Trump's peace announcements the chance to make big money by shorting stocks and oil. Otherwise, he is undermining trust and confidence in his presidency. Aesop's fable about the boy who cried wolf teaches the moral that repeated lying erodes trust, so that when a real crisis occurs, people won't believe the liar. It is the origin of the English idiom to cry wolf, meaning to raise a false alarm, Steen. Looks like Trump deserves the title, Berg, the man who lied about peace. Saudi Arabia and Qatar will decide whether or not the U.S. renews its attack on Iran this week or next. Why? Because they are being lobbied by China and Russia to become a part of the new Persian Gulf security architecture that will exclude the U.S. military. 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump was forced to cancel Operation Project Freedom, which intended to use U.S. air power to coerce Iran into allowing the full freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, after Saudi Arabia and Kuwait refused the U.S. permission to use their bases/countries as attack platforms targeting Iran. Without the Saudi bases, the U.S. loses the ability to refuel the combat aircraft needed to attack Iran with Tomahawk and JASSM missiles. Now, he mentioned the Persian Gulf security architecture. I was told that they actually have a Twitter page now. It's called the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, the PGSA. I wonder if I can find it. Maybe if I didn't do the @ let's say Persian Gulf Strait Authority. Yeah, PGSA_Iran. See, May 18th. Here it is. The official X account of the Persian Gulf Strait Authority is now live. Follow us for real-time updates on the Hormuz Strait operations and latest developments. Let's give them a follow. So, as I understand it, this is Iran and China fomenting or forging this alliance, and they are the ones that are really in control of the strait. There it is, the PGSA. This is how you competently contradict U.S. imperialism. They're showing you. Look at all of the organization all of the organizational power devoted to thwarting foreign invasion. We created these contradictions. We created the framework, and they are responding, and they're getting stronger, and they're organizing against it competently, I might add. It's like before this war even started, the Strait of Hormuz was not considered to be controlled by Iran. but now it sure as fuck is. Thank you, President Trump. Iran has formally created a new government body to manage the Strait of Hormuz. It was announced by Iran's Supreme National Security Council. Iran is now institutionalizing its control over the world's most important oil choke point. Tehran is not just blockading the strait, it's building a bureaucracy to run it. Yes, there's now infrastructure devoted to this. That's a big development, I would say.
To resist, but he didn't do that. So there are a lot of unknowns.
Let's see, this says Trump calls back Iran attack after military's dire warning. People are wondering, why exactly did Donald Trump call off, why did he taco out? Some have maintained that it's because of Saudi Arabia and Qatar not allowing the United States to use its land as a base of operations. This contends that it was because of the U.S. military issuing a dire warning. Let's learn about this.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed we do. So Trump is saying he postponed imminent Iran attacks. We will match what he's saying about it with some recent reporting and reality and where we may be headed in light of recent events. We're also going to dig into some new polling from the New York Times Siena. This has been one of the more, I would say, accurate pollsters over recent years, and some truly dire numbers here for President Trump, sinking to lows even in terms of, the context of this term or the first term for his popularity. So looking pretty grim there. At the same time, he is stealing from taxpayers to create a new $1.8 billion slush fund for his allies, so that's pretty interesting. AI is getting booed at commencement ceremonies across the country. We've got a nice little compilation for you there. Cars for Kids is apparently not at all what we thought it was. That's an interesting one.
That's a good way of putting it. For every lie, there is a fee. The currency is dissolving integrity. That's a little haiku. Thank you, Chairman Meow.
And a congressional candidate, Chris Rabb, is going to join us. It's actually Election Day in Pennsylvania and a number of other states across the country. This Philly congressional district has been hotly contested. AIPAC has been...
is imminently issued.
Funneling money in. There are 3 Democratic contenders, a very blue seat, so it's going to be whoever wins the Democratic nomination.
We're imminently postponing it?
Who ends up being the congressman there. We've had Chris Rabb on once before, and so he is going to take a little bit of time out of his busy Election Day schedule to update us on the race and what he thinks is going on there.
Thank you to everybody who has been subscribing to our YouTube channel. We deeply appreciate it. We also have a huge announcement.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
let's
sir.
put it up
May
here
I have another,
on the screen. We have now, after many, many requests, an official Instagram channel. I don't know how I feel about my face looming. Is our new Instagram handle. It is breakingpoints.yt. You can search with people. We toyed with this. People often are like, oh, I want to share a clip. Check it out. And then, of course, if you're listening to this on a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the screen. This was from Donald Trump. I have been asked by the Emir of Qatar to hold off on our planned military attack of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow, in that serious negotiations are now taking place, and that, in their opinion, as great leaders and allies, a deal will be made, which will be very acceptable to the United States of America, as well as all countries in the Middle East and beyond. This deal will include, importantly, no nuclear weapons for Iran. Based on my respect for the above-mentioned leaders, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the United States military will not be doing the schedule of attack of Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to be prepared to move forward with a large, full-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice. I can tell you that there were rumblings here in Washington from many people, including myself, that we had heard that we were going back to war with Iran. As usual, all the caveats were there. That's why I didn't put out anything until it was confirmed and the caveat proved correct. I do think, though, that one of the reasons why this was called off is in no way why Donald Trump is saying it. The truth is, the actual truth, is about what's being said to Donald Trump inside of the White House Situation Room as he itches his way out of this escalation trap. Because he's, he can escalate or he can pull back. And with the escalation, though, comes the continued risk of all of the munitions depletion, of all of the potential, airmen getting shot down. And I actually think that that latter part from this New York Times report is really important. It fits with everything that we've talked about here. So let's go ahead and put A6, please, on the screen. So here is from a new excerpt from the New York Times. They say, Iran has used the months-long ceasefire with the United States to dig out scores of bomb...
we gotta pause the content to acknowledge this banger of a quote. Socialism never took root in America because the poor see themselves not as exploited proletariat, but as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. Yep. Facts. Karl Marx put it very succinctly when he said that the present political economy, I'm paraphrasing, the present political economy, the capitalist mode of production is actually how he put it. The capitalist mode of production requires an underclass that looks upon the prevailing mode of production, the capitalist mode of production, as an inevitable law of nature. That's a requirement. And if you think about it, that persists to this day. I mean, how many times do we get in arguments with people who want to equate capitalism with human nature or any other fucking thing except for the private ownership of public resources and labor?
Ballistic missile sites, move mobile missile launchers, and despite significant losses, adjust its tactics for any resumption of strikes. Now, they say many of Iran's ballistic missiles were deployed from deep underground caves and carved out granite mountains. As a result, the United States largely bombed the portals of the sites, collapsing and burying them, but not destroying them. They have now dug out a significant number. Iranian commanders, possibly with Russian help, studied the flight patterns of American fighter jets and bombers. The official warned that the downing of the F-15 jet last month and the ground fire...
And why exactly, class? Why would they want us to view the prevailing mode of production as an inevitable law of nature? Why would that be advantageous to them? Well, think about it. If it's a law of nature, there's no way to ever change it. It's eternal. It's a law of nature. It's a universal law. So be apathetic, be obedient, and vote blue no matter who.
Struck an F-35 revealed American flight tactics had become too predictable in ways that allowed Iran to defend them more capably. And most important, the military said that while 5 weeks of intensive bombing may have killed several Iranian leaders and commanders, the war has left a more hardened, resilient...
We read this New York Times article on stream yesterday. So.
That is the actual fundamental truth that belies this entire thing. And we were hearing this all the way up until the end of the war. In fact, I spoke with a couple of very knowledgeable military sources, and they pointed out a couple of things. Remember, when Trump was going all out against the Houthis last year, they were also able to clip an F-35. They shared some of that information with the Iranians. Because the United States was flying so many air missions, all you do is just sit there and study and study and study, and you learn exactly how to shoot them down.
I don't think there's anything to reconcile. We are in a irreconcilable situation. Two opposing forces that are antagonistic and irreconcilable. One must dominate the other. It's like, which one do you want to dominate? Do you want to be a part of the class that's getting dominated, or do you want to do the dominating? Because you don't get a choice to not be in the class war, you know? So that's why I champion the class that I'm a part of.
That's exactly how the F-15 pilot, remember, was shot down. Let's remember that we also lost 2 air refueling tankers over Iraq. The official story is that, something went wrong. Not really what I heard. Eventually, I think that we will get the full story behind that. There have been multiple, close calls and incidents of, people who have been...
Well, not with that attitude. This kind of thinking never got us anywhere. You see, you're just doing their work for them. What chance in hell does socialism... This is exactly what they said in feudalism. What chance in hell does capitalism have when the feudalists control everything? Well, history is dynamic. Things are unfolding. Quantitative changes produces qualitative shifts. At a certain point, people will say, after it happens, they'll say, oh, well, that was just inevitable. It was always going to happen. But those are the same people that said what you're saying right now, which is like, this is unthinkable until it actually happens. China's going to force us. China's going to force socialism down our throats. Just watch, all right? Just watch. Material power begets associational power, right? We don't have the material power. It's dwindling. I'm speaking in a broad context. I'm not speaking like tomorrow or a year from now. I'm speaking in this century. It's going to happen. And we're just minutely watching it day by day and thinking that nothing's changing. But no, things are changing over time. Seemingly imperceptible and innumerable quantitative changes are taking place just beneath the surface. And eventually, that water that's getting heated up by degree, eventually it's going to qualitatively turn to a gas. It's going to change form. It's going to start boiling.
declaring Mayday and we'll do an emergency landing. Again, the military continues to claim that in almost all those cases they were accidents. Again, just not the truth. Whenever we see people literally get shot down in some crazy rescue mission, that has to be mounted. By the way, where are those pilots? How come we've never,
the hero pilots,
isn't it?
Haven't heard anything else about that.
Haven't heard a word. I don't know. Just from my, we learned a lot about the Bin Laden raid after that. Basically had the names of the shooters and everybody within a year or something like that. Was the most high-profile raid, or the commander and all that. And on this one, nothing.
Yeah,
I mean, absolutely nothing now so far. So I think that part, also coupled with some new reporting from the Wall Street Journal, we don't have it yet for our show, but they're basically saying that the Gulf allies, when they were asked off the record, they're like, dude, we have no idea what he's talking about. We didn't even know there was going to be an imminent attack that was planned, and there's no deal that is necessarily in the works. As of last night,
ever since Sagar, or however you say his name, said that smoking weed is the devil, I can't take him seriously anymore.
Before any of this even happened, here's where things were. A2, let's put it up here. This was the last official dispatch from Barack Ravid. Iran's new offer is insufficient, risks war resumption. That was the latest offer that was made behind the scenes. And at a certain point, don't we all just need to stop denying the reality of these fake transmissions, which are allegedly happening behind the scenes? Like, I actually think almost all of this is playing out in public. From what I understand, the Iranians are so bewildered by the constant claims of them making offers that they haven't made, that many of the details of their offers and proposals get leaked almost immediately, just to signpost of this is where we actually are, to stop the United States or Trump from trying to twist from where things actually. So that's where things stand. Whether we were going to attack, we didn't attack. He claims it was a Gulf. Gulf says, I don't know what you're talking about. The Iranians say that the last, thing that they transmitted is basically where they were. I think that he basically got scared of what it would look like, but that does not mean that it will actually be forestalled. The other
he says it's the sign of the end of civilization. He actually, it was actually worse than just saying smoking weed is the devil. He was like, the fact that you go out in society and you can smell weed or something, this is the sign of the end of days. It's really weird.
Is, since it is Taco Tuesday, after all, is that we wait until, Friday, whenever all of the markets close, and that's when things start to resume.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the issue, is the fundamental dynamics have not changed. The status quo is a disaster.
That just provides cover for everything that we understand as to be the real culprits of society, the real bringing about of the end of days, the real end of Western civilization, whatever the fuck that means.
Iran's oil wells.
So, to talk about weed as being, it's just like, what are you doing? You're culturally mystifying people, confounding people, and distracting them from the real causal root problem of our society. It's not weed.
Are not going to explode. We cannot withstand, and the global economy cannot withstand the continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz. So that the status quo.
It's not 1955 anymore. We already went through reefer madness and the McCarthyism of the 50s.
Was not sustainable. Coming to some sort of a deal, Trump basically having to take and hold an L, doesn't look like something he is ready to do or something that he is constitutionally capable of doing, even though that is unfortunately the best option that is available to him at this point. You can see from the bullets that have been released
Popcorn's a bad dude, Vlad.
The U.S. and from the bullets that have been released by the Iranians in terms of their negotiating positions, they don't have agreement on a single point. And they're, light years away from each other on basically every really consequential point. So that seems really unlikely. And then you've got the other possibility, which is resumption of war, which yesterday looked very much like we were headed in that direction imminently before Trump put out this post. And I absolutely agree that what looks like happened here was not our allies coming in and being like, sir, we're so close to a deal. Let's just continue negotiating, as indicated by the fact they told the Wall Street Journal, we literally have no idea what he's talking about here, that he got more information from the military. They insisted to him, this is not going to go well for you. And I also think it's really noteworthy you're talking about the whole pilot rescue thing and whatever happened there. And we still really don't know why they were there over Iranian territory to begin with, what the actual story is of what was happening, whether there were other plans that were laid there that they had to, abandon or abort. But the fact remains that after that rescue mission, that was basically the end of the active hostilities against Iran, of the bombing campaign against Iran. And I maintain that it's because whatever went down there, it was a wake-up call for Trump.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't disqualify him. I'm just saying I don't see him in the same light. And then just the way that he's so obsequious. I reserve the right not to like every pundit that comes across my feed, okay? It doesn't mean I hate them or I love them or anywhere it could, the truth is more nuanced than that, okay? I don't look at these people as like the enemy. That's the point.
Of how much of a disaster further bombing campaigns and certainly something
I'm
like
just offering colorful commentary, okay?
ground invasion, some sort of escalatory move could ultimately be for the U.S. So this reporting from the New York Times that our own military is saying to him, look, these guys have learned. It won't be like before. They will be able to continue to strike. They have most of their missile capabilities remaining, and they have gotten smarter about how to target our air assets. That, to me, lines up with the sequence of events that we have ultimately seen, and not whatever he says here about, oh, it was our allies that really begged us, and so I gave in.
Yeah.
The other thing to say, though...
That's your religious opinion, and that's fine, okay? But I don't think that your religious opinion based in your religious faith should affect my own personal decisions of what I choose to do with my body. Okay? I don't think you should be able to have political control over my personal decisions.
Is that doesn't mean that we are out of the woods, because the options on the table are all still impossible.
I think not smoking weed is harem. What do you think about that, okay?
And he's still going to have the Israelis pushing, he's still going to have the neocons pushing, and he's still going to have his own ego to protect. So even if the chances of achieving something on the battlefield that they, with options that have failed in the past, even if the chances of achieving something on the battlefield
it's very
are
true.
incredibly...
I'm sorry to keep being a pause champ, but I did notice that we've hit 99.9K subscribers on the channel. I'm literally 90 subscriptions away from hitting 100,000 subscribers. That's a pretty big deal, I mean, in my world. And I'm very thankful and grateful to still be doing this on a nightly basis with you all, and that the community is growing. And I just want to say thank you. I hope we can keep it going. I'm on my third page now, as you know. It's taken me over a year since my last page that I was building up to surpass where I was. So yeah, I appreciate all the subscriptions. I mean, I'm very flattered, and I take this very seriously. I definitely rely on this community. You guys have helped me out so much. Anytime I've gotten support and donations and et cetera, I've always put it all back into doing these live streams and making sure they're got a sort of a professional quality to them. I'm trying. I'm not trying to say I'm a professional, but I do appreciate all of the encouragement, because I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't feel like it had an effect, if people didn't tell me I should keep going, if I didn't get the encouragement from you all. So it really I can't overstate that, really, because that keeps me rooted, keeps me focused on doing this on a nightly basis. And I know we do 4 hours, but I'm also spending the entire day sifting through content and making sure I'm educated and informed, so that when I go live, I've got things to talk about. And thank you guys.
Incredibly slim, that in his mind may be a better bet than accepting the humiliation that would be required to do the deal that's on the table right now.
Yeah, I mean, and if you see where Trump is, let's put A3, for example. This is what type of stuff he was saying yesterday. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone, resting at the bottom of the sea, their air force is no longer with us, their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag. And if their entire remaining leadership signs all documents of surrender and admit their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent USA, the New York Times, the China Street Journal, corrupt and now irrelevant CNN, and all members of the fake news media will headline that Iran had a masterful and brilliant victory over the United States of America. It wasn't even close. The Democrats and media have totally lost their way. They have absolutely gone crazy. But I actually think this is a very important insight, because it fits with the Trump interview out of the China summit, which he did with Fox News, where he basically said, look, I don't care that much about the nuclear issue, but at this point, the media, I need to show the media that I actually won in Iran. I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
I appreciate that, Pete. I have been, in my spare time, sometimes on the weekends, I have been making music, but people upgrade you, right? You don't upgrade you, people upgrade you, and you guys have told me that this is what I should be doing, so I'm here. I'm showing up every day, and you know, it wasn't on my radar to be this person in this day and age, but things being the way that they are, I'm showing up. I'm punching my card, so to speak.
That was the obvious insight into his psychology. And I think it's very important. He is just like LBJ. He is just like any of these others. I don't want to be the first American president to lose a damn war. He was, of course, has to save face of some kind.
I don't know if we're going to hit 100K, but we can try it out. I mean, every time I look, it's going up. So I know, I think most of it mostly has to do with these shorts that I've been sharing. And that's been encouraging because, like, I've been getting more engagement on making these little political satire sketches than really any of my my live stream uploads, but that's okay. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I think that's what's been driving most of this surge in subscriptions these past few days. But I love to live stream. I love doing this. I like the back and forth. I like the banter. I like the the spontaneity of it, and I think it informs other things that I do. So. We're doing the damn thing. That's right. Sabby Sabs. She's based as fuck. And you know, I am very critical of people, but there's also a lot of influencers that I've never spoke disparagingly about, and I completely get on with, and I appreciate their analysis. And Sabby Sabs is one of them. Obviously, you know, I love Nick Cruz as well. Do weekly collabs with him, and I'm gonna sound like an idiot because I'm gonna blank on other ones, but there's plenty of content creators. I don't want you to think I'm unreasonable, okay? A lot of the things I say off the cuff are not to be taken too seriously. I'm just trying to speak my mind, say things that occur to me in the moment. Doesn't mean it's a permanent critique. We don't think that we know it, says Saeed. I know that you are ideologically committed to misunderstanding me, Saeed, and that's fine, okay? Look, I have big brothers. I know what it's like. And sort of the dynamic we have here, all right? Big bro. He's big bro. He's big timing me. That's what Saeed does. He big times me. He's always keeping me honest. But I guess we could probably stay on for a little bit and see if maybe we'll have a little celebration if we're able to get there. I don't know how long it's going to take though. What if all of a sudden, because I started talking about it, people just start unfollowing me? Fuck that guy. We're not gonna let him get 100,000.
And he's drawn and put himself. Think about already where we are. On day one of the war, it was, we have killed the Ayatollah. You need to rise up and take back your country. And then it started moving, more. And then a total and complete surrender. We want regime change. That's what we want. Unconditional surrender. They must give up all of their nuclear program. To then, we're negotiating literally with the same scions of the regime. We have the Ayatollah, who we replaced with the son of the murdered Ayatollah, who we turned into a martyr. And then, as they point out in the New York Times story, a more resilient command. It actually turns out we killed all the old people who were kind of doddering and a little bit more risk averse, and that the new people, they don't even want this ceasefire. Many of the senior members of the IRGC, they want to go back to war. That's why a lot of their remember all those miscommunications where the diplomats would say one thing, the IRGC is like, no, that's not true. Oh, come on,
hot dog. You are such a hot dog. You are true to your name, man. Fucking hot dog. I'll show you what's probably been driving most of this engagement, okay? It's this short right here. It's
Oh my god!
What?
Iran has a nuke!
No.
Iran might have a nuke!
No.
Iran will have a nuke!
No.
They have weapons grade uranium!
No.
Plutonium?
No.
Obtanium?
No.
Geranium?
No.
Iranium? No.
They oppress their women.
No.
They might oppress their women.
No.
They probably oppress their women.
No.
It's so sad they killed 20,000 in 3 days.
No.
They killed 30,000 in 6 hours.
No.
They killed 40,000 in 52 seconds.
No.
They killed 8 million.
No.
So sad they ate babies for breakfast.
No.
I would have put some sound effects in here, but
Radical Islamic jihadis hell-bent on devouring Western civilization and turning us all into Sharia law enthusiasts.
No.
But they could be radical Islamic jihadis hell-bent on devouring Western civilization and turning us all into Sharia law enthusiasts.
No.
8 billion in 5 seconds.
No.
Please?
No.
No?
that's my favorite part.
No?
No.
Oh my god!
My favorite part is please. Just so desperate. Can you just please believe the lie? A little bit? Maybe? We're Jewish. But yeah, I think that's the one that's getting a lot of people to subscribe. I would have added sound effects. I got banned from TikTok numerous times. I tried to create... I don't even want to post on TikTok at this point. I fucking hate TikTok, all right? It's for all the reasons that I'm sure you already know. So we don't have to go into it. But I like the format, the actual app itself, the editing. I mean, the editing software on TikTok is like so intuitive. It's something that other apps have tried to copy and they can't do it. And Instagram is one of them. Their Instagram Reels is so shitty. I hate it. It's so clunky. It's not intuitive. It's hard to edit. You can't even add sound effects or anything. It takes, I mean, I used to be a whiz on the TikTok editing. I could whip up a new sketch in no time. Lickety-split. But with Instagram Reels, it's like so goddamn frustrating. I mean, I'm telling you, it must have taken me an hour to edit this shit. And it's not that difficult, you know? But they don't really make it very easy. And you know, but the point I was trying to make was that I had to create a new TikTok page, and it's just not the same. I re-downloaded the app after like a year. I started a new page, and they told me this account is gonna be locked out after an hour of use or something like that. Like they give you like little quotas that like you can't be on TikTok for more than this amount of time. I don't know why. Like I mean I know why, but it sounds very Jewish to me. But at the same time, I'm just like fuck it. I don't even want to. So I just deleted it again, and I try to get on with Instagram, but it's not the same. Not the same thing. But it's kind of funny because, you know, I'll stream 4 hours a night and, you know, and then I'll spend hours editing the stream and coming up with clips each day, sharing those and doing all this work. And then I'll make like a 1 minute TikTok video. And that's the thing. It was like low effort. It teaches me, it's like, don't do too much, okay? Don't try to get too involved. Lower your expectations. Lower your effort. You know, don't try too hard. And maybe you could apply that to your own life, you know, and whatever work you're doing. Don't work too hard, okay? If the point of work is to earn a living, then why do you kill yourself working? That's a good and bad and ugly quote for you. But yeah, it's one of those things where work smarter, not harder. That's right. Remember that the Jew makes money speculating on future markets. The Goyim deal in the real world. The Goyim must work hard. I'm being facetious. gotta, like Saeed used to say, you gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat. He'll tell you all about it when he's got the time. When he's not chasing Princess Jasmine through the markets of Abu, what's the name of the city? I forget. Anyway, let's see, where are we at now? We've crossed over the 4-hour threshold. For your next origin story, would you like to be an actual Semitish? Keep your race Semitish. Yeah, I'll try and look. It's your story, okay? I can't dictate. I'm just a speaker of the truth, okay? This is factual. These are things that have happened to you in your life that I've learned about. Agrabah, that's what it is. So, you know, you have an epic story, you know, for your life, and I'm just here dictating, just taking notes. But I'll try to take that advice. I'm being very jocular right now, says Vlad. I don't know what jocular means. Should I look it up? What the fuck is jocular? You jocking my chain? Jocular describes someone as something or characterized by joking or good-natured humor and playfulness. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Sure. All right, let's see. Where are we at? How many subscribers are we at now? How much longer do I have to sit here and do this telethon? Okay, we're at 99,927. And I'm just hemorrhaging viewers right now because I'm not talking about shit. I'm literally just resting on my laurels. But cheers to you, okay? Can we get a round of applause to you, the viewer? Yes, yes, yes. I just want to be in the presence of your fire. Doesn't YouTube send a silver play button at 100K? I heard about that. I don't know if they give it to everyone. I think only the tiny hat pages, maybe. I don't know if you're not a tiny hat wearer. I don't know if that applies to you. I heard that Revolutionary Change never got their silver play button. Silver? I want mine in gold. Yep, guy that beat Massie refused to debate him anyway. I mean, debate him, and yet he won anyway. Exactly. Exactly. It's fucking bullshit. I deserve a medal? I'm a metalhead. How tall am I? I'm 6'5", with heels on that are a foot long. No, I'm not 5'5". No, I'm of average height. I'm like 5'9", 5'10". AKA 4'3". I'm 4'3" wide. My whole body is a chode. I'm actually wider than I am long. It's really depressing. I wish it wasn't the case. Yes, I have a lifted truck, and that truck does have a pair of balls, mind you. You know how they have those, when you get like a big Ford F-150, you got to put balls on the hitch, on the tailgate. That lets them know you're not to be fucked with. Excuse me? We're about to hit 100,000 subscribers live on stream. What if it? It's got to be before midnight or else I'll turn into a pumpkin. Lots of dead air. What should I do? What should we do here? Oh my goodness. I really should sign off, shouldn't I? Oh shit. Haz Al-Din says, "You're really such a disgusting Zionist bitch" to AOC. AOC says, "This is absolutely disgusting. This bigoted garbage and anti-Semitism." She's still crying about fucking anti-Semitism. Oh my God. The donors behind the Republican super PAC funding her should be exposed. I mean, the fact that she's fucking saying that word in 2026 is so disgusting, dude. I just want you to know that everyone can hear your bad singing. It's hard for my girlfriend to stay in pitch. We're gonna do more singing lessons, baby. Oh. Remember, do, re, mi, fa, so. Mommy made me mash my M&Ms. Munch, munch. Do, re, mi, fa, so. Fa, mi, re, do. So, do. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti, do. Do, ti, la, so, fa, mi, re, do. Your mom is a slut. Your daddy's a whore. Okay. All your perfect imperfections. What's the next line? I forget. You know what song I really like? It's nobody does it better. Makes me feel sad for the rest. A whole new world. Don't you dare close your eyes. That's what Saeed used to sing to the princess on the carpet ride. Saeed would give Princess Jasmine a magical mustache ride. I mean, I'm sorry, a carpet ride. Excuse me. Another 100 viewers lost. That's right. We don't care at this point, okay? We hit the 4-hour mark. All right, we're hemorrhaging viewers. It's fine. It's okay. All right? You know what? A whole new world. We're just being improvisational and whimsical, and people are just gonna have to deal with it. All right? Look, I'm done for the night. This is over. If you want to go and do your thing, go ahead. All right? We're just staying on, just doing a little lanyap here. A little extra. Maybe we'll hit 100,000 subscribers. Who knows? We're at 99,933. I still see the number going up. So that's cool. What if I played a video game while we wait? Because I obviously, you know, I do this for the love of the game. Tone Deaf, thank you for subscribing. Tone Deaf, you might need to check your spelling, but you didn't hear it from me. Thank you for the subscription. Friendo. I don't know what's happening here. What is going on in this situation? Let's see. Let me see if I can set this up real quick, okay? Do y'all hear that bird chirping in the background? I mean, to her credit, she had to be silent while I stream, so she's... That's true. You don't. You don't. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry, honey. You're right. I'm wrong. Please don't hurt me. Good night, Susie. Can y'all see what I see? Do you see what I see? Look at this. Isn't this sporty? This is just lanyap, guys. Can y'all see this? Look at this, we're playing a video game. Oh my god, it's crazy. What are we doing? Just for a second. Just for a second. Just to see how it feels. Alright, we gained another 5 subscribers. We're almost at the halfway point. I'm fucking gaming, dude. I'm a gamer, bro. You guys have no idea how high I can fly. I'm literally a wanted man, alright? That's what you don't realize. I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast. I'm a gay-ass gamer. We're gaying it up. We're gaming it up. This game is so much fun. Not everyone who can cook is a chef. What are you trying to say in this present context, Saeed? Are you coming after me? Are you trying to say that I'm not a gamer? If I wasn't a gamer, then how could I do this?
How do you do, sir? Calm down. Ooh. Okay, take
See?
it.
Check that out.
What's wrong?
Fucking idiot. I just robbed that man for $1.92. Why is my character a bum? Because that's what your mother said she likes when I'm blowing her back out.
Raiders fought tooth and nail for this territory.
Oh, shit.
Enough! Let's go!
Oh my god. Whoops, sorry about that. He pulled a gun out on me. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god, we got a witness to my murder? Shit. Who do I gotta kill? Alright, it's gonna be a bloodbath. You're not gonna get me, bud. I'm too good. Come on, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're not gonna get it. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Gotcha. Got that motherfucker. You guys don't scare me, man. I'm a pro. Alright? Oh, fuck. Where'd you come from, bitch? Get that. Get it. Gotcha. bitch. You guys don't know this about me, but I'm actually somewhat of a badass. Law. Fuck the law. Fuck your bitch ass law. Oh my god, you son of a bitch. Who do you think you are, you motherfucker? I have so much rage. Fuck me. Fuck me. I need more Deadeye. Oh my god, I'm taking heavy fire. Oh my god, wow. You know what happened? That was a glitch. I don't know why they got me running around in a circle like that. That was fucked up. I didn't deserve none of that shit. I was good. It was the controls that were bad. Whatever, you won't believe me, but it's true. That's what happened. I always tell the truth. Whatever.
Hey, watch yourself.
Man, fuck off.
Hey, forgive me.
Yeah, you better say you're sorry.
Open your eyes. Look out. Oh, the hell.
Sorry about that. They got black people picking cotton? That's racist. But also historically accurate.
Stay out of my way.
This game is so beautiful. Where's my horse? Get on, little pony. Come on up here. Where's my goddamn horse? There we go.
Okay,
it's my horse. I named the horse Saeed. It's my steed. My steed, Saeed.
Yeah.
This looks like where I come from, the bayou. This is the kind of geography I'm used to. Spanish moss on the street.
Hey, mister, can you help me? Please help me. Oh, no, please, no.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, I was trying to help you. Come on, don't make me murder you. Please. What do you need help with? I was just trying to help. I accidentally hit her with my horse. That was Saeed's fault. Oh well. Yeah, I heard Crimson Desert's a pretty cool game. Saeed Pack? Oh, that's an old joke. We've hammered that one in. Shut the fuck up, Vagina Bush. I'm not a fucking loser nerd like you are who just sits around sniffing his own farts and playing video games all day. Have you tried getting a job, son? Don't tell me what to do, Peter. I definitely don't take instructions from a man with 2 first names. Oh my god, there's a fucking alligator. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done. Maybe you're right, Peter. But what? We gotta go kill this alligator, no doubt. This thing. After a while, crocodile. I don't mean to degrade you. No, I don't mean to do that. It was more so a term of endearment. The compendium has been updated. What are we gonna do with this horse? What is it gonna tell me to do? Alligators live in the swamp and river delta regions of Lemoyne. The Blue Water Marsh. There's no blue water in marshes. They got a bayou called the NWA. They are carnivorous apex predators feeding on fish, birds, amphibians, and mammals. A rifle will pierce through an alligator's tough armored body plates. Alligators. Okay, so you want me to rifle this thing? Is that what we're doing? Buddy Head, we're playing Red Dead Redemption. I just completed another successful 4-hour stream. The crowd went wild. Everybody was just clamoring for more. I said, no, no, no. We're going to take a break. We are going to play a video game, and we're about to hit 100,000 subscribers on the live stream on the YouTube page. So that's sort of, we're waiting for that momentous moment to happen. And then I will thank everyone. And sign off. But before I do, I gotta kill this alligator. Can I wrestle the horse? I mean, wrestle the alligator? That's what I really want to do. Thing's just sleeping. It has no idea how dangerous. I don't have a rifle. This is an apex predator, okay? This is not an innocent form of life. Maybe I should scare it. Man, he didn't do a goddamn thing. He don't care about me at all. Is the mission to get death rolled? What the fuck are we doing here? Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Well, that was anticlimactic. Look at all these mosquitoes and shit. I don't know. I'm just exploring. I'm being free as I want to be. Should we?
Done good, girl.
Maybe we should do this.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, Jesus Christ is right, buddy.
Out of the way!
All right, let's do it.
Cocksucking bastard!
He called me a cocksucking bastard? That was rude. Damn, I can't see shit in here. Oh my god. You don't like animal cruelty in video games? It's a fucking video game, dude. I just shot up a whole town in a video game. Also, how am I supposed to eat? I gotta kill to eat. I will not take American slander from your Australian ass, Obi-Wan. How dare you? Now, I can get a pretty good deal on this wagon if I bring it to a fence. Where can I go? I can go to... There's some fence I can go to that I can sell this shit. Where is it? Let's see. Is it this? I'm pretty sure it was in Rhodes. Or was it the Emerald Ranch? Maybe it was... Oh, look at that. Blackwater. What is this? I'm wanted dead or alive in Blackwater. A gay American. Oh, that's so rich. Saeed, how long did it take you to come up with that one? That is so clever of you. Really? What happens if I just ran over this guy? Sorry about that.
Your horse, son.
My bad. Oh my God, are you kidding me? What the fuck, dude? I'm sorry. It was literally just a traffic accident. Oh my God, what an asshole. It was definitely his fault. And now I lost my wagon. Okay, I'm a bad, bad man. Okay, fine. But have you tried crying about it?
Eyes ahead. Don't even think about happening me.
I do whip that thing, don't I? Oh, look, I'm now in the stagecoach. I didn't even know you could do that. The hell? Can we get out of here? I don't want to be in there. I'm gonna go sell this wagon. Oh, I'm sorry, Peter. Did I offend you? Because of, what, how I play this video game? I can sell this wagon at the Emerald Ranch. So it's if I have to go to... Shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. That's bad. People are gonna begin to suspect that I might be bad at this game. How do I get out of here? Come on, get me out of here. Come on now. We can't be... This can't be it. God damn it. Are we at 100K yet? Let's see. We're 48 more subscribers to go. Well, this sucks. I'm gonna have to abandon. I have to abandon it. If I wasn't a gamer, then why would I be gaming right now, Thugbone? I think it seems pretty evident that I am, in fact, a gamer. Let's see. Let's go to the map. I don't even remember what my missions are. What is this? There's a letter. A letter has arrived for me. Okay, maybe we just go back there. No idea where my horse is. I'm gonna have to steal a horse. I guess we're gonna go check out what this letter is.
Son of a bitch.
Oh my God. Shit. I don't know why they're attacking me. I can't remember what I did. Fuck me, dude. Hello? Why is this shit not working, man? What is is going on? Excuse me. Oh my god. Dude, why did they try to kill me? I'm a good person. I go to church on Sundays. I donate to charities. I may have strangled a hooker, but I mean, it was just a hooker. I tried to shoot them back, okay? It's more tough than I originally anticipated. We did get our horse, so maybe that's a win. See, dying is okay, kids. Sometimes I like to take the people that I murder and I bring them into the woods in this video game, and I play with their dead bodies. Something here. Horse medicine.
Easy, girl. Whoa, whoa.
Whoa, easy, girl. Easy. Let's see, stamina.
You're okay, girl.
There we go. There we go. Now you're fit for the long run. Oh, look at this. We got a little camp going on over here. What's up with this? Wow.
Oh, rest up here if you want. I won't be much company.
All right, then. Let's keep going. We're heading back to camp, okay? Get out of my way. All right, Will, in Detroit, you graduated from college. Congratulations. Did the... Oh, no. This doesn't look good. Did the commencement speaker start talking about the AI industry and how marvelous it's going to be? Guys, I think we've got we've definitely got an enemy approaching. Maybe what we do is we sneak up behind him with a knife. Oh wait, no, I know this guy. I can't kill him. That's my dog. That's my boy. I just realized, wait, we're back at the campsite, aren't we? I thought he was trying to buck up. I didn't recognize. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Okay, I fucked this up. So they blew up my spot. They know exactly where I am. They've been hunting me. Fuck. I don't know what just happened, but something happened. All right, we need 39 more subscribers. What happened? I didn't die. The game just ended.
Hey, get that horse out of here.
Good, calm down. Yeah.
That's so weird. I didn't die. I just ran. Okay, let's get to this letter.
Dear Arthur, I've written this letter 100 times or more, and I cannot get it right. It's me. You know it's me from the bad handwriting. I know I said when we last spoke, and I was going off to get married, that we would not speak again. I know I said a lot of things, and I meant them, I suppose, at the time. But I'm not so proud as to not speak to people who care for me, or cared for me. I've been in Valentine for a couple of months. I had some bad luck, and, well, it's a long story and not an interesting one. But I am
That's
here
a big 10-4.
I saw a couple of the girls, or whatever the polite term is for them,
Whores.
that ran with you and your associates in town. And I heard tell of a man who sounded like you. I would love to see you again if you could spare me a little bit of your time. I'm renting a room at Chadwick Farm, just north of Valentine.
Oh, shit.
Yours, Mary Linton.
Come on, boys. We're getting laid. Hell yeah. This is great. Should I shave? Just give myself a little trim. What do you think? Should I go with the mustache? Why won't it let me do anything here? The fake? It's not letting me do anything. Okay, well, we're not gonna shave.
How you feeling?
She might be into the beard, you're right. You never really know, so that's... You know what we should do while we're here? We should load up on some ammo.
Hey.
You never know when you're gonna run into the long arm of the law. If you catch my drift. Now, let's see.
Oh, John was looking for you, Arthur. He's over by the tree behind the campfire.
Shut the fuck up. I don't want to speak to goddamn John.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Grimshaw.
Where do I get ammo? I think I get ammo over here. Let's see, there's like no ammo, but it says there's ammo here. I need me some more ammo.
Morning, Arthur.
All right, let's see, Johnny boy, what you got for me?
Hey, Arthur.
What do you want?
Uncle told me something about a train.
What did he say?
Let's go rob a train.
Mary
What
Beth
do you say?
Heard something about a train
Sounds
for
awesome.
wealthy folk.
Oh,
Going
hell
down through
yeah.
Scarlet Meadows, just south of the state border.
Fuck yeah, dude. This is right up my alley.
Help with it?
I ain't even sure about doing it.
Come on. At night, not too guarded, it's perfect.
Nah, I ain't thought it through. You know, stopping a train, pain in the ass.
Sure, but what if we could force a train to stop?
Well, of course.
We get a wagon full of something flammable, oil. Put it on the tracks. They see it. They know they either have to stop or die. Ain't no train driver wants to be cooked alive.
That is kind of brilliant. For you. That is a real idea. I think that's the first time you ever had one of them.
Shut up.
You might be the first bastard to ever have half his brains eaten by a wolf and end up more intelligent.
So we're doing it?
Yeah, we're gonna need ammunition, guns, look real frightening, and some dynamite to open up the train.
I'll get the supplies. Gotta head into town for Abigail anyway. Don't even ask. You go find us an oil wagon.
Yeah, I know just the place. They're always heading into that refinery.
There's an old rundown shack just over the border, north of a place called Dewberry Creek. Leave it hidden somewhere near there.
All right, boys. Let's ride.
Good morning, Arthur.
Shut up. You got something for me? All right. All right, let's hop on our pony and ride. Ride till we can't ride no more. The horse belongs to John. Where's my goddamn horse? God damn it. Here he is.
Hey there, girl.
All right now. This reminds me of my childhood when I used to rope cattle back at the farm. All right, we're gonna put off getting laid by Mary Linton, and what the hell is all that noise? Your horse is agitated by a predator. The predator gets close. Where's the predator? Where's this predator? Look at this. What's going on over here?
Yeah.
You there! Would you be interested in some friendly competition? I've come all the way north from Mexico to challenge a real American gunslinger. You him?
Me? A real gunslinger? Let's find out.
Okay, man. That's what I like to hear. Look, man, rules are simple, okay? Whoever shoots more of these bottles wins. The range needs to be clear before we begin, amigo. Well, should we get this going or what? Just draw your gun and aim when you're ready, all right? Come on, man, let's get shooting. Shoot! Perfecto. Easy, man. Ah, yes! Damn it all! How the hell did you beat me, huh? Oh.
Probably because you're Mexican.
Shot, I suppose.
That didn't make me happy at all. How about we raise the stakes, huh?
You want to do a duel?
Come on.
All right, let's
Could
do
win
it.
real big. Aha, that's a good call, amigo. All right, real simple.
Bugbone.
First one to hit 4 flying birds wins. Stand near me, and as soon as they come out, it's anyone's shot. Be patient. Ah, there they go. Shoot!
Oh, Lord. I am not good at this. I suck at this, by the way. Fuck. How are you supposed to shoot, dude?
Ah, ha 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 ha. It was a good try, but maybe next time, huh? Listen, you need to pay me for your loss, okay?
I ain't giving you shit.
Okay, give me what you owe me, cowboy.
A deal's a deal. Now I can pick up this rifle. Completely ethical, what I just did. Wait, why would I pick up this stranger? I don't want to do that. I really don't like that he beat me, so I killed him. Why can't I pick this motherfucker up, dude? Why won't they let me? I need to do better. Okay. Thank you. Oh shit, what is this? What's this bullshit?
Yeah.
Wild horses. Alright. We gotta go steal this oil wagon. The Dark Triad. Gotta do some shit. I think I need to steal that thing. You see it? Wonder if I should I wait till nighttime? Stealing it in broad daylight, it's pretty ballsy. How am I supposed to get in there? All the guards. It's a lot of people. What should I do? I'm not gonna get smoked. You're gonna get smoked. What should I do? How should I go about this? Have I tried knocking? I don't think they're gonna like that. Oh, look at this.
Thank you. Take that mask off right away.
Oh shit, okay, we're in. I'm gonna get the knife out, just in case. Guys, I'm scared.
Just pay us on time.
Oh no.
Jesus, what the hell? You ain't allowed here.
Oh no.
All right, simmer down.
Maybe we take the bandage.
A face like that's a good
Let's
way
see
to find
about
yourself in
this.
deep trouble.
Don't make me warn you again.
Okay, I got noticed. That did not work out too well. Let's be real about this, okay? He about to get smoked. It's like, do you take enjoyment out of that? You want to see me fail? Fucking assholes, man. Let's see, are we at 100,000 yet? No. We need, let's see, what's the 32 more subscribers. 32 more subscribers is all we need. I didn't even do anything, motherfucker. That is so ridiculous. Now I'm just gonna have to go scorched earth. Saw this once when I was a rookie. Fuck, I got you fucking lit up. This is not gonna end well. Disturbing the peace. You guys are so mean to me. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Can't even get my dead eye working. Alright, let's go. Come on. Oh, I don't have my gun drawn. That was dumb. Why can't I... They won't let me use Deadeye. I'm just gonna die. Fuck it. I screwed up. You're right. But the Deadeye wasn't working. All right, let's see. Where are we at now? We're at we need 29 more subscribers, and we've done it. But honestly, I really need to get this oil wagon. We got to get this show on the road. What should I do? Should I just wait till nighttime? Let's just do that. We're gonna have to get away from here. We're gonna have to wait. I've decided to do the operation at night. Can't create a camp when there's activity nearby. Could use a sniper rifle about now. The Deadeye doesn't work if I'm hurting, huh? Alright, is this far away enough? Let's see. Still won't let me. Just tell the Arabs in the chat to call their cousins and tell them to subscribe. You'll reach 1 million easily. It's a Arab joke, huh? Well, you are an Arab, Saeed. So technically, you're the only Arab that I know, so can you please get on that? Thank you. Okay, finally I can set up camp. You don't know who won the Massie thing? Oh, dude, that's old news, man. He lost. It's over. Zionism wins again. Come on, you knew that. Actually, I didn't know that. I thought he was going to win. Yesterday, if you'd asked me, I thought, sure, why not? What do I know? But I think it shows you how powerful the Zionist lobby is. And how they are still in control. For now. For now. I don't care if you hate your cousins, Saeed. That's not what this is about, okay? You're bound by duty. All right, let's sleep. We're gonna go into nighttime. It's gonna get real dark now. Everybody be quiet. Shh, 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 shh. All right, now let's tear down this camp. Actually, wait. Can I craft anything? Potent health cure. Yeah, let's craft some of these. That's good. That's good. Oops, I didn't mean to use that. Fuck. Let's craft one more. That was a waste. Okay, let's stow that, please. Thank you. Let's craft another one. Oh, I can't. That's all I can do. It's not letting me craft. Oh, there we go. Let's stow that bad boy. I thought maybe nighttime would be easier. I mean, I was trying to do that, but I felt like it was a little too difficult. I got spotted pretty quickly. Are we at 100,000 yet? No. We need 25 more subscribers, and we are there. That's all it takes. All right, let's get back to the business at hand. Where do we need to go for this bullshit? Oh my god, they are hunting me down. Look at this. Damn. They're gunning for your boy. Shit, they're hunting me. Fuck.
Get back.
This is not good, folks. I'm about to get Why doesn't my Deadeye work? Damn it. Fucking shit, dude. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Fucking shit. This is bad. Oh, this is real. Hey! Dog is attacking me. Excuse me. Fucking die, dude. Fucking shit. Look, I don't want you thinking that that was indicative of the skills and the talents that I possess, all right? This is not... We're gonna forget all about this. Please don't tell anybody. I really appreciate that. Why are they hunting your boy like that? That's just... Shit's not cool, man. I did not kill that dog for no reason. That thing was mauling me to death. He started it. Okay, we're back where we started. Now, here's what I would say. Oh my god.
Damn, that hurt.
Fuck. That son of a bitch. Okay, I think I got the... Oh.
Hey, not allowed any further.
Spotted. It's like right there. It's like right there. That's what I wanted!
Son of a bitch!
This is the thing that I needed. Where is it going? It's running away. Is it ever gonna stop? Yikes. Oh my god, this sucks. Where is it going? Is it just gonna go forever? I really need a horse. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's go over here. Alright, we did it.
Yep.
We're not at 100,000 yet, guys. But we're getting there. 22 more subscribers. That's all we need. And then I'm gonna retire. Look at that. Alright, we gotta drop this thing off. X marks the spot. Do you see it? Oh my. Wow. That was dumb. That's so fucked up. Hi, Kate Game. Alright, let's try this again. This time, I'm gonna try to suck less. Like, do not suck. Do not suck. Like, apparently I went off a cliff. Just fucked this whole thing up for everyone. Okay, here's the stable. Oh wait, no, it's over here. I'm supposed to... Oh my god, what are we doing here? Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Uh-oh, those look like they're mean business. I'm pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to go. Aren't I supposed to drop it off here?
Yep.
Okay, we did it. Yes, I can. We're going dark mode. Next mission. Alright, dark mode activated. Good night to you, Thugbone. I'm just gonna stay on here for a little bit longer. We're gonna complete this mission. Okay. Where do I go now?
You okay, mister?
Please! Please. I've been bitten by a snake. I need medicine. Why'd you need to suck them in a mouth?
Let me suck on your leg a little bit.
Okay. I have an idea.
Wow, we're up to 80. Okay, so we need 13 more subscribers before we hit 100K. Wow.
Hopefully, I can repay you someday.
Got that right.
Got that right. Gotta call my horse, but she's out of range. I'll be running, y'all. Oh, nice. Look at this. Don't run away. Come here, little horsey.
Okay, easy. Stay.
No, I haven't taken a bath in months in this video game. Yeah, Mary's waiting to get her back blown out at the end, but she's gonna have to wait a little bit longer. I can't service the D quite yet. I got shit I gotta do. That's what happens when you're an outlaw, such as I. How am I supposed to get off this goddamn mountain? Well, how did you play it? I'm sorry. What am I doing that's so peculiar? Are you not entertained? Dang, look at that dude. He's got his face. Inspect the document. Okay. Wow, we got 5 more. We're down to... Oh, shit. I did not mean to do that. Found a dinosaur bone. That's pretty cool. You don't have to announce your departure, okay? This isn't an airport. Alright. Still gotta find... I need a fucking horse. God, they all run away from me. Wish I could fast travel to these places, but I don't think they let you do that.
Hi there.
God damn it, he keeps running away from me.
Hey. You're okay. Shh, 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 shh. Shh, easy now. You're good. Easy. Easy, easy. Easy there. There we are, boy.
Okay, so that's how you do that. I got my horse.
Yeah.
Here, horsey, horsey, horsey.
That one's got a saddle on it. That's nice. Alright, we gotta go speak to, I think we're supposed to go over here.
Hey, who's that?
Alright, we gotta go speak to this fool.
John?
Let's get on.
Good. And you?
Got everything we need.
Good. I think we need another man. Charles?
I'll go get him. Meet us at the wagon when you can.
Sure.
See, Arthur? Ain't that dumb.
Next time, let the wolves eat all your brain. Then you'll be a genius.
Only with your mother, Squish. Only with your mom.
Good morning, Arthur.
Ain't got room for another here. Good fire going here, Arthur.
Hey, Arthur. Come here a minute.
What is it?
Can I ask you a favor?
Probably not.
Very funny. Would you
Okay,
do
3 left,
Jake?
huh? Wow, I'm at
He seems kinda down.
99,999. I
All this
need
upheaval can't have been
one
easy
more
on poor
subscriber.
Because I'm your preferred nursemaid?
One
Because he
more
likes
subscriber
you.
to hit 100K.
You know his father's useless.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna be my 100,000th subscriber? can't believe we did it.
Not long now.
Can't believe we did the damn thing. I don't know how to take a bath in this game, honestly. I would, but, Alright, we did it! We hit 100K, do you believe it? Wow! That's crazy. I see it right here. It's on my phone. 100K. Amazing. Right on the money. Let's take a picture of that for our memories. Well, I've already said it, but I'll say it again. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough, guys. All right, yep, we got it. Let's see. I wonder if does YouTube congratulate me? YouTube, what do you think about me? Enough about me, YouTube. What do you think about me? We're at 100,001. And so our journey to 200,000 begins now. All right, everybody's stop celebrating. Yes, it's a celebration. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here while that happened. That's pretty cool. Your mothers are so proud. Your mothers are so proud of me. Do I even need to... Oh, look, there's a little,
What you up
little
to?
kid.
Playing,
Anything fun?
I guess.
Thank you.
You want to come fishing with me?
Fishing?
Sure. It's about time that you started.
Wait, I don't want to do this mission.
Okay.
Good. Let's go get your pole then. Now, you do have a fishing pole, don't you?
I sure do. Uncle Jose
Good. Well, let's go get it then.
I don't want to go fishing.
Catch us some fish.
I don't want to do this mission. I want to go rob this train, guys.
Lift you on when you're ready.
Thank you, Saeed. It would have been a lot sooner if I hadn't gotten banned and suspended all those times. But we bounced back, and you stuck by my side the whole time, and I am forever in debt to you, my friend, as well as all of you out there that have stuck with me and gone through the pains of, you know, donating to my GoFundMes to get me back on my feet, and also following me to all these other platforms and different pages that I've had to create over the years. I don't want to go fishing with this little kid. Why did I sign up for this? This is so not cool. How do I get out of this? Challenges.
All right. Hold on tight.
So, where
This
we going?
sucks.
Just down to the river near here. We shouldn't go too far from camp.
Oh, okay.
You feeling better? I know you was a little sick.
Oh, I'm fine.
You're a brave kid.
So, just like you.
So,
just
like you. About brave. I ain't much of a kid no more. Well, your mama might disagree. Her and a few other women, I guess.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm just talking silly. Been a tough few weeks up in that snow.
I like the snow.
Yeah, but not like that.
When are we going back to the other camp?
The one near Blackwater?
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you, Saeed. I appreciate the Zionism for a few weeks so the algorithm ignores you.
For now, anyway.
Oh, fuck, I can't read
I
it.
forgot a storybook there. We left.
I don't want to go fishing with this kid, so I'm just going to quit the game, too, on that note. I mean, we did the damn thing, right? We did enough. That was fun. Let's go ahead and just marvel at our big YouTube victory. Here we go, view my channel. There it is. 100K, baby. Whee! It only took us 837 videos to get there. Thank you guys so much. And what did Saeed say? Take it easy, Rathbun. Support Zionism for a few weeks so the algorithm ignores you, then go back to normal. That's very good advice. Would have hit 100,000 3 minutes earlier if Saeed joined YouTube instead of Twitch. Just saying, don't speak badly about my mans like that. Thanks, guys. I'm honored, honestly. So, that was fun. We achieved one of our goals. I'm thrilled about that. And we'll be back tomorrow to keep this train rolling on. So tomorrow's Wednesday. We'll be doing our usual show, I believe. I might be on Nick Cruz's stream. I'm not sure, but if not, you can find me here at the same bat time, same bat place. Thank you, Cows for Cheese. Thank you, Duchess. Thanks to everyone who supports me on a daily basis. And yes, you can sleep now. Thank you, Apna. You are allowed to go to bed, Apna. Yes. I think I'm going to do the same, actually. So thank you once again. Have a wonderful evening. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely appreciate it. Good night. Have a nice rest, and I'll see you next time. Thank you, Squish. Thank you, Kelly.